Chapter 216. Just as Sulin was about to catch up and finish him off, a powerful wave of magic suddenly came. The air suddenly became a little cold, and snow-white ice crystals quickly appeared and began to spin. Ice storm. Counterspell. The ice storm that was forming was suddenly interrupted, and the ice crystals suddenly shattered. A gray dwarf dressed as a wizard hiding behind the dwarven army turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he was severely injured after his spell was interrupted. He had lost a Hathaway in a battle of will. Then, 5 fireballs flew out from behind and hit the gray dwarf wizard in an instant. An energy shield immediately lit up on the wizard's body, and under the continuous bombardment of 4 fireballs, the energy shield was directly shattered. Then the last fireball directly hit his body. A ball of flame rose up, and a fireball spell that could melt steel exploded. The flames burned, and large chunks of flesh were directly burned into charcoal. Miserable screams of despair sounded like the cries of evil spirits from the abyss, accompanied by the smell of burnt fat that spread out. The energy in Sullin's body flowed, and the lightning on the purple dragon halberd suddenly skyrocketed. Without any hesitation, the dazzling lightning burst out from Sullin's body and enveloped all the gray dwarves in front of him. Thunder Prison. The strong lightning lit up the underground world, and a powerful electric current swept out in an instant. All the dwarves were surrounded by lightning, and their bodies were stiff and could not move. If Sulin had not controlled the power, these dwarves would have all been burned into charcoal. After a moment, the light disappeared, and all the dwarves were lying on the ground, unable to move. After dealing with these dwarves, Sulin did not stop and continued to walk to the palace. There was no one else in the palace, and Sulin found an open tunnel in one of the rooms. Without guessing, the rest of the people in the palace should have escaped from here. Letting the drows chase after the gray dwarves who escaped, Sulin constantly led people to attack the gray dwarves who were still resisting, and at the same time arranged for people to take over the city. With the last batch of resistance eliminated, the city of gray dwarves fell into Sullin's control. Sulin locked up all the Duergar in the prison and began to count the spoils of war. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breached the Duergar city and defeated them. You have obtained a glorious victory, and your name will begin to spread throughout the underworld. Ambush of the Gray Dwarves. Year 1687 of the Huiwe calendar. At the end of June, you led your army through an underground tunnel and ambushed the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarves were caught off guard by your sudden attack, and Northgard City's army easily obtained a glorious victory. Prestige +5. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Dwarven army. You have gained 31,200 EXP. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Duergar. You have obtained 3 gold treasure chests and an item, Mount Sachet. Sulin began to check his spoils of war. 3 gold treasure chests and a Mount Sachet. They were far from what he had obtained in the last Orc War, but fortunately, he had conquered the Duergar city. Otherwise, he would have only obtained 1 gold treasure chest at most. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, 3 rays of golden light flashed, and Sulin heard the system's voice ring in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a self-created hero template. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Reduce Enemies' Defense. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate skill, Lightning Reflex. Sulin was overjoyed when he saw this self-created hero template. He hadn't obtained this item in a long time, and he didn't think that he would actually obtain it this time. The self-created hero template could turn a normal person into a hero, greatly increasing their potential. It could also be used to force people to maintain absolute loyalty. The 2 uses didn't conflict. As long as the self-created hero template was combined, it represented a hero with legendary potential. It could be said that the value was very high. Sulin put away the self-created hero template and looked at the remaining 2 items. Reduce Enemies' Defense. Battle Spell. Group Effect. A spell that appeared after the system combined the rules of this world. After the spell is cast, it can reduce the enemy's defense by 10% through the power of a curse. Seeing the effect of this spell, Sulin chose to learn it directly. He had just used the skill points he had left behind last time. A light flashed, and a large amount of knowledge about reduce enemies' defense appeared in Sulin's mind. This spell could be cast directly on the enemy's entire army as long as one's mental strength and strength could keep up. Of course, it would consume a lot of energy and mana. The last chest opened was a lightning reflex talent. Sulin already had a legendary battle reflex, and the effects of these two talents were similar. Of course, the legendary battle reflex was more powerful, but for talents, it was never a bad thing to have too many of them. Even if it was the most common evasion talent, if you could stack more than a dozen of them, it was estimated that it would really depend on luck if someone wanted to target you in a battle. Many legendary warriors carried more than a dozen talents, and some even had more. Because Sulin's advancement speed was fast, his talents were better than those veteran legendary powerhouses. Now that he had Lightning Reflex, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Lightning Reflex. Your reaction speed has become very fast. Your reaction speed has increased by 10% among all reaction abilities. Originally, with the legendary battle reflex talent, Sulin's attack speed was very fast. Now that he had the lightning reflex talent, Sulin's attack speed had become even faster, and his evasion speed had also increased. It could be said that his overall reaction speed had been improved. Although this battle didn't escalate, Sulin's strength had increased by a lot. After sorting out his gains, Sulin began to count the benefits he had obtained from the Grey Dwarves. The Grey Dwarves had 712 captives, and the rest had died in the battle. These Grey Dwarven slaves were very popular in the human kingdoms, and it was normal for them to be sold for 1 or 200 gold coins. Those skilled blacksmiths were even more difficult to find. Sulin planned to send the skilled Grey Dwarves to the blacksmiths, and let the rest of them work in the mines. Of course, the Grey Dwarf strength was also not bad. Although they were quickly defeated by Sulin's sneak attack, if they were really arranged in a battle formation, although Northern Fortress City could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. The Grey Dwarven defenders were famous heavy infantry in the overworld. As for the Grey Dwarven knights, it was fine to just look at them. It was said that in the First Era, the Grey Dwarven kingdom had formed a thunderous Fury Legion. More than 500 Grey Dwarves had the bloodline of the Grey Dwarven king, and they had the ability God's Descent. It was the most powerful legion at that time, but such a powerful legion had long since disappeared in the long river of history. The Grey Dwarven kingdom had long since fallen apart, becoming the Mountain Dwarves, Turin Dwarves, Ironforged Dwarves, and several other Grey Dwarven kingdoms. There weren't many Grey Dwarves with the ability God's Descent, let alone the thunderous Fury Legion from ancient times. Apart from the 700 Grey Dwarven slaves, the greatest wealth in the city was the Grey Dwarves' accumulation. Sulin found a treasury in the Grey Dwarven palace. The moment he opened it, he was almost blinded by the golden light. The entire Grey Dwarven kingdom had accumulated hundreds of years of wealth, and the treasury in front of him was filled to the brim. It was like a mountain of gold. The Grey Dwarves loved to mine, and the underground world was very rich in minerals. If the dragons loved gold the most in this world, then the Grey Dwarves were the second. In order to excavate gold, the Dwarven kingdom had once hollowed out an entire mountain and continued to dig deeper into the ground. In the end, they had even awakened the Balrog overlord, who had been in a deep slumber since ancient times. As a result, the Balrog overlord destroyed the Dwarven kingdom. The Grey Dwarves were also Grey Dwarves, and these Grey Dwarves who loved to mine had accumulated an astonishing amount of gold. Apart from gold, Sulin also found a large number of gems in this treasury. There were rubies, topaz, sapphires, multicolored gems, and all kinds of gems piled up into a small mountain. There were at least several hundred pieces. Moreover, the gems in this treasury were all of high purity. Any one of these gems could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of kinar. Apart from gold and gems, there are also a large number of rare metals in this treasury. Sulen even found some abyssal iron, adamantine, crimson fire copper, frost iron, and so on. He even found a small piece of mithril. These things directly made Sulen a huge fortune. Although he had not counted them, there were at least tens of millions of gold in this gray dwarven palace. This amount of gold was more than enough for him to build more cities. Of course, if such a large amount of gold was sold in such a short time, it would only cause an economic crisis in the northern provinces. Even if all the goods in the northern provinces were sold to Sulen, they would not be able to get so much gold. Sulen's current problem was that he had too much gold. What should he do? Of course, if Sulen knew some spells that consumed gold, the gold would be used up very quickly. For example, the Dragon's Covenant. He would sign a contract with an adult dragon and summon it into battle. After the contract was over, he would have to pay the dragon a reward. There is also the limited wish spell, which could be said to use gold to make wishes. Wizards always had a way to consume large amounts of gold. It was said that a legendary wizard would consume hundreds of tons of gold in his lifetime, or even more. After checking the treasury, Sulen went to the city's armory. There were a large number of dwarf-forged equipment stored here. There were hundreds of sets of armor and even more weapons. However, these armors were made according to the dwarf's body shape. If a human wanted to use them, they would have to undergo some modifications. Chapter 217. The city of the Grey Dwarves was called Orlandir, which meant fertile land. The river that flowed through the city was called the Odonia River, and it was the largest river in the underworld. The land occupied by the Grey Dwarves was indeed a fertile land. Sulen also found a lot of food in the city's warehouse. Most of it was mushrooms and fungi, and some of it was probably a variant of potatoes. Although the land was not big, it could still feed 2,000 to 3,000 people. Sulen searched the whole city and began to escort the prisoners and gold away. The Grey Dwarves who escaped through the secret passage of the palace did not manage to escape in the end. Their 2 short legs could not outrun the 4 legs of the centaurs. After discovering that some of them had escaped, Sulen immediately sent people to hunt them down. With the cooperation of the drows who were good at hunting and the centaurs who were good at raiding, they were caught before they could escape from the underground cave. After a selection of the Grey Dwarves, there were 200 blacksmiths among them, and there were even a few blacksmith masters. This made Sulen overjoyed. There was not a single blacksmith master in the whole northern citadel, and this time there were a few who came directly. However, there was a problem that gave Sulen a headache. Although the Grey Dwarves had surrendered, they were not willing to serve Sulen. Sulen asked the drows to train the Grey Dwarves, but even so, the results were not very good. The Grey Dwarves had the same stubborn personality as their dwarves. It was possible to make them do manual labor, but it was difficult to make them forge weapons for you. When the drows enslaved the Grey Dwarves, they would use the divine spells of the Spider Queen Lolth to make the Grey Dwarves submit. The drows in the northern citadel believed in the Dark Maiden, and they did not have the ability to forcibly enslave other races. Sulen thought for a while and finally tried to build a prison camp in the northern citadel. The prison camp was not large, and there were not many facilities inside. In only 2 days, the prison camp was completed, and the completed prison camp did not disappoint. Prisoner camp, Unbreakable plus 18, Reformation plus 15, A Wise Man Submits to Circumstances plus 18, Disintegrate Willpower plus 16, Give Up Resistance plus 18, Prison Break minus 30, Clean and Healthy plus 15. The stubborn Duergars wouldn't be able to resist for long. After the construction of the prison camp was completed, Sulen directly sent all the Duergars to the prison camp to be modified. Although most of the dwarves were as stubborn as rocks, there were always a few exceptions. After 3 days of sending the prisoners of war, a few Grey Dwarves had already surrendered. After receiving the news, Sulen came here to see if they had really decided to give in. Arriving at the prisoner of war camp, as soon as he entered the door, he heard a burst of swearing. "Barker, Kashi, you 2 cowards. You will be spurned by His Highness Durag. Even if you die, you will only fall into the bottomless abyss. Traitor, I'm ashamed of being your neighbor. Traitor, coward, You two cowards who are afraid of death. Behind a fence, many Duergars pointed at the two Duergars in the fence and scolded them. The two Duergars lowered their heads and remained silent, their faces red. Sulun didn't care about the noise of the gray dwarfs. Although they were shouting happily now, it wouldn't take long for them to give in. Have you made your decision? Sulun asked the two Duergars. Barker and Kashi looked at each other and nodded. My lord, we have decided. We are willing to serve you. A wise choice. Sulun nodded when he saw the names of the two Duergars in the system interface. Although their loyalty was only at 65, as long as they had surrendered, it would not take long for the remaining loyalty to rise. A wise man submits to circumstances. In order to reward you for surrendering to the light, I have prepared some rewards for you, Sulun said with a smile. He did not care about the two Duergars. Sulun turned to Chris and said, have someone send over a few bottles of vodka. Chris nodded and asked someone to prepare them. Vodka was the name Sulun gave to the alcoholic drink brewed with potatoes. Unlike the vodka of the Russians in his previous life, the vodka brewed in Northtown was not as alcoholic. Due to technical reasons, the vodka brewed in Northtown was only 30% alcoholic. Even so, a drink with 30% alcoholic content was very rare in this world. It was currently the most popular drink in the taverns of Northtown. The sales of rum had dropped by a lot. Soon, a guard came back with 2 bottles of vodka. Even the Duergars who were yelling stopped and stared at the 2 bottles of vodka. Puff! A soft sound rang out as the cork was opened. The rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. The 2 Duergars closest to the bottles took a deep breath, and their throats kept sliding down. Sulun noticed their situation and laughed inwardly. As expected, these Duergars could not resist the temptation of alcohol. Sulun handed the 2 bottles of vodka to Barker and Kathy. The 2 Duergars who had long been addicted to alcohol took a big gulp after receiving the bottles. Gulp, 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 gulp. The 2 Duergars couldn't wait to raise their heads and drink half a bottle. Then their faces turned red. The clear liquid flowed down their thick beards, and the rich aroma of alcohol spread out. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The Duergars in the enclosure looked at the bottles in the 2 Duergars' hands with longing, as if they would rush up and snatch them in the next second. Phew! Barker let out a deep breath after he recovered from the alcohol. He then said excitedly, Sir, this is amazing. The Dwarven Fire wine is like water compared to this. This is definitely the best wine. Yes, this wine is definitely the best. I love it. Kathy yelled from the side. I'm glad you like it. All right, since you've decided to serve in Northern City, follow them to go through the formalities. You'll officially start work tomorrow, Sulun said as he pointed at an official beside him. Yes, sir. We're at your service, the 2 Duergars said happily. At this time, Sulun also discovered that the loyalty of the 2 Duergars had risen from 65 to 80. He estimated that as long as they stayed in Northern Battlefront City for a while, their loyalty would soon rise to 90. After sending the 2 Duergars away, Sulun came to the front of the enclosure and said to the Duergars, Do you have anything to say? Damn human, we won't yield. Don't even think about making us work for you. That's right, we won't yield. The Duergars yelled again. Their expressions were exactly the same as when King Zay, who would rather die than submit, pointed at the door and said, Piss off. Chris, Sulun waved his hand gently. The little succubus giggled and handed over a bottle of vodka. Sulun took the bottle. The Duergars who were still cursing suddenly felt like their fates were being strangled. Sulun opened the bottle and poured out a glass. The clear liquid had a strong aroma. The aroma was like a hook that attracted the Duergars' eyes. Do you want some? Sulun asked softly. The gray dwarves nodded involuntarily. Sure, no problem. Buck and Casey are examples, Sulun said with a smile. Sulun said with a smile, and then put the glass of wine only half a meter away from them. At this distance, they could smell the strong fragrance of the wine, but they couldn't reach it. Looking at the gray dwarves who stretched out their arms to grab the glass, Sulun almost burst into laughter. That's what you get for your stinky mouths. I'm going to make you die from hunger today. I won't let you drink a single drop." Sulin left in satisfaction when he saw the Duergars stretching their arms, but still unable to reach the glass. Before he left, he specifically told the guards of the prison camp to ignore the Duergars even if they were willing to yield. He didn't want them to die from hunger. After putting the Duergars aside for the time being, Sulin began to transport the various treasures in Orlando to Northtown. The Duergars had accumulated a large amount of gold over the past few centuries. Sulin planned to use some of it as coins and put the rest into the Lord's treasury. At the same time, all the soldiers who participated in the attack on the Duergar city would be rewarded. Sulin could take all the gold they obtained from the battle, but the soldiers would definitely be dissatisfied. In the end, Sulin asked Chris to come up with a reward system. All the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded between 30 and 100 kinner. The large amount of rewards made the soldiers rich in an instant. At the same time, the soldiers who didn't participate in the battle were drooling with envy. The eyes of the refugees and slaves who didn't join the army were red with envy. Suddenly, a large number of people wanted to join the army. If Sulin agreed to expand the army, it would be easy to recruit 1,000 more people. The rewards made Sulin's reputation rise again. The loyalty of the soldiers who received the rewards also increased. Moreover, the morale of the army also increased. Now, the soldiers in the barracks were all eager to go out and fight at any time. Most of the soldiers who received the rewards started to buy all kinds of goods in the market. Northtown's commerce was flourishing, and all kinds of goods were available. The inflow of money from the soldiers also made the market even more prosperous. Although the rewards for the soldiers cost more than 100,000 kinner, the results were still very good. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, and their enthusiasm to join the army also increased. The soldiers received a better life, and the city's market became more prosperous. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 218. The prosperity of the city made Northtown more and more famous in the northern provinces, attracting many merchants to do business there. Now, some people were calling Northtown City a bright pearl in the northern wasteland. The white sugar, rum, vodka, furs, and so on produced here were all popular goods. The white sugar was also monopolized by a few powerful caravans. Others couldn't even get a foot in the business. However, although only a few caravans monopolized the white sugar trade, they would sell the white sugar to other caravans. If they didn't share some of the benefits, these caravans would have been swallowed up by others long ago. The arrival of the caravans also attracted many people to settle down in Northtown. Although there were fewer people than Sulin who took the initiative to migrate, it was still a good sign. With people taking the initiative to settle down in Northtown, it meant that the city's attractiveness had increased. The rapid development of Northtown had attracted the attention of the northern provinces. If it weren't for the distance, the nobles would have long come here to get a share of the profits. Sulin had received a few official letters from the noble parliament, asking him to return to Kalt to accept the title of nobility. According to the style of nobles, they wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. If Sulin went back to accept the title of nobility, he would have to give them enough benefits. And once he accepted the title, Sulin would officially become a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. Northtown would also be included in the territory of the Kingdom of Florence, and he would have to pay taxes to the king. One had to know that Northtown was now built by Sulin and his men. He also spent money to buy the expansion order and all kinds of resources. Sulin didn't want to find himself a king. The territory he now occupied in Northtown was comparable to a viscount's territory. Although the population was far from enough, he would surpass it in a few years with enough time. In addition to Mirror Lake City and Galloping City, which were currently under construction, Sulin's territory was no smaller than a count's territory. His strength had also reached the legendary level, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to make himself an earl. However, he didn't intend to do that yet. If he were to make himself an earl, it wouldn't be as convenient for him to recruit refugees from the Kingdom of Florence and do business. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe was still in full swing. Every day, marble from the Sierra de Lotus would be delivered to the north gate of the city. For the convenience of transportation, Sulen had already asked his men to build a pontoon bridge over the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. He was still considering whether to build a permanent bridge over the two rivers. As for technical problems, in this world full of extraordinary powers, many problems could be solved with magic. For example, the strength of a building. As long as an object was hardened, even if it was originally a piece of wood, it would be as hard as steel. Of course, hardening an entire bridge would be a huge project. After giving the gray dwarves the cold shoulder for a day, Sulen went to the prisoner camp again. Today, a few more gray dwarves expressed their willingness to work for Sulen. When he came to the prisoner camp again, the gray dwarves still cursed the traitors, but this time, their voices were much softer. Sulen naturally wouldn't mistreat the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him. As usual, he gave each of them a bottle of vodka and arranged for them to live and work. After sending away the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him, Sulen once again looked at the gray dwarves who were still persisting. This time, Sulen came up with a new idea. In order to celebrate the huge wealth I've gained in Orlando, I've decided to give all of you gray dwarves a reward, Sulen said as he stood outside the fence. You invader, robber, that's the wealth of us gray dwarves. Hearing Sulen's words, the gray dwarves who were still somewhat quiet at first became agitated again. If the anger in their eyes could burn someone to death, Sulen would have been burned to ashes by now. Face reality. I think you should be more concerned about your current situation, Sulen said with a shrug. Considering that you haven't had any alcohol for a long time, I've specially prepared some alcohol for you today. If you don't want it, I'll take it away, Sulen said with a smile as he looked at the angry gray dwarves. Yes, we want it. Give us the alcohol. Silence. Sulen's face suddenly became cold and frosty, and an aura that belonged to a legendary powerhouse suddenly erupted from his body. The gray dwarves who were still yelling were like ducks whose necks were stuck. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Seeing this situation, Sulen waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward. Then, they gave each of the gray dwarves a glass about the size of a thumb, and let them come up one by one according to the order of the meal. The glass was so small that it couldn't even be considered a sip. The gray dwarves drank it all in one gulp. The rich wine aroma and the mellow taste made the gray dwarves unable to stop themselves. However, this small amount of wine didn't satisfy the alcohol in their stomachs at all. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Although these gray dwarves couldn't bear the problem of not having any alcohol to drink, at least they could still hold on. However, after taking a sip of the wine, the taste of which was far better than any wine they had ever drunk before, caused an avalanche of consequences. After drinking that glass of wine, not only did they not feel satisfied, but they also craved more wine. However, by the time they wanted more wine, Sulen had already left the prison camp with his men. On the third day, when Sulen appeared in the prison camp again, more than 200 gray dwarves asked to work for Sulen. The gray dwarves who had been cursing at the betrayers all fell silent. Seeing Sulen give out large amounts of vodka, the gray dwarves couldn't take it anymore, and kept expressing their willingness to work for Sulen. There were originally more than 700 gray dwarves, but less than 300 of them were still holding on. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sulen had enough patience to slowly wear them down. After obtaining another 400 gray dwarves, Sulen chose some of the skilled blacksmiths to join the smithy. With the addition of the gray dwarves, the blacksmiths in Northtown City improved again. The original smithy was no longer enough, so Sulen ordered the workers to start upgrading the smithy. With more than 200 gray dwarves and humans, Sulen planned to build a large steel workshop. With the rapid development of Northtown City, even with the hydraulic forging machine, the production capacity of the smithy was still insufficient. Now that there were so many gray dwarven blacksmiths, Sulen wanted to change the equipment of the entire army on the agenda. The first thing these Duergar did as blacksmiths was to modify the Duergar armor that Suluan had obtained from Orlando. Although the Duergar armor had good defense and was sturdy and durable, it couldn't even be regarded as half-body armor when worn by the barbarians who were more than 2 meters tall. These armors needed to be modified and forged into full-body armor. Once the barbarians reached the peak level, they could equip themselves with a dwarven full-body armor and pick up a giant axe. They would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Of course, apart from the barbarians' armor, Sulin also planned to equip the centaurs with full-body armor to form a centaur heavy cavalry. Due to the size of the centaurs, the armor they used was comparable to 3 sets of human armor. The armor Sulin sold them before was only for the front, and the back was for chainmail and inlaid scale armor. Now that they were his subordinates, he naturally wouldn't fool them like this. He planned to fully equip the centaurs with full-body armor and thicken the front of the armor at the same time. After arranging the Grey Dwarves' blacksmiths, Sulin planned to let the rest of the Grey Dwarves continue mining. "Sir, I have a map of the underground world's mineral distribution for you," a Grey Dwarf said. Sulin's eyes lit up. After all, the Grey Dwarves had lived in the underground world for hundreds of years. They must have explored all the nearby minerals. This map was extremely valuable. Mineral distribution map? If it's true, I'll give you the reward you deserve. Enough vodka, and I appoint you as the new city lord of Orlando. When he heard Sulin say enough vodka, the Grey Dwarf's eyes instantly turned red. When he heard that he could become the city lord of Orlando, his breathing became heavier. "Sir, the map is here." With that, the dwarf sat directly on the ground and took off his leather boots. A strong smell, like pickles that had been fermented for decades, filled the air in an instant. Sulin hurriedly summoned some wind elements to blow away the smell of pickles. The Grey Dwarf fumbled around in the boots for a while before finally pulling out a gray parchment that emitted a strange smell. Sulin frowned and put on gloves. He resisted the urge to throw away the parchment that emitted a strange smell and took it. A guard behind him sensibly handed over a bottle of water. Sulin rinsed it briefly before flipping through the map. The map was not large. It marked the mineral veins that the Grey Dwarves had discovered. There were 3 iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 gold mine, which was close to exhaustion, and 1 silver mine and gemstone mine that were being mined. So much gold in the city of the Grey Dwarves had been mined from that gold mine. Sulin did not pay much attention to the gold mine. After all, it was close to exhaustion. He was more interested in the silver mine because the Grey Dwarves had discovered some mithril in it. Mithril was a very precious, magical metal in this world. It was described in many adventure stories as light as a feather and indestructible. In fact, mithril was not as exaggerated as it was described. It was more precious because of its powerful magical properties. Many powerful magic items would use this rare metal. Now that there was mithril in this underground silver mine, its value was simply immeasurable. P.S. Insufficient holiday balance, sob sob sob. Chapter 219. What's your name? Sulin put down the map and asked. My lord, my name is Bach Ironhammershield. The dwarf quickly said, Bach, are you sure that the silver mine on this map contains mithril? Sulin interrupted Bach's self-introduction and asked directly. Of course I'm sure. My lord, I used to be a miner in a silver mine. I once dug out a piece of mithril from this silver mine, but that stingy King Thorn only gave me a pound of gold as a reward. Bach continued to blabber on, obviously very dissatisfied with that king. All right, since you're sure that there's mithril here, I'll let you form a team of miners, and you'll be the leader. If you can find mithril, then I'll give you the position of the city lord of Orlando. But if you can't find mithril, then... Sulin stared at the dwarf in front of him and said, My lord, please don't worry. I'll definitely find mithril for you. Bach patted his chest and promised. In that case, it's decided. If you can find mithril, I'll reward you generously. Status, money, or even vodka will be given. Now it all depends on your performance, Sulin said with a smile. My lord, I'll form a team of miners right away. After hearing Sulin's promise, Bach could no longer sit still. He hurriedly left the lord's castle and went to find other Grey Dwarves to form a team. Sulin threw the map aside with some disdain and found another piece of parchment to copy the map. Although it had been washed, The parchment still had the smell of salted vegetables on it. The map on the parchment was a little crude. After all, mapping in this world was not a professional subject like it was in his previous world. Most of the time, only they could understand the map they drew. To others, it was a completely abstract drawing. Fortunately, the map was drawn well. Although it was still crude, the general location was drawn. Soon, Sulin completely copied the parchment. After comparing the two maps again to make sure that he didn't miss anything, Sulin picked up the parchment and threw it directly into the brazier. The flames rose and quickly burned the parchment into a pile of ash. He opened the window to disperse the smoke. After forming a team of 50 miners, Bach excitedly brought his team back to Orlando to mine silver. The remaining 2 iron mines and copper mines also needed to be mined. The remaining 100 or so gray dwarves also formed 3 mining teams and then went to Orlando to mine ores. After the population of a northern city expanded, there was a shortage of all kinds of tools and ironware. Moreover, the army also needed a lot of equipment. The surface iron mine was originally not big. Before Sulan obtained it, many tribes had already mined it. Now, the output of the mine was very low, was close to exhaustion. This was one of the reasons why Sulan was in a hurry to control the underground world. After several expansions, the number of soldiers in the northern city had increased to 4,000. There were 300 barbarians, 400 centaurs, 100 drows, and 300 half-elves. Apart from the war spirits that Sulan had summoned, the rest were all humans. If the militia, the city guards, and the 500 men stationed in Mirror Lake City were included, the number of soldiers in Northern Battlefront City had reached a shocking 6,000 men. Adding all the people in Northern Battlefront City and the newly captured Grey Dwarves, the total population had only reached 20,000. 1/3 of the population were soldiers. Such a high proportion, no matter how one looked at it, could be said to be militaristic. If it weren't for the buffs from the Harvest Altar and the numerous slaves, the northern city wouldn't even be able to support themselves with food. Not to mention the money, resources, and equipment needed to raise so many soldiers. In the past, the size of the northern city's army wasn't very obvious. Now, just maintaining the number of soldiers required tens of thousands of kinners worth of pay every month. Sulan had always been curious. How did his predecessors manage to not pay the soldiers and make them listen to orders obediently? They were even braver than the other when they went into battle. If Sulan dared to not pay the soldiers in the northern city for a few months, there would be a large number of deserters. It wouldn't be strange if there was even a rebellion. If it weren't for the sugar trade that gave the northern city a lot of money, it would have taken years of hard work to develop the city to this extent. The northern city's army needed a lot of equipment. Apart from the army, the centaur tribes also needed equipment to protect their herds. Fortunately, Sulan had made a lot of money from the raid on the Grey Dwarf City. Not only did he solve the problem of money, but he also solved the problem of equipment. After settling the matters in the northern city, Sulan brought the Grey Dwarves mining team and the drows back to the underworld. He was going to restore the Grey Dwarves mines and clean up the dangerous areas around the mines. He returned to Orlando. At this time, there were 100 barbarian warriors and 100 centaurs guarding the city. A group of subterranean dweller slaves were in charge of the labor. These subterranean dwellers were short. Because they lived in the dark for a long time, their eyes had deteriorated. They relied on infrared sensing to survey their surroundings, so blindness and petrification spells didn't work on them. Most dungeons had subterranean dweller slaves. They were the best growers in the underworld. Sulan brought 3 teams of Grey Dwarves to the various mines. The Grey Dwarves had discovered a lot of ore veins, but many of them were occupied by monsters from the underworld. The Grey Dwarves had to clear out all kinds of monsters every once in a while. If it wasn't for this, the other veins would have been excavated by them long ago. After resting in Orlando for a day, Sulan brought a team of drows and miners out of the city. They passed through some narrow tunnels and headed to the first mine. This mine was the closest to Orlando. It was an iron ore mine that produced good quality iron ore. It was a few grades better than the iron ore produced by Sullen's surface mine. The group moved forward in the dark tunnel, encountering a few hook horrors along the way. Hook horrors were a common type of monster in the underworld. They had sharp hearing and walked on 2 feet. Their heads looked like vultures, and their eyes were small. They had sharp beaks and a pair of compound eyes. Their bodies were covered with a layer of hard gray carapace. They looked ugly. Their eyesight was poor, but like bats, they could emit high-frequency sound waves to determine the enemy's position. Just as Sulin led the team forward in the tunnel, a dozen shadows suddenly jumped down from above. Sulin reacted quickly. Because the tunnel was narrow, he didn't use the purple dragon halberd. Instead, he swapped it for a long sword forged by the dwarves. He subconsciously swung the long sword in his hand. The hook horrors that attacked Sulin didn't expect Sulin's reaction to be so fast. They didn't have time to react before the sharp sword swept across them. The powerful force directly split open the hard carapace on the hook horrors. The monster that was about 7 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms was directly cut in half. The next dozen or so hook horrors didn't affect the team at all. As soon as the hook horrors attacked, the drows dodged. As for the Duergar, they were wearing heavy armor, so the hook horrors attacking them was a waste of energy. Soon, the dozen hook horrors were all killed. No one died in the team. Only a few gray dwarves suffered some minor injuries. After Sulin healed them, the team continued on their way. After walking out of the dark tunnel and passing through 2 desolate underground caverns, Sulin's team finally arrived at the first mine. They hadn't mined this mine for a while. When Sulin arrived, he found that the mine had been occupied by the monsters of the underworld. A group of vampire bats and underground salamanders used this place as their nest. The gray dwarves were already prepared for this situation. They first used smoke to smoke the monsters out, then worked together to kill them. It didn't take long for the mine to be cleared out. The information of this mine appeared on Sulin's system panel. Iron mine, or quality +5, or yield +8, mine disaster reduction +5, associated or veins +2, chance of producing dark iron Oregon. With the gray dwarves' work, the iron mine quickly resumed production. Seeing that the mine had resumed production, Sulin didn't stop and led the rest of the team to the next mine. The second mine was a gem mine. When Sulin arrived, he found that the vein looked gloomy. There were some shadow-like creatures outside the vein. The Twisted Shadow was a type of undead creature that was formed due to certain reasons. It was similar to a ghost. This thing had very high resistance to physical damage and appeared in groups. It was very unfriendly to those who purely focused on physical attacks. At the same time, it also had spell-like abilities. If Sulin hadn't come with him today, this team of gray dwarves would have been finished. Their half-energy form could reduce physical damage by 50%. Normal weapons would be troublesome to deal with them, no matter how sharp they were. Elemental weapons had to be used to deal with them. Even more troublesome was that these monsters lived in groups. Their best attack was the Touch of Death, which could drain the enemy's energy and strength. Once the energy was drained, the enemy's life force would be depleted. In the Adventurer's Handbook, these monsters were rated as Grade A. Without a special way to deal with them, it was best not to provoke them. Crack! There was a soft sound, as if someone had stepped on something and broken it. Although it was a very soft sound, it was very abrupt in this quiet environment. The wandering, twisted shadows instantly noticed this place. Chapter 220. F***CK. Sulin cursed in his heart. Then he channeled his energy, and a large amount of lightning appeared on his body. The purple dragon halberd also appeared in his hand. The distorted shadows that were attracted to this place soon sensed a large amount of life force. As undead, they hated any living thing, but they were eager to regain their flesh and blood. The distorted shadows were very fast. Sulin swept the purple dragon halberd, and the distorted shadows instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already beside Sulin. The surrounding negative energy suddenly increased, and a dark red light appeared on the distorted shadows. Touch of Death, Sulin's body was instantly swept by the light. It was the innate spell of a high-level undead. A series of notifications appeared on the character panel in front of him. Attacked. The host is attacked by the spell Touch of Death. Activated. Mandatory test of immunity. Test of fortitude passed. Test of constitution passed. You are immune to the stun effect of this spell attack. Your energy has decreased. The sudden appearance of the Twisted Shadow caught Su Luen off guard, but his strong reaction ability allowed him to launch an attack at the first time. Lightning surged, and the purple dragon halberd with a large amount of lightning instantly hit the Twisted Shadow. The twisted undead, who seemed to be hiding in the shadows, had no time to dodge this time and was directly swept by the purple dragon halberd. The strong lightning energy instantly enveloped the distorted shadows. Su Luen did not give it a chance to escape. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and attacked again. Bang! Like a bubble bursting, the distorted shadows could not withstand the strong lightning energy and was directly destroyed by the lightning. The distorted shadows melted like snow and instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Ding! With a soft sound, a gray crystal fell from the place where the distorted shadows died. It was a soul shard. Soul shards were something that only a few ghost-type monsters and abyss demons would drop. There is also a very low chance of it dropping when a powerhouse whose strength had reached the legendary level or above died. This kind of thing was very useful for wizards. The most commonly used one was the golem puppet. Su Luen's eyes lit up at the sight of the soul crystals. It seemed like there were many additional rewards this time. Seeing the dozens of distorted shadows behind him, Su Luen's figure flashed as he dashed forward. At this moment, a series of messy footsteps sounded from the gem mine beside him. Then, a group of skeletons with shiny black bones and a height of 2 meters rushed out. These skeletons were not as fragile as the low-level undead skeletons. All the skeletons were very thick and even had a metallic luster. They held bone blades and bone spears in their hands. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gray dwarves and drows. Skeleton warriors. After several evolutions, low-level skeletons would become mid-level undead creatures. If they were allowed to evolve further, they would become skeleton generals and bone demons. Of course, it was very difficult for undead creatures of this level to appear in the material world. Only the legendary undead creatures of this level would exist in the world of undead. When the gray dwarves saw the skeleton warriors rushing towards them, they roared and ran forward with their 2 short legs like Hot Wheels. They raised their axes and rushed forward. Although they could not deal with the distorted shadows, it was still easy to deal with these skeletons. At 2 meters, the skeleton warriors were half a body taller than the gray dwarves who were only about 5 meters, but sometimes height was not an advantage. I hate those who are taller than me the most, especially rotten bones like you. The gray dwarves squatted and dodged the skeleton warriors' bone blades. Then, the gray dwarves swept the skeleton warriors' knees with their axes. Even if the skeleton warriors had turned into skeletons, the knees were still weak. The gray dwarves' axes were heavy, and in an instant, the skeleton warriors' knees were smashed into pieces. The 2-meter-tall skeleton suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. The gray dwarves turned around and went to the other side of the skeleton warriors. Then, they swung their axes and chopped off the skeleton warriors' necks. "You're not as tall as me now." The gray dwarves laughed and swung their axes again, crushing the skeleton warriors' heads. The pale soul fire in the skull was extinguished. Thunder lightning spear. A dazzling thunderbolt burst out from Su Luen's body, and then a large number of thunderbolts wrapped around his whole body. The thunderbolts surrounded his strong muscles and constantly jumping thunder and lightning. His whole person looked like the thunder god in ancient myths. The distorted shadows around him also sensed the danger. They seemed to be hesitating to escape. Swoosh, 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 the purple dragon halberd turned into a blur and swept towards the distorted shadows. Su Luen leaped and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the sky was filled with spear shadows and countless lightning bolts, instantly hitting the distorted shadows. The purple dragon halberd was like a hot knife through butter as it swept through the twisted shadow's body. The powerful lightning power instantly enveloped the twisted shadow. At this time, the other distorted shadows also began to attack. The shadows pounced. Sullen's purple dragon halberd left after images in the air. The sky was filled with lightning, and a large number of shadow tentacles were drowned by the lightning. However, some of them still managed to hold on. A notification rang in Sullen's ears. You've been attacked by the distorted shadows. You've been attacked by the touch of death. You've been damaged by death's corrosion. Your constitution has passed the test. You have legendary tenacity. Immune to death's corrosion. Flurry. Just as Sulin was attacked, the purple dragon halberd in his hand instantly turned into silver dragons surrounded by lightning. They counterattacked in the direction of the attacks. The lightning was dazzling, and the distorted shadows around him were instantly hit. As ghost-type undead creatures, although the distorted shadows were immune to 50% of physical damage, their HP was not high. After being hit by a few lightning bolts, the distorted shadows were constantly killed by the lightning bolts. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. Countless lightning bolts condensed on Sullen's body, except for the shadow of a dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, it carried a destructive aura and rushed towards the distorted shadows around him. The huge dragon shadow swept across. Everywhere it passed, the distorted shadows' bodies instantly stiffened. Countless lightning bolts were sent into their bodies and instantly exploded. Ding dong! Ding dong! A large number of soul crystals fell from midair. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and more than half of the dozens of distorted shadows around him disappeared in an instant. Only a few distorted shadows were left that were not affected. The following battle became much simpler. The remaining distorted shadows were easily harvested by Sulin. At the same time, the battle between the dwarves and the drows was coming to an end. Although the skeleton warriors were strong, they had no advantage against the dwarves and the drows. They were quickly wiped out under the 3 axes that chopped off their legs, necks, and heads. A large number of broken bones were left on the ground. The battle ended quickly. Sulin arranged for people to collect the spoils of war. There were a lot of spoils this time. All of them were soul crystals, which were also the specialty of the undead creatures. The undead creatures could be said to be poor. Other than soul crystals, they basically had nothing else. After the battle, Sulin gained more than 10,000 EXP and nothing else. Seeing the gem mine next to him, Sulin planned to go inside to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. He called 2 gray dwarves who were familiar with the mine, and the 3 of them entered the mine together. The gem mine was different from what Sulin had imagined. There were rocks everywhere, and occasionally there were some colorful quartz in the mine. There were traces of a lot of mining around. Something's wrong. At this time, one of the gray dwarves suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Sullen's body tensed up instantly, and he raised the sword in his hand slightly. "The traces here are very new. They were left behind recently." The gray dwarf pointed to a trace of digging in the tunnel. "Recently? You gray dwarves didn't dig it?" Sullen's face changed. "No, we dwarves don't dig so badly," the gray dwarf said proudly. "It seems that other guests have occupied this place while you were away." Sulin said with raised eyebrows, "Let's go deeper. I want to see who dared to touch my cheese." The 3 of them moved more carefully after discovering the traces of digging. However, all the monsters in the mine had been killed, and they did not encounter anything else along the way. As they went deeper, more and more traces of digging appeared in the mine. Sulin and the 2 gray dwarves continued to follow the traces. After a few minutes, the group stopped in front of the tunnel. The tunnel was blocked by a stone wall. "Why is there a stone wall here?" "I remember there was a hall behind it for resting," a gray dwarf said. "Looks like we found the little rat who stole the mine." Sulin had a warm smile on his face, but his tone was as cold as the cold wind of the Arctic tundra, instantly freezing people into ice sculptures. "Get out of the way." Sulin came to the side of the wall and pressed his hand on the side of the tunnel. The hard rock quickly softened and turned into a pile of mud. Soon, a hole as tall as a man appeared in the side of the tunnel. In order not to alert the enemy, Sulin did not directly open a hole in the wall that blocked the tunnel. Instead, he struggled to open a passage on the side of the wall. Under Sulin's spell, the hard rock quickly softened. It only took a few minutes for a passage to be opened. Sulin only felt that the space in front of him was empty. He had already arrived at the hall behind the stone wall. The scene in front of him surprised Sulin, but it was also very familiar. This place had actually been set up as a laboratory, but it was different from Hathaway's laboratory. This laboratory had a large amount of glassware filled with all kinds of liquids, and some unknown life forms' organs were soaked in them. A lot of skeletons were piled up around the laboratory. These skeletons were very similar to the skeletons of the skeleton warriors outside. This gem mine had been occupied by a necromancer. Chapter 2:21. While Sulin was cleaning up the twisted shadows. The underground world. The dim light caused this place to be shrouded in darkness all year round. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. The shadow was more than 6 meters long and had a majestic body like a lion. However, unlike a lion, it had a pair of wings like a pterosaur. As it swayed its tail, it revealed a hook that flashed with cold light. It was a scorpion tail, a manticore. It was a powerful magical beast in the underground world. It was said that this monster also had the bloodline of a dragon. The pair of dragon wings was proof. As a high-level predator in the underground world, although the manticore did not have any magic abilities, its venom was very difficult to deal with. Compared to its venom, the thing used by assassins was simply a potion. In addition to being very poisonous, its venom also had the characteristic of paralysis. The manticore's venom was a prohibited item in the human kingdom. In the black market, it was sold for up to 2,000 kinar. But now, this manticore, which was at the top of the food chain in the underground world, was fleeing in a sorry state. A pair of dragon wings flapped rapidly as the manticore quickly flew through the air. At this moment, a bone spear shot out from the darkness and instantly pierced the manticore's wing. Under the pain, the manticore could no longer flap its wing. The other wings struggled to continue flying, but it could not carry its heavy body. It staggered and fell from midair. As soon as the manticore landed, a few figures rushed up. With the weak light of the fluorescent moss, one could see the dark bones on their bodies. They were skeleton warriors. The manticore found that there was no hope of escaping and fiercely pounced. Curse, weakness, curse. Aging, however, as soon as it made a move, a spirit light struck its body. Its originally strong body instantly became weak and powerless, and its originally strong body suddenly became old. The surrounding skeleton warriors swarmed forward, and the lion-scorpion beast was completely trapped. Although it could still bite off the skeleton warriors, even more skeleton warriors had surrounded it when it attacked. In the face of these skeletons, the manticore beast's most powerful poison attack was completely ineffective. Not long after, a skeleton warrior seized the opportunity to pierce its throat. Although this skeleton warrior was also split into two by the manticore beast counterattack before it died, to undead skeletons, a damaged body could be replaced. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, they would not die. A large amount of blood gushed out of the manticore's throat. The counterattack before death had exhausted its strength. The light in its eyes dimmed quickly, and its body collapsed. At this time, a figure wrapped in a black robe and riding a skeleton horse came out. It had the characteristics of the Highlanders. It had a hooked nose, wrinkles, a rigid face, and cold eyes. Although it was tall, it looked very pale. There were 3 different rings on its fingers. One of them looked like a skeleton that was dozens of times smaller. It held a white bone staff in its hand and was surrounded by a cold aura. Seeing that the manticore was dead, the middle-aged man waved his hand. A few skeleton warriors behind him stepped forward and began to skin and cut the manticore. Damn it! Just as the skeleton warriors were cutting the manticore, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He quickly took out a gemstone that looked like an eye. The originally exquisite gemstone was now cracked. Who dares to attack my guards and invade my laboratory? Keaton's expression was gloomy. Damn rat, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your soul and stuff it into a rat's body. Keaton packed up the manticore. He didn't ride the skeleton horse anymore. Instead, he directly flew in the direction of the gemstone mine. Sulin didn't know that he had alarmed the necromancer. The laboratory in the gemstone mine wasn't big. Soon, Sulin turned the entire laboratory upside down. Sulin didn't touch the bones and other things inside. These things were useless. Only the necromancers would collect them. As for the bottles and jars in the laboratory, Sulin didn't take them. After all, who knew what was inside? However, in the storage room next to it, Sulin found a large number of gemstones. Obviously, these gemstones had just been excavated by the necromancer. In addition to these gemstones, there were also some books in the laboratory. Human anatomy diagrams, how to make a skeleton warrior, detailed explanation of necromancy, and more than 10 other books. Sulin packed them all up and took them away. Tui, what a pauper. Even these gemstones were excavated from my gemstone mine. Sulin pursed his lips. He casually put some magic materials into his storage space. You two, throw away those bone sticks. Don't touch those glass bottles. Now hurry up and get out. We've already searched his nest. With the necromancer's abilities, he must know by now. Let's get out of here quickly. Sulin yelled at the two gray dwarves who were playing with the skeleton of a skeleton warrior. He then left the gemstone mine. In the underground world, a hazy figure was flying quickly. A few distorted shadows circled around him to help him fly faster. There were also many skeleton warriors running on the ground. Along the way, Keaton didn't rest at all. With the help of distorted shadows, his flying speed was very fast. However, it didn't consume much mana. Wherever this group of necromancers passed, all monsters would retreat. As he continued to speed up, Keaton saw the gemstone mine in the distance. Landing from the sky, Keaton didn't rush in recklessly. Although he had used Fly to reduce the consumption of mana with the help of distorted shadows, he had also used up a lot of mana. Someone who dared to kill the large number of skeleton warriors and distorted shadows that he had left behind to guard the laboratory was undoubtedly powerful. If he rushed in like this, there was a high chance that he would fail miserably. Moreover, he had come back in a hurry. His skeleton warriors didn't catch up. Taking out a bottle of blue potion, Keaton tilted his head back and drank it. He then had distorted shadows protect him while he used the potion to quickly recover his will and mana. About half an hour later, a group of skeleton warriors finally arrived. Keaton opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Little rat, I'm here. How dare you steal my laboratory? I'll make you regret being born in this world. Keaton stood up. The gloomy aura around him intensified. Sulin had the gray dwarves retreat from the mine and hide in a corner. He found a stone room outside the gemstone mine and waited quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His body flashed, and he was outside. Just then, a large number of red dots appeared on his strategic map. The red dots were moving straight towards the gemstone mine where Sulin was. It was obvious that this was their destination. It was obvious that the necromancer had returned. Interesting. You stole my laboratory and didn't run away. You're still standing here. Are you begging me to forgive you? A middle-aged wizard on a skeleton horse, his body shrouded in mist, walked in with a large number of necromancers. He glanced at the messy skeletons on the ground and then looked at Sulin. You're quite strong. I've decided. I'll refine your corpse into a black knight. Then I'll stuff your soul into a rat's body. Sulin walked over with the purple dragon halberd in hand. Human, why don't you let your companions come out with you? You can't kill distorted shadow with your strength alone. Seeing Sulin alone, the necromancer said disdainfully. There were no magic waves. Although his body was strong, for a wizard, this kind of warrior was the easiest enemy to deal with. A maze spell could trap him. I smell the rotten smell of the corpse. It's already rotten and stinking. You should have just stayed in the coffin. Why did you have to come out and scare people? Sulin calmly looked at the necromancer in front of him. Although the way he appeared looked like a big boss leading a group of guards, in the system interface, he had not broken through to the legendary level. He was only a grade 4 necromancer. It would be troublesome to deal with a wizard above the legendary level. After all, his anti-magic skill was only effective against wizards below the legendary level. Although there were many limitations to the anti-magic skill, it was enough to crush enemies below the legendary level. The eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him were dark red. Although he looked like a human, Sulin could sense that there was almost no life in his body. Instead, there was a strong, undead energy surrounding him. Even if he was a necromancer, although he could use undead magic and energy, he was still a living person. Sulin felt that the man in front of him was not much different from a corpse. No, there was still a difference. He could run and jump. That strong, undead energy could even make a normal corpse come alive. Hearing Sulin's words, the middle-aged wizard's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a strange black fog gathered and quickly rushed toward Sulin. Sulin's body flashed and dodged, but the black fog seemed to have a life of its own. It turned around and rushed towards Sulin again. It turned into a cloud of smoke and directly covered the surroundings, not giving Sulin a chance to dodge. Curse! The invisible energy directly acted on Sulin's body. Sulin only felt that his body seemed to have become much heavier. But then this feeling disappeared. A large number of data appeared on the system interface. The host has been weakened by the curse. Going through a forced immunity test. Immunity test successful. The host is immune to this curse attack. Voodoo school, necromancy school, Sulin's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet a necromancer who was also a voodoo school wizard when he came out to open a mine. One must know that these two schools were famous for being insidious. Chapter 222. Necromancers played with the dead and desecrated souls. In the eyes of many churches, they were heretics. As long as they appeared, they would be expelled or killed. The voodoo school was even more insidious. They did not have any advantage in a head-on battle and could even be said to be very weak. However, no one could beat them when it came to scheming. The voodoo school was proficient in curses. There were many types of curses, such as weakness and aging, which took effect immediately. There were also some that were invisible. They captured some of your aura and then used this aura to cast a curse. This kind of curse was invisible and difficult to guard against. Once the person was hit, they would die within a few days. In addition to curses, they were also proficient in all kinds of poisons. This was not a big deal. The main thing was that this school had participated in the fight for the throne of the secular world. The deaths of the heirs of several countries were more or less related to them. Since then, this school was boycotted by various countries. After all, no one wanted to lose their lives for no reason. Even those who had used the voodoo school to kill their competitors were the same. After all, as the victors, they were also worried that they would be killed in the same way. This also made the voodoo school become a target of scorn in various countries. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked at Sulin in surprise and said subconsciously, "You are immune to curses? How is this possible? How can your physique be so strong?" Sulin was very curious about curses. He was not sure how to deal with that kind of invisible attack. If he could understand this kind of attack, he would try to find a way to defend against it. The middle-aged man stared at Sulin, and his eyes flashed. Such a strong body. Maybe you can even refine a death knight. I didn't expect to find such a good material in this remote underground world. I will definitely refine it with all my heart. The middle-aged man's gaze made Sulin's hair stand. This guy did not like men, right? This was not impossible. Many necromancers were necrophilic. Moreover, because of the erosion of death energy for a long time, their living environment was poor and they were hated by others. They would definitely have psychological problems. Distorted shadows, skeleton warriors, attack. At the command of the middle-aged magus, a large number of undead creatures rushed toward Sulin. Seeing the situation, Sulin didn't fight head-on. Instead, he turned and ran. Seeing Sulin escape, the undead creatures chased after him. Although undead creatures had some intelligence, they could only understand simple instructions unless they reached the legendary level. Sullen's speed was very fast, and the undead were in hot pursuit. The distorted shadow could fly, so it was the closest. As for the skeleton warriors, they were soon far behind. They quickly ran out of the middle-aged wizard's sight. At this time, it became much more difficult for the middle-aged wizard to control these undead creatures, so he could only chase after them. Sulin led the undead creatures to where the gray dwarves were hiding. Both sides moved quickly, and in a few minutes, Sulin found the gray dwarves' ambush. At this point, Sulin finally stopped running. The energy in his body instantly exploded, and powerful lightning energy swept through the surrounding space. The distorted shadows that were chasing him were instantly enveloped by lightning energy. The purple dragon halberd carried the powerful lightning energy and drew out a dragon shadow. Silver dragon inverse scales spear the dragon shadow, formed by lightning, took shape in an instant, and then directly rushed towards the distorted shadows behind him. These distorted shadows had no time to dodge and were swept by the dragon shadow. All of the distorted shadows stopped moving, and then their bodies exploded with lightning, drowning them in lightning. Clanging sounds were endless, and a large number of spirit crystals fell from the sky. Sulin didn't care about these spirit crystals, and instead rushed towards the necromancer. At this time, the necromancer was still some distance away from the battlefield. Although necromancers were powerful, they relied more on their summoned creatures. For example, the necromancer's legendary level spell, Necromancer's Calamity, had an ordinary killing effect, but it was a disaster for ordinary people. This spell could easily turn an entire city's population into undead. The necromancer's combat power was very ordinary. Soon, Sulin saw the necromancer who was rushing here. As soon as he saw Sulin, the necromancer didn't fight, but turned and fled. However, as soon as he turned, two vigorous figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows beside him. The figures were as fast as ghosts, and they instantly appeared beside the necromancer and launched a surprise attack. These two black figures were the Drow Rogues, 2 grade 3 assassins. Although their strength was 1 grade lower than the necromancer, the success rate of sneak attacking a necromancer was still very high. Feeling the threat of death, the necromancer didn't have time to cast a spell. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and 4 bone shields appeared around his body in an instant, blocking the attacks of the 2 rogues. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the sound of mechanism being pulled. Bang, bang, bang. The fine steel crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant. The 2 rogues each held a delicate and small crossbow. The crossbow could fire 3 bolts at a time. This kind of crossbow had a very short range, only 50 steps, and its accuracy was poor, but it could only penetrate iron armor within 10 steps. The white bone shield instantly cracked, and then shattered into pieces with a bang. The 2 rogues attacked again. At this time, the only 2 remaining skeleton warriors around the necromancer finally reacted and quickly attacked the 2 rogues. Attacked by the assassins, the necromancer, who was in a hurry, was shocked. He quickly cast a protective spell on himself, and then turned to escape. However, he was delayed by the 2 rogues, and Sulin had already caught up. Seeing the necromancer who was about to escape, Sulin clenched his hand. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hand in an instant, and then he threw it at the necromancer. Boom! The lightning spear instantly hit the energy shield in front of the necromancer. The energy shield only froze for a second before it shattered. Then the remaining 2 bone shields blocked in front of the lightning spear, but they still shattered in less than a second, and the light of the lightning spear only dimmed a little. The middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. A golden ring in his hand was instantly activated, and a pale golden energy shield immediately appeared, blocking the lightning spear. The lightning spear and the energy shield were in a stalemate. At the point of contact, lightning surrounded the pale golden energy shield. Finally, with a bang, it turned into countless light spots and dissipated in the air. The lightning spear also became an arrow at the end of its flight. After breaking through the energy shield, it only had 1/5 of its size left, and then it hit the middle-aged necromancer. The middle-aged necromancer only felt pain in his chest, and a smell of burned flesh came. The middle-aged necromancer's chest was scorched black. Sulen quickly moved forward. Seeing that the middle-aged necromancer was about to continue casting, he directly threw a forbidden magic at him. The middle-aged necromancer who was about to cast a spell suddenly felt that the elemental energy around him was suddenly isolated from him. It was as if an invisible shield had appeared on the surface of his body. What is this? Why is my spell ineffective? After feeling that he was isolated from the elemental energy, the middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. You're the one who did this. I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged necromancer directly activated the third black ring, and then a strange energy spread out in an instant. The next moment, Sulen suddenly felt as if his head was suddenly hit by a hammer, and his head was splitting open. Soul shock. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Sulen's movements stiffened for a moment, and then he recovered quickly. You have a lot of little things, Sulen sneered, and then the purple dragon halberd pierced through the necromancer's head like a poisonous snake. You? The necromancer looked at Sulen in disbelief, and his eyes dimmed instantly. He didn't expect Sulen to be so straightforward. Wasn't he going to work for him or torture him for his collection next? You're not playing by the rules. The middle-aged necromancer's body went soft, and then he collapsed on the ground. The left hand that was hidden under the necromancer's robe opened weakly, and a small black bead rolled out. Then it instantly burst open, and the middle-aged necromancer's body quickly turned black and decayed. Large amounts of flesh and blood were eroded, and a foul smell came out. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged necromancer's body was only left with a few rotten bones. Damn, what kind of poison is this? Seeing the middle-aged necromancer's end, Sulen's heart was still beating fast. Although he was confident in his own body, seeing such a strong poison, he still felt a chill in his heart. If this thing touched his body, even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. Fortunately, he didn't learn from the villain and talk to him before the battle ended. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be too good. However, this poison was a little strange. It was only effective on flesh and blood, and the necromancer's clothes were not damaged at all. Sulen gently lifted the clothes with the purple dragon halberd, and 3 rings slid down. Seeing these 3 rings, Sulen's eyes lit up. He clearly saw the rings that the necromancer used just now, and these 3 rings were all magic items. He picked up the rings and checked them. The rings were not damaged. The 3 rings were embedded with 3 different colored gems, and the quality of the gems was very high. The spells in the rings had been released, and if he wanted to use them again, he would need to recharge them. Among the magic items, rings and earrings were very expensive because they were difficult to make. According to the effect of a necromancer's use, 2 of the 3 rings were protective spells, and the last one could launch a soul attack. Although the soul attack was blocked by Sulen, Sulen had the talent of iron will, and the effect of the soul attack was limited. If it was someone else today, the necromancer might have turned the tables. P.S. There's one more chapter, and it might be late. Chapter 223. Generally speaking, soul magic could only be used after reaching the legendary realm. Even at the legendary realm, the soul was still very mysterious. The ring in front of him could actually launch a soul attack. This kind of magic item could be said to be very precious. The disadvantages of forbidden magic were obvious. First, it was ineffective against legendary level, and second, it was ineffective against the spells that came with the magic item. So even if Sulen used forbidden magic, others could still use it if they had powerful magic items. Sulen let the system scan the 3 rings and saw their attributes. White Bone Control Ring +2. This ring is made from the skull of a bone demon. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. It can double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. This ring is made with a special refining technique. It can summon 4 bone shields. Equipment requirement: Spirit 18 and above. Special effect: Undead control. Double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. Equipment effect, White Bone Shield. You can cast a spell without chanting. Once activated, you can summon 4 bone shields to protect yourself. The bone shields last for 10 minutes. It needs to be recharged after use. The second ring was completely gold. It looked like a gold ring inlaid with topaz. Sulin was very disdainful of the person who made this ring. He was like a rich man in the countryside. Golden Ring of Protection +2. This ring is made with gold alloy and other metals. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. The maker added a calming effect on it. Wearing it can clear your mind. At the same time, this ring is made with rune craftsmanship. It can summon a shield after activation. Requirements: 15 spirit. Equipment effect: calm. Once equipped, you can be in a calm state. Your mind will be clear and reduce the chance of casting a spell. Equipment effect: energy shield. Once activated, you can summon a spherical shield in an instant. The shield lasts for 15 minutes. The shield has the strength of a level 5 spell. It needs to be recharged after use. The last ring was the one that released the soul attack. This ring was black and looked very inconspicuous. However, this ring was the most valuable of the 3. Soul Impact Ring +2. This is a ring made by a legendary wizard. It is engraved with his most prized spells, but this ring is actually his practice. It can increase one's resistance to soul spells, and at the same time, it is engraved with a soul spell. Equipment requirement: Spirit 20 and above special effect. Soul resistance +1, increased resistance to soul spells, resistance to charm, and mind control +1 equipment effect. Soul shock. Upon activation, instantly unleash a soul shock within a 30-yard radius. All creatures within this range will have to undergo a soul test. If the soul test fails, the target will be fainted. This spell ignores all defensive effects other than the soul. Requires charging after casting. After seeing the attributes of the 3 rings, Sulin was even more surprised. This necromancer was too rich. Any of the 3 rings in front of him could be sold for hundreds of thousands of kinner, and the most valuable one, the soul ring, could even be sold for millions of kinner. This ring was simply invincible for people below the legendary level. The soul domain was a domain that only legendary people could enter. Before entering the legendary level, unless one had a special talent, the soul strength would not be too high. In the face of this kind of spell that directly attacked the soul, there was a 95% chance that it would fail. For people below the legendary level, this ring was a big killer. In addition to this skill, this item also increased the soul defense by a little. This was also very rare. It was the first time Sulin saw an item that could directly increase the soul defense, let alone increase the soul resistance to charm and mind control. Out of the other 2 rings, the bone ring was the least valuable. However, this ring could be considered a low-level artifact for necromancers. The effect of doubling the power of a summoned creature was too powerful. The biggest problem for necromancers was the number of undead creatures they could summon. Undead creatures never relied on quality to win. They relied entirely on their scalp-numbing numbers. The necromancer that Sulin killed was also unlucky. He should have been building his own undead army, but before he could finish, Sulin had bumped into him. Otherwise, there would be more than 100 undead creatures, less than 200 of them. If it was a month or 2 later, Sulin would have to face an army of undead creatures. At that time, unless he brought all the troops of Northtown City, it would be very difficult to kill the necromancer. According to the real value, the bone ring was more valuable than the gold ring. However, necromancers were hated by everyone now. Other than using the bone shield for defense, this ring was of little value. As for the gold ring, although it looked old-fashioned, its effect was still quite good. The calming effect could reduce the probability of failure, which was very helpful for novice wizards. As for the shield, it had the effect of a level 5 spell, and its defensive ability was still very strong. Although the shield was broken by Sulin's lightning spear, Sulin was a legendary. Although he didn't use his full strength, Not everyone could block his lightning spear. The fireball spell was only a level 3 spell, and the defensive effect of a level 5 spell was still very strong. To a certain extent, this ring was a blessing for wizards below the advanced level. Sulun put away the 3 rings and checked the rest of the items. There was a wizard robe, a white bone staff, 2 portal bags, and some miscellaneous items. The wizard robe was also a magic item, but it was a low-level magic item. It increased some magic resistance and defensive effect. It also had 3 additional spells: a cleaning spell, a repair spell, and an adaptation spell. The bone staff was more valuable. It could reduce the difficulty of casting spells and increase the power of spells. Unfortunately, the appearance of the bone staff was too bad. Anyone who took it out would know it was a villain. No one would take it out. When he went back, he would ask Hathaway to change the shape and make it look like a halberd. He would peel an apple for show air. Next were the 2 portal bags. Sulun was looking forward to these 2 portal bags. The 3 magic rings were a big harvest. He didn't know what good things were in these 2 portal bags. Since the original owner was dead, the secret imprint he left behind had lost its effect. Sulun easily destroyed the imprint and opened the portal bag. The space in the portal bag was not big. No, it was very small. The length, width, and height of this portal bag were only 50 centimeters, which was only 1/8 of a cubic meter. The things in this portal bag were slowly stuffed, but there were only food, clothes, and some coins. Other than that, there was nothing else. Sulun was a little disappointed, but this was normal. Wizards were used to using portal bags to store their daily necessities. After calming down, Sulun took out the other portal bag. Since the previous one was for personal items, this one was very valuable. After destroying the imprint skillfully, Sulun opened this portal bag. The space in this portal bag was much bigger than the previous one. It was about 1/2 of a cubic meter, which was quite big for a portal bag. Even Hathaway's largest portal bag was about the same size as this one. There were a lot more things in this portal bag. There were all kinds of materials from magic creatures, some potions, magic gems, and a dozen books. Sulun's eyes lit up. He took out a dozen books and started flipping through them. After a few minutes, he roughly flipped through the books. Most of these books were about magic theory and spell knowledge. There were also necromancy and curse spells. These things were the foundation of a wizard, so they were very valuable. Other than these, there were 2 books about runes and enchantments. They were also very valuable. 2 of the last 3 books were the necromancer's experiment records and summaries. The other one was a travelogue. It should be the necromancer's experience. Sulun briefly flipped through it. This necromancer was actually a noble. His name was Keaton Abbott. He was a noble from a Western country. Because he had the potential to become a wizard, he was accepted by a wizard school. However, his potential was average, and he was very compatible with shadow undead. These 2 schools were not popular, so he was not taken seriously in the academy. However, during one of his adventures, he accidentally discovered the inheritance left behind by a necromancer. The bone ring and soul ring were found here. Keaton, who had obtained the necromancer's inheritance, naturally couldn't help but learn necromancy magic. At first, everything was normal. However, after he advanced, he was discovered by the organization that he was practicing forbidden spells. That wizard organization naturally demanded that he give up on practicing necromancy and imprisoned him. Faced with such a situation, Keaton defected with the inheritance of the necromancy wizard and fled. Because of his defection, he was wanted by the organization. At the same time, because of his practice of necromancy, other wizard schools did not welcome him. There were even radical ones who wanted him. In the end, he accidentally found a passage to the underground world and hid there. After making great progress in his practice of necromancy, he began to sneak back to the surface world to take revenge. After committing a few big crimes, he was severely injured. It was not easy for him to escape. The golden ring was his trophy. After recuperating, he began to travel in the underground world. This desolate underground world was a tunnel that he accidentally discovered, which led him to this place. In the records of this notebook, several drow cities were marked, but they were all very far from here. At the same time, Sulin had a preliminary understanding of the drow in the Underdark. Chapter 224. Other than the 3 rings, the necromancer's most precious items were the books. Including the ones Sulin found in his laboratory, there were more than 30 books. However, most of them were about necromancy and voodoo, and some were about magic theory. Other than that, there were books about alchemy, potioneering, golem making, anatomy, and a lich reincarnation spell. This lich reincarnation spell was a witchcraft ritual that could reincarnate a necromancer into a lich. It was said that this was a choice that many powerful necromancers made when their lives were about to end. The minimum requirement for the lich reincarnation spell was to be a grade 3 necromancer. They were usually necromancers or warlocks, but there were also some priests. Building a lich reincarnation spell circle required a lot of resources, including rare magic materials, high-quality gems, gold, and so on. If a lich was successfully reincarnated, it would turn into an undead creature and retain all of its memories and spells. After reincarnating into a lich, it would no longer be restricted by its lifespan. This gave it plenty of time to research spells and experiment. It could be said that every lich was a top-tier necromancer. They were powerful and controlled a lot of necromancy spells. It wouldn't be surprising if a team of death knights appeared in a lich's territory. There might even be a bone dragon. Liches would create a lot of magic items in their long lives. It could be said that liches were basically rich. The necromancer that died at Luin's hands was collecting all kinds of resources for the lich reincarnation spell. Although he looked very young, as a rogue necromancer, it would take at least a few decades for him to gather all kinds of materials for the lich reincarnation spell circle. Sulin casually flipped through the book and threw it into his storage space. Sulin had never thought about reincarnating into a lich. After all, liches didn't have a penis. After collecting the spoils of war, the other battlefields were almost finished. Under the ambush of the Grey Dwarves, the group of skeleton warriors didn't cause any trouble at all. It didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Apart from some soul crystals, there was nothing else. He had exterminated the necromancer and reclaimed the gemstone mine. He had also obtained a large number of soul crystals and magic books. His only regret was that he hadn't received much EXP. He was still a long way from leveling up. By the time they reoccupied the gem mine, it was already late. Everyone rested in the gem mine for the night. The next morning, after leaving a group of miners behind, Sulin led the rest of the people to another mine. Sulin had been to this mine before. It was the place where he had discovered the harpy. It was the largest mine of the Grey Dwarves. It produced iron ore, copper, lead, tin, and gold ore. It was a rare mixed mine, and its output was very high. This was also why the Duergar didn't give up on the mine even when the harpies attacked. When they set off again, there were only about 100 people left in the group. After passing through 3 tunnels and 2 underground caverns, the team finally arrived at their destination. There were some underworld monsters in the mine, but they were quickly cleared out by the Grey Dwarves. After the mine returned to normal, Sulin prepared to deal with the harpies. This time, Sulin didn't want a group of monsters coming to cause trouble every 2 or 3 days. Not only would they cause casualties to the Grey Dwarves, but they would also affect the production. If it weren't for this reason, Sulin would have to wait a while before considering the harpies. Now that the Grey Dwarves had joined Northtown City and the mine had returned to production, the harpies could appear at any time. Before, the Grey Dwarves weren't strong enough, so they could only passively defend. Sulin wasn't helpless against them. Moreover, the harpies could also be used as an air force. During battle, they could carry a few kilograms of stones and throw them down from the sky. Even a 1-kilogram stone would cause more damage than arrows and javelins. Even the Grey Dwarves' iron armor couldn't withstand such an impact. In addition to flying in the air and throwing stones, the harpies could also throw Molotov cocktails and other things. They could also take advantage of the night to cross the city walls and directly open the gates. If he really had an air force, it would be very useful on the battlefield. "My lord," The harpies are active in the area ahead. A drow scout quickly walked to Sulin's side and said in a deep voice. Sulin waved his hand and said, "Stop for now. Send someone out to investigate." Then a dozen or so scouts flashed and merged into the surrounding darkness. The harpies lived in an underground cavern that was even larger than the one occupied by the Grey Dwarfs. The harpies' nest was on a cliff, surrounded by an underground river. The underground cavern was lush with vegetation, and there were a lot of fluorescent mushrooms, and other plants growing in it. The entire underground cavern was their habitat. Opening the strategic map, a rough topographic map appeared in his mind. The underground cavern where the harpies were entrenched was dozens of kilometers away from the Grey Dwarfs' territory, but various tunnels crisscrossed, and the shortest distance was more than 100 kilometers. Many areas around the map were still black and would only be shown after exploration. As far as Sulin knew, there weren't many tribes living in this underground world. There were no other tribes except for the Kobold tribe, the Grey Dwarf City, the Goblin tribe, and the Tauren tribe. Many places were occupied by various monsters. On the strategic map, the current area was marked with the image of a harpy, indicating that there were harpies nearby. The other explored areas were marked with hook horrors, and some were marked with underground salamanders. After a rough look, there were no less than a few hundred of them. There were thousands of harpies here. Although the strength of a single harpy was not strong, about the same as a human militia, their ability to fly made them very difficult to deal with. Coupled with their huge number, they could now be said to be the overlords of the underground world. Even the reckless and irritable Tauren tribe was not willing to provoke them. Soon, the scouts reported the collected information. At this time, more than half of the harpies had gone out to look for food, and only a few harpies stayed here. After confirming the situation, Sulin knew that the opportunity had come. Although the harpies had a large number of harpies, they had a common queen, a high harpy. As long as the high harpy was controlled, the whole harpy tribe would be controlled. Sulin did not let the drows go with him. It was better to have as few people as possible. After casting an invisibility spell on himself, Sulin began to carefully approach the harpy's nest. High harpies were natural spellcasters. It might be easy to defeat them, but it was very difficult to capture them alive. Especially under the protection of many harpies, it was impossible to capture the high harpy, Sulin, even if they doubled the number of people. The high harpy's nest was at the top of the cliff. If they wanted to go up, they could only fly or slowly climb from below. Directly using elemental fluctuations caused by spells was likely to attract the attention of the harpies. After all, they were very sensitive to wind elements. The cliff was not too high, and a large number of caves had been excavated. Sulin found an easy place to climb and then climbed up with his hands and feet. From time to time, a few harpies flew by in the sky. These harpies were very hot, but their appearance was not complimentary. Many harpies had a layer of fluff on their bodies. These were the lowest level harpies. Their bloodline had deteriorated to the point that they were close to beasts. Those harpies whose bodies were closer to humans were more intelligent. Some harpies could even use some spell-like abilities. Of course, there were not many of these harpies. They were generally the guards of the high harpies. Sulin bypassed the caves of several harpies and soon approached the top of the cliff. At this time, a harpy suddenly came out of the cave next to him and was about to fly out. But just as it spread its wings, it stopped. Then its nose kept twitching as if it was smelling something. The smell of a male. Harpy language. The harpy let out a sharp bird cry, and then the surrounding harpies flew over. Even the harpies in the surrounding caves came out. Seeing the situation, Sulin did not know that he had been exposed. Harpies were all females, so they were very sensitive to the smell of males. Although invisibility could hide the body, it could not eliminate the smell. This was also one of its weaknesses. Unless it was the legendary rogue's shadow jump, that ability could directly enter the shadow plane, completely separated from the main material plane. Not only was the figure hidden, but even the body and smell had disappeared without a trace. After knowing that he had been discovered, Sulin no longer hid. Now, he was only one step away from the top of the cliff. As long as he was fast enough, The high harpy would have no time to escape. Thunderstorm. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body in an instant. The powerful lightning wrapped all the harpies around him. The paralysis effect of the lightning instantly made these harpies stiffen and fall directly from the air. Sulin, who was originally surrounded, was instantly cleared. At this moment, Sullen's hands and feet exerted force at the same time. His body climbed quickly, and he reached the top of the cliff in a breath. Then his figure flashed into the cave. To Sullen's surprise, the cave was much larger than he thought. 2 harpies were guarding the entrance of the cave. These 2 harpies looked very close to humans. After seeing Sulin break in, they rushed up directly. Chapter 225. Seeing the harpies rushing towards him, Sullen's body flashed, and then 2 lightning bolts shot out. Lightning strike. The blue lightning struck the 2 harpies in an instant, and the lightning surrounded them, causing their bodies to twitch uncontrollably. Sulin did not care about these 2 small fries and directly rushed inside. Passing through the front hall, just as he was about to rush in, a strong wave of elements suddenly appeared, and then a fireball flew over. Sulin did not have time to think, and a pale golden light shield instantly appeared in front of him. It was the energy shield carried by the golden ring. The orange-red fireball hit the energy shield and exploded instantly. The energy shield only flickered a few times before returning to normal. Taking advantage of the explosion of the fireball, Sulin did not retreat, but rushed directly into the cave. Then, at a glance, he saw the wine-red long hair and an unusually beautiful face, and a pair of wide wings behind the graceful and charming body. She had a tall and slender figure, sharp ears, and a gorgeous appearance. If one ignored the wings on her back, she would look like a fairy from the legends. A high-level harpy. They used to be the servant of the goddess of wind, a divine creature. They were born in the middle and later period of the ancient gods and believed in the god of wind. They were a divine creature created by the god of wind's descendants. But since the disappearance of the ancient gods and the fall of the demigod-level harpies, there were very few of them. The divine power in their bodies was very little and had even completely disappeared. Otherwise, this high-level harpy would at least have the strength of a legendary. With the help of the explosion of the fireball, Sulin also saw her appearance clearly. It was a beautiful face with a strange charm. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were also light red, and her ears were long and narrow. Her wine-red hair fell to her waist, and her skin was as white as jade with a faint layer of luster. Just one look at her made Sulin want to touch her gently. Her waist was slender, and one could vaguely see the outline of her muscles under her skin. She looked healthy and strong, but her overall curves were perfect, matching her tall and slender figure very well. From her graceful swan-like neck to her perfectly round and beautiful breasts, all the way to her slender waist, and then to her perky and firm buttocks and slender and straight legs, the entire curve was perfect. The wings on her back were faintly discernible in front of her, and the wide wings were white without a trace of impurities. She was wearing a dress made of feathers, and there was no fluff on her body like other harpies. She was looking at Sulin with a vigilant expression. At this time, wind blades had already appeared around her body. After Sulin rushed in, she pointed her finger, and all the wind blades flew toward him. At such a close distance, the wind blades flew very fast, and Sulin had no time to dodge at all. More than a dozen wind blades had already hit the energy shield. The pale golden energy shield flickered continuously, and circles of ripples appeared on the shield. Seeing this situation, Sulin directly threw a forbidding spell at the high-level harpy. The high-level harpy, who was controlling the wind blades to besiege Sulin, suddenly felt a layer of shield around her body, isolating her from the elemental energy around her. The elemental energy that she could control as she pleased was no longer affected by it. The wind blades besieging Sulin dissipated quickly after losing their elemental energy, and the energy shield in front of Su Lin, which was already in danger, also recovered. After losing her ability to cast spells, the harpy was shocked. Before she could react, Sullen's sword had already stopped at her neck. At this time, the group of harpies behind finally arrived, and when they saw Su Lin, they were about to pounce on him. "Make them stop. I know you can understand me." Su Lin raised his sword slightly and touched the chin of the high-level harpy in front of him. "Stop." Language of a harpy. A clear and melodious voice sounded, and the harpies that were rushing up immediately stopped. Su Lin looked at the harpies, and then said, "Make them retreat." The high-level harpy was unwilling, but she had no choice but to lower her head. Her life was in the hands of others, so she could only make the harpies retreat outside the cave. "Okay, now we can talk." Su Lin looked at the high-level harpy and said, "What is your name?" "Alex Windtalker." Alex looked at Su Lin with dissatisfaction and said, "Is there anyone like you who rushes into a lady's room and points a sword at her neck to talk?" His melodious voice sounded very comfortable. "Sorry, you have so many people. If I didn't do this, I would only be caught by those harpies if I wanted to get close to you." Su Lin shrugged and said, "Okay, we could talk about this later. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Lin, the Lord of Northern City. You probably haven't heard of me, but I am also the Lord of Orlando City. Those gray dwarves have already submitted to me, and now you are my captive. I'll give you two choices," Su Lin said with a grin. "One is to submit to me, and the other is to force you to submit to me. You have two choices." Hearing Sullen's words, Alex was so angry that his chest kept heaving up and down. The curve that was originally C+ had risen directly to D, which was very magical. "How is it not two choices?" Su Lin said righteously. "One is you taking the initiative, and the other is me forcing you. These are two completely different positions. Although the result will be the same, you can choose a different process. Moreover, the taste of the two processes will also be different. For example, if you take the initiative, we will cooperate more tacitly and get along very well. If you choose to be forced, then it will seem more expectant. Moreover, I have many ideas that you could try. Alex? Cough, cough. You choose one." Su Lin waved his sword. "I surrender," Alex said expressionlessly. However, he thought to himself that as long as he didn't sign a contract, he could still escape after surrendering. Now he had to get rid of this shield on him first. Ding! High Harpy Alex Windtalker has applied to join your faction. Do you accept? The familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. Accept. After Su Lin agreed, the name Alex appeared in the hero column of the original system interface. Opening Alex's attributes, Su Lin checked her loyalty. As he expected, Alex's loyalty was only a pitiful 30 points. Such a low loyalty meant that she could betray him at any time, but Su Lin would not give her the chance. Such a beautiful and capable High Harpy, who was also a spellcaster, was simply too good to be a maid. She completely met his requirements for a maid. Beautiful, capable, and durable. He took out the self-created hero template that he obtained last time from the storage space and used it directly on Alex. He had already used it on the succubus Chris last time, and there was no problem at all. Using it on Alex now was not a problem. Su Lin took out the light ball and then gently tapped it on Alex's doubtful eyes. After choosing to use it, the light ball instantly turned into countless starlight and merged into Alex's body. What is this? Seeing countless light spots wrapped around her in an instant, Alex's body involuntarily wanted to resist, but spells were banned and her body was pointed at by a sword. She had no room to resist at all. A large number of light spots wrapped her in an instant and then merged into her body. Ding! You used self-created hero template on the High Harpy Alex. Self-created hero template activated. Please choose a hero characteristic talent. Su Lin, who had already experienced it once, chose directly. Elemental Affinity. Detected that the target has Wind Elemental Affinity talent. Elemental Affinity is fusing, and it is upgraded to High Wind Elemental Affinity. After hearing the system's upgrade, Sullen's eyes lit up. Alex's talent had actually been fused and upgraded. High wind elemental affinity was very good for spellcasters. Host, please choose a hero skill. I choose Wind Tornado. The target has mastered wind elemental spells and, at the same time, has high wind elemental affinity. The power of wind elemental spells has increased. Selection complete. Hero template locked. A large number of starlight merged into Alex's body. After a while, it was over. The aura dissipated, and Alex looked at Sulin with some doubt. How do you feel? Sulin said with a smile. It seems that my strength has increased a lot, Alex said with some uncertainty. Sulin snapped his fingers and then removed the anti-magic effect on her body. Try it yourself. Alex nodded. She didn't realize that she didn't have any resistance to Sulin's words at all. She waved her hand gently, and wind blades appeared around her body. Then she pointed gently, and these wind blades rotated very flexibly. Then these wind blades shot towards the surrounding rock walls. With a soft sound, the hard rock was like tofu, and the wind blades instantly sank into the wall. It's so powerful. After seeing the effect of the wind blades, Alex's beautiful eyes widened. The power of these wind blades was more than twice as strong as before. She felt that she could summon wind blades more easily, and even her control had become more tacit. There was no feeling of unfamiliarity at all. Next, apart from a few powerful spells, Alex tested them again and discovered that it wasn't just wind blades. All the other spells that involved the wind element had increased in power. As for the other spells, there wasn't much of a change, only a bit easier to control. Okay, you're done with the test. Now, let's talk about the next thing. Sulin looked at Alex and said, Yes, master. Alex nodded. I will leave the underground world soon. You will come with me. These harpies also need to come with me, but I hope you can restrain them. Chapter 226. Master, don't worry. I will restrain those harpies. Alex nodded. Sulin and Alex came out of the cave. The outside was already surrounded by harpies. It seemed that the whole sky was filled with harpies. After seeing Sulin appear, all the harpies stared at him with red eyes, which made his hair stand on end. Alex spread his wings and flew up, quickly calming all the harpies. After a while, the harpies finally dispersed. However, there were still a few harpies around Alex. When they looked at Sulin, their eyes were full of vigilance. These harpies were quite different from ordinary harpies. They also had gorgeous fiery red hair, and their appearance was more similar to humans. Their arms had been separated from their wings, and their lower bodies were smooth legs. Only their calves had the sharp claws of birds. These harpies were called harpies. The lower body of ordinary harpies was closer to the legs and claws of eagles, and their arms and wings were connected. Most of their feathers were grayish-brown. Sulin didn't take the hostility of the harpies to heart. Instead, he asked Alex about the surrounding environment. There were many other underground creatures living around here. 30 kilometers away, through 2 tunnels to the north, there was a stone forest. There was a group of petrifying lizards living in it, and there were more than a dozen of them. In the northeast, there was an underground lake. There were many fish living in it, including some underground magic fish. There was also a group of lion scorpions living around the lake. As for the mineral resources, Alex didn't know. After all, the harpies didn't know how to mine. In the southwest was the tunnel Sulin came from. Soon, the harpies packed up and set off. The harpies didn't have many items, so Sulin and the others moved very quickly. After a while, they came to the place where Sulin and the drows agreed to meet. When they saw that the sky was full of harpies, the drows subconsciously hid. Fortunately, Sulin appeared soon. Looking at the harpies flying in the sky, the drows looked at Sulin with even more awe. After all, it hadn't been long since Sulin had single-handedly subdued this group of harpies. When the harpies saw the drows, there was even a slight commotion. Many of the harpies were eager to have a try. Their old habit of capturing males to mate had resurfaced. Fortunately, with Alex's restraint, these harpies were well behaved. Your Excellency, These harpies were all subdued by you? The leader of the drows looked at the harpies and said hesitantly, "Well, don't worry, they have Alex's restraint." Nothing will happen, Sulen said with a smile. "But there are too many of them, and the harpies will capture a large number of males during the estrus period. They will follow their instincts more often," the drows said. In fact, the drows had also thought of taming some harpies to serve as flying troops. Ordinary harpies had the same intelligence as wild beasts, although they could hear orders after training. Once they reached the estrus period, these harpies would follow their instincts and capture any male they saw. In the end, the drows gave up on taming them. "Their base will not be near Northern City," Sulen explained, knowing the drows' concerns. With this group of harpies, Sulen did not go to Orlando City again. Instead, he returned directly to the surface. A large group of harpies and drows advanced along the narrow underground passage. The movement caused by the large group of people scared away all the monsters around them. The whole group moved forward in an orderly manner. A group of thousands of people, plus some logistics carriages, needed a strong command ability to pass through the narrow passage that was only a dozen meters wide. Sulen also relied on the strategic map to command. The group's progress was a little messy. You didn't know how to expect the harpies to be disciplined. After all, they were just a group of monsters not long ago. The drow soldiers were orderly and had cold faces. It could be said that they had the best military discipline in Northern City. Next were the half-elves, and the worst were the barbarians and centaurs. The barbarians were a matter of character, and the centaurs were a matter of racial requirements. But now, the harpies were going to take over the most chaotic part. These harpies were chattering nonstop, and so were even fighting with each other in the air. They didn't realize that they were marching. Fortunately, Alex was there to restrain them. Otherwise, these harpies would definitely be in big trouble. Sulen did not bring the harpies back to Northern City. He chose a new habitat for the harpies in a valley near the Sierra de Lotus. This valley was discovered by Sulen when he was patrolling the surrounding environment of his territory. There was only one exit in the valley, and the whole valley was shaped like a horn. The exit was very small, only about 20 meters wide. The valley was full of plants, and there was a waterfall flowing down from the mountain, forming a small lake in the valley. Because it was in the valley, the temperature was not too low even in winter. Although it was not suitable for building a town, it was still good to build a nest for the harpies. After Alex joined Northern City, the entire harpies were also included in the system of Northern City. All the harpies added up to a total of 3,156 harpies. There were only a little more than 100 harpies, and the rest were all harpies. Of course, the harpies were different. They were divided into normal and elite leaders. It was easy to tell them apart by looking at the human characteristics on their bodies. Generally speaking, the more human-like a harpy was, the higher their intelligence and strength would be. Sulen was planning to build a residence in this valley. He specially transferred a team of 1,000 harpies from Northern City to carry out the construction. Sulen's plan was a large eagle fort, which was remodeled from a mountain. Less than 2 days after Sulen left Northern City, the remaining gray dwarves could no longer endure life without vodka. It was fine if they did not enjoy it before, but after enjoying it once and then cutting it off, the gray dwarves had a greater right to express their feelings. Therefore, a few days later, these stubborn gray dwarves who would rather die than surrender appeared in the construction team of Northern City. Sulen wanted to build the eagle fort, so Chris directly sent them over with the other craftsmen. The gray dwarves were very experienced in excavating mountains. The construction of the eagle fort was based on the mountain. They hollowed out the inside of the mountain and then built a large number of lofts. The construction process was not difficult. With the dwarves who were masters of excavation, it only took a week to complete the construction of the eagle fort. They even carved many mythical statues on the eagle fort as decorations. These statues were the legendary ancient god-wind god and some demigod harpies. They were basically the religion of the harpies. The eagle fort's appearance was not very extravagant. It was completely carved out of rock. Sulen checked the attributes of the eagle fort and found that it was really a good building. Eagle Fort, an important building built by the cooperation of a master dwarf and a master craftsman. It is the habitat of the harpies. Harpies who live here for a long time have a chance to evolve their bloodline. Growth plus 10, cleanliness plus 12, indestructibility plus 14, health plus 8, comfort plus 13, warmth in winter and coolness in summer plus 12, enlightenment plus 5, evolution plus 3. Although the overall attributes of the Eagle Fort were not high, or even low, the attributes it gave surprised Sulin. The Eagle Stronghold had a total of 8 attribute bonuses. Although the bonuses weren't high, there were 2 attributes that were very rare. Enlightenment and evolution attributes were very rare to see on their own. He didn't expect them to appear on the same building. Growth, health, and cleanliness were all normal attributes, but evolution and enlightenment were very different. Both of these attributes could change the attributes of a tribe. Enlightenment could increase intelligence, turning the beast-like harpies into intelligent creatures. Evolution could evolve their bloodline, allowing them to evolve into advanced harpies. Although the success rate was pitifully low, there was still a chance for them to evolve into harpies. After adding the harpies to the northern city system, Sulin could also recruit harpies. At the same time, the harpy soldier tree had also appeared. According to the system statistics, there were over 3,000 harpies in northern Battlefront City. Most of them were low-level harpies, and a small number of them were elite harpies. After becoming elite harpies, they would evolve to become harpy leaders. Then came the harpies. These harpies were the guards of the advanced harpies and the elite harpies. Elite harpies were very similar to advanced harpies. Every time they evolved, their intelligence, body, and attributes would all increase. When the harpies evolved into elite harpies, they would be a completely different species compared to the harpies at the beginning. What surprised Sulin even more was that the elite harpies had already mastered elemental abilities. Although their power was limited, if all the harpies evolved into elite harpies, the northern city would be able to dominate the wasteland with just these elite harpies. There was no need for an ordinary army at all. Just the Air Force alone could easily crush the enemy. Of course, the process would definitely be very long. Although it was not too difficult for a harpy to evolve in the early stages, and the experience required was almost twice that of a human, after evolving into a harpy, the experience required to evolve again would skyrocket to a very shocking number. It was not that easy to evolve into an elite harpy. But then again, the difference between an elite harpy and an elite harpy was huge. It was equivalent to a bloodline evolution. Chapter 2:27. Both Alex and the harpies were very satisfied with Sulin's Eagle Fort. Sulin had recruited all the harpies as soldiers. Luckily, the harpies weren't very intelligent, so they were very easy to trick. They didn't need to be paid at all. All they had to do was provide them with food. Once their intelligence increased and they became harpies, Sulin would have to pay for it. Alex arranged the harpies and let the other harpies take care of them. He then left the Eagle Fort with Sulin. However, as the queen of the harpies, she had to stay here for a few days every month. She also had 2 harpy guards with her. There was no need to worry about the safety of the Eagle Fort at all. The 3,000 harpies could do anything they wanted unless a legendary wizard or an adult dragon set their eyes on this place. However, the harpies didn't have any precious magic materials, gold, or gems on them. Those powerful figures wouldn't do such a thing. But even so, Sulin still set up a scout post outside the valley and built a wall at the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was only more than 20 meters wide. After the wall was built, the whole valley could be called a small fortress. As for the harpies' habit of catching males during their mating season, Sulin had already seen it in the system's introduction. As long as they became harpies and gained intelligence, this situation would gradually disappear. After gaining intelligence, they would no longer act like beasts. When they returned to the northern city, Sulin hosted a welcome party for Alex in the Lord's castle. All the heroes under Sulin's command in the northern city attended the party. The development of northern Battlefront City was on the right track, and the necessary rules were slowly being established. There was no doubt that Sulin had the highest status in the northern city. After him were Chris and Hathaway. One of them was in charge of the city, while the other was in charge of the magic items in the northern city. Then there were the leaders of the various races, such as Boulder, Johnson, Karina, Aiton, Grace, Sheriff Harrison, and the Little Mare Mission. Now there was Alex, and she had the largest army of all of them. This made her status skyrocket. Of course, Sulin treated them very well. Because of Sulin's power, there weren't any power struggles among his subordinates. The banquet was very sumptuous. More than a dozen maids were waiting on the side. The banquet hall used optical reflection technology. A few candles were lit around the hall, and the reflections from the mirrors lit up the hall like it was daytime. Frodo had prepared roast goose, roast pig, steak, steamed bear paw, braised fish, steamed lamb, deer breast, sauced lamb, crystal pork shoulder, fruit salad, ice cream, and so on. As the food consultant of the northern city, Frodo was living a very comfortable life. He only had to guide the chefs in cooking every day. After that, he would wander around and gather information. The variety of dishes made the people who hadn't seen much of the world feel like country bumpkins. After all the food was served, Sulin raised a glass of rum and said, "Is everyone here? Then let's welcome Alex into the big family of the northern city. From now on, we are all family. Cheers," Sulin said with a smile. "Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. "Then let's start the banquet." Clang, clang, clang. Sulin knocked on the silver bell beside him. A group of maids stepped forward and opened the lids on all the plates. A rich aroma of food instantly spread out. The most eye-catching thing was the roast lamb in the middle of the table. Sulin told Frodo about this dish last time when he was bragging about it. It was to clean a turtle dove and remove its internal organs. Then, the turtle dove would be smeared with pepper and salt from inside out. Next, the turtle dove would be put into the stomach of a goose. After that, the turtle dove would be washed clean and sewn together. Next, the goose was stuffed into the stomach of a sheep. The sheep was skinned, and its internal organs were removed. The goose, a carp, and the prepared spices were put in together. After that, the whole sheep was roasted over a slow fire according to the method of roasting a whole sheep. When it was time to eat, only the turtle dove would be eaten and the rest would be thrown away. Of course, it would be a waste. Sulin was not that extravagant. Even so, the people of this world were shocked. Even the nobles of this world did not develop their food to such an extent. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the people around him, Frodo's body swayed, and he had an arrogant expression. "I made this dish according to the Count's instructions. I want this. Give me a piece. It's delicious." Just as Frodo was about to explain the origin of the dish, the others could not wait to dig in. You. Frodo was so angry that he could not speak. Boulder cut off a leg of the lamb and took a bite. Johnson did not hesitate and took the other leg. The rest of the roasted lamb was divided among the others. Sulin did not touch the lamb. Instead, he leisurely took the roast goose from the roasted lamb. Then he separated the roast goose and stuffed it with a type of wild water bird. It tasted delicious. He skillfully cut the birds and geese into pieces and distributed them to the others. Compared to Boulder and Johnson, the others were much more elegant. Apart from the whole roasted lamb, the other dishes were also delicious. In the face of these delicacies, everyone let go of their reservations and ate heartily. Alex's table manners were very bold. He held a crystal pork shoulder in one hand and an ice cream in the other. The soft, fragrant pork shoulder was paired with all kinds of spices. The drink was made with honey and white sugar. It was paired with a variety of colorful fruits and cream ice cream. Alex almost swallowed his tongue as it was his first time tasting such food. Even Hathaway and Chris, who had tasted it a few times, were quick to enjoy the food. Every physical profession was basically a glutton, so Frodo had prepared a large portion of food. But even so, there was not much left in the banquet. With Boulder and Johnson, the two gluttons, Sulin estimated that even if there was another roast lamb, they would still be able to finish it. After the feast, everyone went back to their rooms. Sulen also brought his maids to exercise after the meal, especially the newly joined Alex, who had a pair of white wings. With the two of them working together, Sulen even became a skyrider. The rising sun pierced through the darkness and dispersed the mist in the air. The northern battlefront city had also awakened from slumber. The merchants had already opened their shops for business. The workers also started to work under the orders of the foreman. The city gates opened and caravans began to slowly move out. Caravans came and went every day in the northern battlefront city. Since last month, caravans from the southern provinces had also appeared here. The most popular product among the southern caravans was rum. The second most popular product was the various furs produced in the northern wilderness. As for white sugar, because the white sugar trade was monopolized by other caravans, they could only buy some from other caravans. The planting area of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had expanded once again. During this period of time, the northern battlefront city was not only carrying out large-scale infrastructure construction, but also reclaiming more land. A large number of goblins, serfs, and refugees were driven to reclaim land. The original 10,000 mu land outside the northern battlefront city had now expanded to 40,000 mu. However, there was still a lot of land outside the northern battlefront city that had not been reclaimed. In addition to reclaiming land, according to Sullen's plan, the irrigation facilities outside the city were not neglected. In order to irrigate the land, the brick kilns were used to build water supply canals. The water supply canals extended in all directions. A large number of canals were branched out from the main water supply canals. All the canals were equipped with gates. As long as the gates were opened, the river water would flow into the canals and irrigate the farmland. In order to provide sufficient water for the farmland, 7 to 8 large water wheels were erected on both sides of the Red Sand River. The most common crop in the northern battlefront city was potatoes. However, as the land was reclaimed, the crop had decreased to 1/3. The crop that was growing the fastest was sugar beets. As the raw material for the two leading industries in the northern battlefront city, sugar and rum, the demand for sugar beets had also increased. All the wild sugar beets had been dug up. Only a large number of sugar beets could barely keep up with the consumption. Just last month, the first batch of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had just ripened. Sugar beets had a growth cycle of over 300 days. If it weren't for the harvest altar in the northern battlefront city, fermented farm manure, and the careful cultivation of the half-elven druids, the sugar beets would have taken at least 2 months to ripen, even if they were worth the harvest altar. In fact, ever since the sugar was produced in the northern battlefront city, the caravans that came to the northern battlefront city for trade had been secretly listening to the sugar production process in the northern battlefront city. However, Sulen built the sugar workshop in the inner city and, at the same time, carried out a strict division of labor management. Every worker only knew the process that they were in charge of. Coupled with Chris's charm, the process was protected to the greatest extent. For a period of time, the drows would catch spies from all over the world who came to steal the sugar production process every day. Sulen directly made all the spies evaporate. He also gave a warning to the most outrageous caravans. As for those who still ignored the warning, when the caravans left the northern battlefront city and returned to the provinces in the north, they were directly attacked by bandits in the wilderness and wiped out. A large number of bandits were active in the northern wilderness. It was normal for caravans to disappear in the wilderness. Sulen specifically ordered the army to clean up these bandits. With a few lessons learned from the past, and with the tighter defense of the inner city, those who coveted the sugar could only temporarily put down their greed. However, although they didn't get the sugar production process, many caravans secretly got a lot of sugar beet seeds and wanted to go back and plant them. Chapter 228. Sulen didn't care much about the spread of sugar beet seeds. Even if they got the seeds and successfully grew sugar beets, the juice they extracted from the beets would still be bitter brown sugar. The raw material for sugar in the south was sugar cane, which was very similar to sugar cane in Abel's past life. Those people thought that the reason why Northern Town could mass-produce sugar was because the raw material was different, so they paid a lot of attention to sugar beets. They even sent many people to secretly learn how to grow them. What they didn't know was that the planting technology in Northern Town was based on the influence of the harvest altar. If they followed Northern Town's method to grow sugar beets, the results wouldn't be as good. Sugar beets also took a lot longer to mature than sugarcane, so there was no advantage to growing sugar beets in the South. When the people who grew sugar beets realized that they couldn't produce sugar and sugar beets matured half a year later than sugarcane, they naturally stopped growing sugar beets. Sulen and Frodo exchanged some spices and seeds. They then divided 10 acres of land for planting. It wasn't that Sulen didn't want to plant spices, but Frodo only had so many seeds. Some of them were not suitable for the climate in the north. Sulen planted pepper, fennel, chili, cumin, and a few other commonly used spices. Star anise, cinnamon, and pepper could only be bought from the south. It was said that the Red Dragon Queen controlled more than 80% of the spice trade. There were a few islands in the south that were filled with spices, and they were called Spice Islands. The spice trade made a lot of money every year, and it made the surrounding countries jealous. They all wanted a piece of the pie, but they were afraid of the Red Dragon Queen's power and her army. A red dragon with the power of an ancient dragon and all kinds of spells could beat a team of legendary wizards by herself. Even the paladins, who claimed to be enemies with evil, would automatically ignore the Red Dragon Queen's existence. In the prime material plane, an ancient dragon that was good at spells was basically the limit of power. Even the avatar of a holy spirit might not be able to defeat her. Sulen was also envious of the Red Dragon Queen. She occupied an important hub of the sea trade and controlled the spice trade. She was also shockingly powerful. She was a winner in life. No, a winner in dragon life. The spices planted last year were growing very well. Among them, the chili peppers had already turned red and could be harvested in at most half a month. As for the remaining cumin, it was also growing well. The Sichuan pepper was still a small sapling and would have to wait until at least next year for it to bear fruit. The other spices were growing well as well. In a year or two, Northern Town would be able to produce some spices as well. Although it would not be as good as the Red Dragon Queen Spice Island, its climate and location were too good. When Sulen was expanding his territory, he had thought of going south. After all, there were many islands in the southern seas. Legend had it that there was even a treasure island. However, all the better islands in the south had already been occupied. With the Red Dragon Queen, a big boss, on top of his head, Sulen felt very insecure. Perhaps with the help of the system, he could finally catch up to the Red Dragon Queen, but that would be a matter of time. To protect the spices from being stolen and destroyed, Sulen built a farm here. He included the spices and 1,000 acres of land in the farm and built a wall to enclose the area. At the same time, he arranged for soldiers to guard the area. Spices were still very expensive. Although they were not sold by the grain, they were not cheaper than white sugar. Among them, the most expensive were pepper and cinnamon. Except for cumin, the spices grown by Sulen were less expensive than them. Sulen planned to continue expanding the spices planting area. He wanted to plant at least 1,000 acres of spices in the entire farm. There was also a lot of wheat planted in the farmland of the northern town, which was mainly supplied to Sulen. The rest of the wheat would be sold. After all, many of the caravans here were rich people. Naturally, they would not eat potatoes. Flour was the best choice. The rest of the land was planted with barley, oats, soybeans, and some other grains. Some of them were used to make wine, and some were used to feed livestock. Of course, some were used to extract oil. There are not many kinds of vegetable oil in the world, and the most popular was olive oil. However, the quantity of olive oil was too small, and the price was not cheap, so Sulen found a substitute, soybeans. He was going to plant soybeans to extract oil. Besides, soybeans could be used to extract oil and feed livestock. They could also be used to make tofu. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu, he could study it slowly. Perhaps he would be able to taste the tofu pudding from his previous life again. He had not tasted that smooth and refreshing taste in a long time. When that time came, He would have a bowl of sweet and a bowl of salty tofu. He would drink one bowl and pour the other. The number of farmlands in northern town increased by the day. Whether it was in his previous life or in this world, food had always been very important. Northern town had always had a large number of immigrants. A large amount of food was needed to feed these people. After patrolling the farmlands, Sulin went to the academy he had set up to take a look. The academy now was very different from when it was first established. In the beginning, the scholars stayed here because of Sulin's threats. After living here for a while, they realized that other than their personal freedom being restricted, they were treated much better than they were in the northern provinces. Most importantly, Sulin gave them too much money. On average, a scholar would receive 150 kinder per year. In addition to their benefits, which included sugar, rum, flour, tea, and so on, they would receive more than 300 kinder per year. Such good treatment made the scholars, who originally thought that this was a bitter and cold place and were ready to make a fortune, completely overturn their understanding of this place. One had to know that when they were in the northern provinces, although they were nobles, they were mostly just messing around to make a living. Therefore, after getting used to this place, apart from teaching literacy and arithmetic, these scholars began to teach other subjects. Of course, most of the officials who came to study here only learned the basics and left. There are also some who took time to study here. After taking a look at the academy, although it was good enough to teach basic knowledge, there was still a shortage of teachers. Sulin planned to continue hiring scholars at high prices. As for how the merchants managed to convince the scholars to come, he did not care. As long as they came, they would not be allowed to leave until they were taught for a few years. Of course, Sulin would pay them a high salary. In addition to the lack of manpower, the academy also had a shortage of books. They could only rely on the books that the scholars brought with them. Sulin had already sent Xion's merchant group to buy these books. It was estimated that they would be done by the time they returned. Another problem was paper. There was no cheap paper in the academy. The price of a piece of parchment was much higher than that of a piece of sheepskin. These students were still learning how to write using sandboxes and wooden slips. The paper-making workshop in the northern town had been experimenting with making a sturdy, cheap paper that could be used to write smoothly. Sulin heard from them that they had made some progress. The paper they used before was too soft and absorbent, so it could not be used to write at all. After following Sulin's instructions, these craftsmen used several kinds of trees to make paper. After leaving the academy, he went directly to the paper-making workshop. Since the workshop started producing paper, paper had become very popular. After all, not all nobles like to share the same thick hemp rope or the same wooden stick. As soon as paper was introduced, it was widely praised by the nobles. Since Sulin built the paper-making workshop last time and produced a batch of paper, the paper-making workshop had expanded a lot after this period of production. The number of craftsmen inside had doubled. Half of them were producing toilet paper, and the rest were experimenting with new materials. The raw material for paper-making had been changed from wood to tree bark. There were also many other materials, such as linen. After a period of experimentation, the craftsmen had divided the paper-making process into several steps. The first step was steaming, which was to cook the raw materials into a paste. The second step was hammering, which was to beat the cooked raw materials repeatedly. Finally, the pulp was made into a pulp, which was then fished out layer by layer. At this time, the paper had already taken shape. As long as it was dried, it would be paper. Although the process looked simple, it was not easy to obtain a piece of paper. After dozens or even hundreds of experiments, the workshop finally made a barely usable paper after changing the bark of various trees and plants in the northern wastelands. This paper used the bark of a common tree in the wastelands as the raw material. It was made with linen and several other materials. In the end, the paper was not pure white. Instead, it was slightly yellow. In his previous life, no one wanted this kind of paper. The color was yellow, the paper was rough, and the paper was somewhat thick. Although there were many shortcomings, the price of this paper was relatively low. Moreover, there were not many problems with writing. It was completely usable. After the papermaking workshop successfully produced this kind of paper, Sulin heard a system notification. Congratulations to the host. The papermaking technique has been successfully broken through. The mastery of papermaking technique has been upgraded. Papermaking technique. Using tree bark, linen, fishing nets, and other materials after steaming, hammering, copying, and drying paper that can be used to write. Territory civilization progress +10. Territory culture +10. Learning ability +5. Chapter 229. After the breakthrough in papermaking technology, Sulin immediately began to arrange for people to copy books. If the school in Northern Town wanted to expand, they would need a large number of books. As for printing, the quality of the paper was passable, but printing was not enough. Poor paper quality, printing ink, and so on were all problems. They could only copy by hand. However, this was not a difficult task for the scholars. After all, before printing, they had to copy by hand. After the papermaking workshop produced the paper, half of it was sent to the Lord's castle, and the rest was sent to the school for them to copy books. In the past, books were made on parchment. Generally, books could not write many words, and they were very heavy. The cost was also high. Now that they had changed to paper, the content of a dozen parchment books could be easily written in one book. The first batch of paper was not a lot, but after the first batch was produced, the second batch of paper was produced much faster, and the quantity would increase several times. Most of the paper from the Lord's castle was sent to the city hall for recording and reporting data, as well as various official documents. Northern Town, school. After seeing a card of yellowed paper being sent to the school, the scholars were very curious about this paper. Soon, a steward came forward to hand over the papers. Mori, this is the paper that the Lord asked us to send. Confirm the quantity, then move it back. A middle-aged man came over and said, Is this the paper that the Lord mentioned? The man named Mori walked over and picked up a piece of paper. The Lord asked us to use this paper to copy books. But this paper is much thinner than parchment. If we can really write on it, the content of a book will be several times more than parchment. Why do I feel like this paper is not easy to preserve? Who knows? How can a few of us refuse the Lord's orders? Everyone, this is something that His Lordship has specially sent to the Academy for us to copy the books. Let's just do it. Everyone get moving. First, move these papers down. Mo called out to everyone. With the efforts of the many students, the papers were quickly moved to an empty room. Paper is easily damp. Make sure to keep it dry when storing. After the paper was distributed, the scholars quickly began to use the paper to copy books. While using the paper, the scholars discovered the convenience of the paper. Although the paper was easily damaged compared to the parchment, it was still widely praised by the scholars. Sulin was holding a handwritten copy of a book that had just been completed. The book had been bound according to his requirements, and it was no longer a roll of parchment. The surface of the book was a little rough and looked very simple, but it was much more convenient than the previous sheepskin scroll. Guards! Sulin put down his book and shouted at the door. Sir, what are your orders? A guard asked respectfully. Tell Mo that in the future, the books will be made in this style. These books can only be read in the Academy. Without my permission, they are not to be taken out of the Academy and are not to be damaged. Violators will be punished severely. Also, inform Mo to build a library in the Academy specifically to store all kinds of books. Yes, the guard accepted the order and left. With the appearance of paper, the education in the Academy became much easier. In the past, only the teachers had books, but now, almost every student had one. With the books to record, the students' learning speed had increased a lot. After dealing with the matters at the Academy, Sulin began to pay attention to other things. The number of slaves in his territory had been increasing recently, especially after the Harpies arrived. Sulin had asked Alex to lead the Harpies to train their soldiers. They had attacked the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs in the wilderness. Northern Town City had obtained a large number of slaves. The orcs had suffered heavy casualties in the battle. Even their chief had died in the battle. The remaining orcs had also fallen apart. The centaur tribe that had been half-crippled by the orcs' ambush had joined Northern Town City. The two dominators of the wilderness had suddenly disappeared. Northern Town City no longer had the ability to take over the orcs and centaurs' territories. It had created a temporary vacuum in the wilderness. The smaller tribes in the northern wilderness had begun to migrate here to fill up the empty space. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these smaller tribes. In order to fight for the grasslands, plains, and other living spaces, there had been a few tribal wars in the wilderness. Sulen had sent out the army of Northern Town City and the new Harpies to train their soldiers and capture more slaves. Following the military activities of Northern Town City, the number of slaves in the territory soon exceeded 10,000. Most of them were goblins and kobolds, followed by gnolls and orcs. The army of Northern Town City had also suffered losses when they were clearing out the other tribes. The medium-sized tribes had a high chance of producing some spellcasters. The ones that had the highest chance of producing spellcasters were kobold sorcerers. After suffering a few losses, the army of Northern Town City would eliminate any sorcerers or shamans as soon as they found them. Due to the increase in slaves and refugees, Northern Town City's food consumption had increased as well. Luckily, Northern Town City had enough food. With the harvest altar, they did not have to worry about food shortages. After a year of development, Northern Town City had become quite famous in the northern provinces. Many bankrupt farmers and merchants had started to come to the city. The population of Northern Town City had grown rapidly. Excluding the slaves, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City, Northern Town City now had a population of over 22,000. With sufficient labor resources, Su Luan sped up the construction of the Arc de Triomphe. Because of the construction of the Mirror Lake City and the Centaur City, about half of the slaves had been transferred to the Northern Town City. Now, after a large number of arrests, the number of slaves had skyrocketed, and the construction of the entire Northern Town City had accelerated. The Arc de Triomphe was the second most spectacular building in Northern Town City. It was built to celebrate Sullen's greatness, so it was of utmost importance. White marble was mined from the Sierra de Lotus. They were transported to Northern Town City by camel beasts and polished by stonemasons before they could be used. The pieces of marble were polished until they were smooth and flat. They were then dragged over by slaves. Each piece of marble weighed over a ton. Some of the bigger ones even weighed over 3 tons. The middle gate of the Arc de Triomphe was 10 meters wide. The smaller gates on both sides were 6 meters wide. The Arc de Triomphe was built on Sunrise Street, the main street of Northern Town City. After passing through the Arc de Triomphe, one would reach the center square. The gate was 19 meters tall. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be the tallest building in Northern Town City, second only to the Harvest Altar. The inner walls of the gate were carved with lifelike reliefs. These reliefs depicted Sullen's victories against his enemies. From the gnolls to the Cryopterus, the trolls, the orcs, and so on, the many battles. After some artistic embellishment by the master sculptors, even Sulen felt like he was watching an epic. With enough manpower, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was very fast. Karina and Grace had to cast all kinds of spells to help with the construction. The archgate of the Arc de Triomphe was very heavy. It was very difficult to move it with the current manpower, but it was just a little troublesome for the wizards. With the help of 2 grade 4 extraordinary warlocks, the marble that weighed at least a few dozen tons was successfully moved up. After the top was covered, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was more than half done. The rest would require the sculptors to carve the marble. After the marble was placed, Karina and Grace still needed to cast mud to stone to fuse the original pieces of marble into a whole. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be a whole. After a lot of construction in Northtown, a group of skilled sculptors had been cultivated. Sulen specifically asked Hathaway to make some special tools for sculpting stone. These tools could make it easier to carve marble. With the help of these tools, the exterior decoration of the Arc de Triomphe was carved very quickly. After all the carvings were completed, the Arc de Triomphe was also blessed with hardening. Hardening was first used during the Arcane Empire to build the floating space city. The effect of this spell was permanent. When it was cast, even a piece of wood would become as hard as steel. It was said that during the Arcane Empire era, the floating space city's defense could withstand the most powerful prophecy spell, Meteorite Fall, without any damage. After the Arcane Empire disappeared, the wizards had been trying to build a floating space city, but they failed for various reasons. The biggest problem was energy. A powerful energy source was needed to raise a city. Legend had it that every floating space city was powered by a mice energy core, but no wizard had ever found such a thing. Even the manufacturing process of the mice energy core was unknown. After failing to build a floating space city, the wizards took a step back and built a wizard tower. Of course, there are also wizards who built floating space towers. These wizard towers were built with obsidian and were then blessed with hardening. The degree of hardness was very high. In order to prevent the Arc de Triomphe from being damaged, Sulin also blessed it with hardening. It was not a small job. Even Hathaway was brought in to work with him. It took a few days for the Arc de Triomphe to be blessed with hardening. However, the Arc de Triomphe still had one last process to be completed. Sulin went down the stairs in the Arc de Triomphe and entered the interior of the Arc de Triomphe. There was a room inside the Arc de Triomphe, which was used to store the Battle Soul Stone. Sulin took the Battle Soul Stone from the storage space. The purple Battle Soul Stone looked very beautiful. Sulin came to the altar in the center of the room. He took a deep breath and placed the Battle Soul Stone on the base of the altar. Chapter 230. The purple Battle Soul Stone was gently placed on the altar. Pa! With a soft sound, the Battle Soul Stone was perfectly embedded. Suluin took a few steps back, and a magnificent and majestic energy suddenly erupted. There was a faintly discernible sound of fighting. Soon, the sound of fighting gradually disappeared and was replaced by an impassioned battle song. Suluin seemed to see a majestic army shouting and marching to the battlefield on the beat of drums. A magnificent door appeared above the altar. Two hero spirits stood quietly at the door. The soldiers who died with Sulin appeared one by one and disappeared into the door. After a while, all the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully built a wonder building. The Arc de Triomphe. Arc de Triomphe. This is a building used to praise the victors. Owning this building will make the territory more active. The army values honor, and the territory is full of martial spirit. Indestructible plus 50, War God will plus 30, People's martial spirit plus 30, Military enthusiasm plus 30, Battle to the death plus 30, Territory prosperity plus 15, Territory culture plus 10, Army morale plus 30, Enemy deterrence plus 30, Additional skill. Song of Triumph, Song of Triumph. Every time the melody of the Song of Triumph is played, the army's morale will be increased by 50%. The effect lasts for 24 hours. The army's combat power will be increased by 30%. There is a chance to activate the Battle to the Death effect. Battle to the Death. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the army of the Northern Battlefront City will be motivated to fight to the last soldier. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the soldiers' attack will be increased by 30% and their defense will be lowered. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, a strange energy spread from the building and shrouded the entire city. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, Sulin prepared a grand celebration. After the celebration, the army in the Northern Battlefront City became more enthusiastic. However, Sulin did not continue to expand the army. The ratio of the army in the Northern Battlefront City was already very high. He did not plan to increase the number of soldiers. After finishing the construction of the Arc de Triomphe, Sulin became idle again. He resumed the dodging training that he had stopped for a while. Apart from the daily training, Sulin had been competing with the soybeans during this period of time. The soybeans were harvested, and they had too many uses. Previously, Frodo used animal oil to cook. Although animal oil was good, there was a limited amount of it, and some dishes were not suitable to use animal oil. Now that they had soybeans, Sulin specially made an oil press. The style of the oil press was somewhat primitive. It used an ancient screw-type oil press. Like a screw, it slowly squeezed the soybeans into a cake and squeezed out the oil inside. This type of oil press had long been phased out in his previous life. The reason was simple: low oil output, low efficiency, and time-consuming. However, in this world, this type of screw-type oil press was an advanced product. Sulin had seen it a few times when he was young and followed his grandparents to extract oil in the countryside. Although his memory of the past was blurry, he remembered the working principle. With Sulin's mechanical skills, it was not too difficult to make an oil press. After finding a few craftsmen to assist him, Sulin successfully made an oil press in a few days. Oil press, an ordinary oil press. Of course, other than extracting oil, you can also use it to extract juice. You can also call it the juicer. Oil output +8, effort saving +10, durability +10, work efficiency +12. After the juicer, the oil press was made, Sulin asked someone to bring some soybeans. The soybeans needed to be heated to about 60 degrees Celsius before being poured into the oil press. Sulin did not have a thermometer, so he had to make do with it. After the soybeans were heated until they were a little hot, he asked the workers to work on it. After turning the screw shaft, the machine began to operate. Soon, some clear oil flowed out from the oil outlet. As the screw shaft turned, more and more oil was produced. After a while, it began to reduce gradually. Finally, it stopped completely. When the machine was turned on, the soybeans had been turned into soybean cakes. These soybean cakes could be crushed and used as animal feed. There was no waste at all. Other than the soybean oil, there was also the tofu pudding that Sulin could not forget. In the past, he did not have the means, but now, he would not mistreat himself. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu pudding, he still knew how to make tofu. He told the craftsmen how to make tofu pudding and let them try it. To Sulin's surprise, instead of tofu pudding, they made soy milk. The craftsmen did not find a way to solidify the soy milk, and Sulin did not know how to do it. Fortunately, he had heard of a saying, "Brine makes tofu." However, there was another problem. How was he going to make brine? Sulin realized that in his previous life, there were some very simple things that you would not know if you did not understand them. However, brine was supposed to be salty, so Sulin had no choice but to let the craftsmen experiment according to this idea. While the craftsmen were scratching their heads because of Sulin's idea, Sulin began his daily dodging training. After the upgrade, the training ground was even more difficult. After entering the training ground, Sulin felt as if he was carrying a 100-kilogram weight on his back. This was a runic array designed by Hathaway. It could add all kinds of negative statuses to the training, such as weakening, slowing, doubling gravity, and so on. Sulin couldn't resist it because he had legendary toughness. Moreover, his constitution was very high. If he resisted it, these spells would most likely fail the test of toughness, and the result would be a huge drop in the training results. After various debuffs appeared on his body, he activated the training ground, and arrows shot out rapidly. After the upgrade, the crossbows in the training ground were all added with wind element. In other words, the arrows shot out from the crossbows came with a haste spell. The arrows were very fast. Under normal circumstances, Sulin could easily dodge the arrows with haste. However, there were many debuffs on his body, so his body was obviously much slower. His brain could react, but his body could not dodge in time. For a time, Sulin's figure in the training ground became very difficult. This situation was because the brain had not adapted to the body. However, after dodging for a while, Sulin's control of his body finally improved. Although his speed did not increase, his dodging was not so difficult. After adapting to the training, Sulin began to increase the difficulty. The arrows he used to attack changed from 5 to 7, and there was also a pair of machetes. Sulin was once again in a difficult situation. The difficulty of the training ground increased little by little. After about an hour, the training ended. At this time, Sulin's training clothes were already in tatters. Although Sulin's performance was not bad at the beginning, As the difficulty increased, another mace would be swung at him as soon as he dodged the axe. Before he could dodge, more than a dozen arrows would block his dodging space. If it were not for his strong constitution, he would have been lying on the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Sulin also gained a lot of benefits. During the training, just now, Sulin had turned off the system notification. After the training was over, he checked the system log. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of jump dodge after the hard training. Your jump dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of intuition dodge after the hard training. Your intuition dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of flexible dodge after the hard training. Your flexible dodge experience has increased. And the last line made his eyes light up. Congratulations, host. Your jump dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, jump dodge. Congratulations, host. Your flexible dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, flexible dodge. Sulin was a little surprised to get 2 dodges at one time, but it was a pity that he did not get intuition dodge. Intuition dodge could be said to be the strongest among the basic dodges. After mastering intuition dodge, it was just like the literal meaning. He did not need to see it with his eyes and could only rely on his intuition to dodge. This talent was also the most difficult to get among the basic dodges. After intuition dodge, there was proficiency in intuition dodge. It was even more difficult to get this talent. Even if there were powerful rogues, there were very few who could master this talent. This kind of person had a very strong intuition for danger, and it was also very difficult to sneak attack them. Of course, proficiency in intuition dodge was not the most powerful talent. After entering the realm of legends, some people would get the sixth sense talent similar to supernatural powers. This talent was a bug. It seemed to have some ability to predict the future. It was said that the gods generally had this sixth sense talent. As for the more advanced Super Sixth Sense, this was already a legendary talent. People who had this talent could be regarded as little experts and dare to venture into all kinds of dangerous areas. However, this talent could not be obtained through postnatal training. Even the upper-level Sixth Sense talent was innate or naturally awakened after entering the realm of legends. After going through various commandments and completing many practices, it was possible to further strengthen the Sixth Sense talent. For other professions, it was completely dependent on luck. Sulin did not think that far yet. He now wanted to max out his basic dodges and get proficiency in intuition dodge. Although it was still not as good as the Sixth Sense talent, as a legendary powerhouse, it was almost enough. After all, he was not a rogue. He basically relied on dodging to survive. Although he did not have the Sixth Sense talent, he had the legendary battle reflex. Coupled with parry, the effect was not bad. Chapter 231. After the Arc de Triomphe in Northern Town City was completed, many workers and slaves were free. As a black-hearted capitalist and an evil slave owner, there was no way he would let his workers rest. The next day, he announced the construction plan for the city. The first thing he needed to do was to upgrade the granary. The granary in Northern Town was very simple and crude. After all, they did not have a lot of food. However, due to the harvest altar, the food production had skyrocketed. Northern Town's granary was now full. In order to preserve the food, some of the granaries were taken out for storage. However, they could only be stored temporarily. After all, potatoes were not easy to preserve. Without a professional granary, the potatoes would sprout easily. Potatoes were different from other crops. The sprouted potatoes were poisonous. Once they sprouted, they would be inedible. The granaries in North Town City were built underground. The space above ground only took up a third or even less. This kind of underground granary had a low internal temperature, which made it easier to preserve the food. Since it was located in the underground, even if a fire broke out, only the top layer of the food would be burned down. The food buried in the underground would be fine. Sulin attached great importance to the granaries. He specifically found an official from the basic level to be in charge of the granaries. He also set up a strict management and inspection system. He did not want a fire dragon to burn the granaries or soldiers from the dead to borrow food, like in ancient times. The granaries in northern town were built in the northwest, close to the Red Sand River. The aqueduct was close, too. Once a fire broke out, it would be solved in the shortest time possible. A granary could store around 10 tons of food. Sulin planned to build 20 to 30 granaries. The food they stored would be enough to feed northern town for 3 years. These granaries were the reserve granaries. They would not be used under normal circumstances to prevent wars and other disasters. Apart from the strategic reserve granary, northern town also had a normal granary. This granary was used to provide food for northern town. As for the strategic reserve granary, it would not be used unless it was purchased at a low price. Even if the food became moldy after a long time, it would be sent to the winery to be brewed. With 1,000 craftsmen and even more slaves, the granaries in the North Town city were built very quickly. A standard granary had a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 6 meters. The granary was located in a relatively high area in the North Town city. The ground was dry and hard, and there was a layer of bricks inside the granary. The bricks were covered with chaff and hay to prevent moisture. In order to build this granary, Su Luan had read a lot of information and asked those experienced craftsmen. Then he started the construction. After all the granaries were excavated, they were dried with firewood. The next step of construction was not started until there was no more moisture. The interior of the granary was paved with a layer of bricks. The sand from the Red Sand River was washed, dried, and placed into the granary. Together with the chaff and hay, the granary took 7 days from start to finish. When the last door was put in, the granary was considered complete. Excellent granary. Indestructible plus 23. Durability plus 24. Fire plus 28. Moisture resistance plus 26. Insect and rat repellent plus 25. Mildew reduction plus 25. As it turned out, Sullen's granary was quite good. All the granaries in the future were built according to this model. After establishing the standard, Su Luan asked the craftsmen to build according to this standard. Then he went to Hathaway's laboratory. The books and materials he got from the necromancer last time had been given to Hathaway, along with some potions he got from the necromancer. Today, Hathaway informed him that those potions had been identified. He went to Hathaway's lab. Now, Hathaway's lab was several times bigger than before. The functions inside were more complete. When Sulin came in, a clay golem opened the door for him. Hathaway's lab was no longer the same as before. There were 6 clay golems alone. These golems were in charge of all kinds of basic work in the lab. Sometimes, they would also help Hathaway with some dangerous experiments. Hathaway, have these potions been identified? Sulin looked at the various bottles on the test bench next to him and asked. These bottles were no different from when Sulin sent them. Yes. Hathaway nodded gently. She didn't raise her head. She was holding a carving knife in her hand and was carving a dragon skin armor. A mysterious runic array quickly formed in her hand. Then, Hathaway snapped her fingers. All kinds of materials that had been mixed flew out of the box next to her. These materials quickly fused under the control of magic. Then, as if they had a life of their own, they fused into the dragon skin armor that had been completely engraved with runes. The aura dissipated, and the runes shone brightly. Then, the brilliance faded, and the dragon skin armor returned to its previous ordinary appearance. Strong Gale dragon skin armor plus 3. Indestructible plus 10. Light and flexible plus 8. Spell resistance plus 10. Acid resistance plus 10. Spells. Haste, bull strength. Once a day. Additional effect. Deterrence. Originated from the innate ability of dragons. Although your own creatures don't have a powerful dragon deterrence like a real dragon, their majesty is still a great deterrence to lower creatures. When the dragon skin armor was made, part of the Euron's deterrence effect was retained. There was a chance to scare away unsteady enemies. There was a chance to cause a deterrence test to the enemy during battle. The enemy would have to undergo a will test. Seeing this dragon skin armor, Su Luan was also a little surprised. Hathaway's skills were getting more and more exquisite. This dragon skin armor could be said to be the best among all the dragon skin armor she made. After putting away the tools, Hathaway picked up the black tea next to her and took a sip. Then she said, "The potions you got from the necromancer are not simple. I was shocked when I identified them." "Really? Could it be that those potions can greatly increase one's strength after taking them?" Sullen's eyes lit up. Hathaway rolled her eyes and looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Do you think that necromancer would not use those potions himself and run around with them?" Maybe his brain had a cramp. Sulin pursed his lips. Although he knew that the probability was very low, it didn't stop him from imagining it. Hathaway ignored him. Instead, she took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the identification result and how to use all the potions you brought back. Take a look yourself. I still have to study how to improve the rock golems." How to improve the rock golems. You should make one to practice first and then improve it. Sulin took the identification result and flipped through it. Manticore venom. Venom collected from the venom sac in the manticore's body. Highly toxic. At the same time, it has the effects of paralysis, severe pain, and confusion. Corpse oil. Fat extracted from corpses. Can be used to summon undead creatures to increase the success rate of summoning. Poisonous. Corpse poison potion. Corpse poison potion made from a variety of poisons. It can be used to add poison attacks to the undead. It can also be smeared on weapons. Those infected by corpse poison will slowly die if they don't have a cure potion or a priest divine spell to dispel the poison. Explosive potion. After use, it can cause an explosion with a diameter of 15 meters. The strength of the explosion is 30 degrees. The strength of the explosion of the fireball spell is 15 degrees. Corruption potion. After use, it will cause a corruption effect. If the constitution fails to resist, the body will rot in a short period of time. Petrification potion. A potion made from the heart of a petrifying lizard and other materials. After use, it will enter a petrified state. If the petrified state is not removed within 2 hours, it will completely turn into stone. Plague potion. After use, it will release a green plague. The plague will pollute water sources, kill trees and animals, and finally create a plague. People or other humanoid creatures infected by the plague will be resurrected as low-level undead. With enough plague potion, it can even transform an area into a plague zone. Sullen's heart couldn't help but twitch when he saw the plague potion. Sure enough, these undead wizards were terrorists. They even brought this kind of destructive weapon with them. If this thing was used in a densely populated city, it wouldn't take long for the whole city to become a ghost town if it wasn't discovered or dealt with in time. It was like a fantasy version of a biological weapon. After seeing the potion, Sulin also remembered who this undead wizard called Keaton was. This guy was the plague bane of the Aubrey's kingdom. The biggest thing he did was to use this plague potion to destroy a small city. This potion was Keaton's secret recipe. It was also because of this potion that Keaton became famous. There were more than 20,000 people in that small city. This was the most outrageous thing that an undead wizard had done in the past 200 years. Later on, this guy even wanted to create an undead calamity. However, he didn't think about it. With the suppression of the gods, those who dared to do so were basically dead. Later on, Keaton was defeated by the combined forces of the Aubrey's kingdom and the temple. This guy was lucky enough to escape. The Aubrey's kingdom put a bounty of 500,000 Kinnar on his head. Who would have thought that he was hiding in the underworld? This price was already very high. After all, the Red Dragon Queen's head was secretly offering only 5 million, but no one was willing to do it. The risk and reward were completely disproportionate. The Red Dragon Queen controlled the Golden Sea route and the spice trade. Her annual income was more than that. Those people were offering too little. Sullen's heart ached when he thought about how Keaton's body had been destroyed by the plague potion. 500,000 gold coins flew away from his hands just like that. Even if he used Keaton's equipment to prove that he was the one who killed Keaton, the Aubrey Kingdom would still believe him. However, he wouldn't be able to get a single gold coin because the Aubrey Kingdom wouldn't pay him without Keaton's head. Chapter 232. Sulin didn't feel good about missing out on 500,000 kinnur. If he knew Keaton's head was so expensive, he would have left him with a whole body. Too bad it was too late. The potions in front of him weren't very useful. He was going to destroy the disgusting stuff like corpse oil. The other poisons were pretty good. As for the plague potion, Sulin hesitated for a bit and decided to keep it. It could be used on the enemy. As a matter of fact, if the plague potion was discovered in time, it wouldn't be easy to destroy a city. As long as there were priests and wizards who could purify, dispel, or detoxify the poison, it could be dealt with. It was a surprise attack. The explosive potion was pretty good too. It had a large area of effect and was very powerful. If it could be mass-produced, it would be invincible on the battlefield. It was much more powerful than grenades. If he could get the secret recipe and build a grenadier squad, he would be invincible on the battlefield. Or he could ask the harpies to carry the potion and bombard the target with carpet bombing. The effect would be enough to flatten the city. Sulin picked up a bottle of explosive potion and asked, "Hathaway, can you derive the recipe for the explosive potion?" "The recipe for the explosive potion? That's a bit difficult. I'm not sure how long it will take." Hathaway replied as she flipped through the book. "But the cost of this explosive potion isn't cheap. You'll have to be prepared if you want to mass-produce it." "Don't worry, it's just money. Northern Battlefront City is full of money now," Sulin said generously. After annexing Orlando, the Grey Dwarf, Northern Battlefront City had more than 10 million kinnur residents. On top of that, they were earning a few $100,000 every month. It wouldn't be a problem for them to buy a duchy. "All right, I'll do it. But I suggest you recruit a few alchemists and wizards. I have too much work to do right now, and my time is limited," Hathaway said. Sulin looked at Hathaway's lab and nodded. "You do need to recruit more alchemists and wizards. It's just that Northern Battlefront City is too secluded right now. It's not well known among wizards. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to recruit wizards," Sulin said with a headache. Although the Northern Citadel was developing well, there weren't many people who came to join. Even those scholars were forced by Sulin. "Do you have any good suggestions?" "Most wizards are short on money. Hire them with money." Hathaway felt a little helpless. Many wizards were otakus. If they were not doing experiments, they were doing research, or they were meditating and practicing spells. The only reason they were willing to serve the nobles was money. "All right, that's all we can do." Sulin felt a little helpless. In fact, he had something that could attract a large number of wizards, and that was mithril. As long as he spread the word, a large number of wizards would come knocking on his door in less than a month. However, if that happened, Sulin might not even be able to keep his silver mine. "Then I'll go first." Sulin put away the potion and was ready to leave. "Wait, I'm going to make a stone golem. Can you help me?" Hathaway said. Sulin had experienced the power of a stone golem in the trial space before. Each one of them weighed a few tons and had thick skin. Although they were a little slow and had no magic attacks, they were still very useful on the battlefield. Otherwise, wizards wouldn't have made them into a regular army. As for the stronger steel golems, Hathaway still couldn't make one. They required a large amount of soul crystals to be activated. Sulin only had a few pieces, and they were obtained from killing the necromancer Keaton. If he wanted a large amount of soul crystals, he had to cultivate them himself. The other way was to go to the bottomless abyss. Cultivating them himself was too bloody, and Sulin didn't consider it. This kind of thing was only done by some wizards during the Witch King era. Later, the Witch King era disappeared, and this kind of thing was listed as a taboo. Now, the only way he could think of to get a large amount of large soul crystals was to go to the bottomless abyss. As long as it was an elite level demon, one could obtain a large piece of soul crystal after killing it. If one killed a high-grade demon, one could obtain a legendary level soul crystal and even the divine power of a demon. Of course, it was very difficult to do so. The Arcane Kingdom once invaded the Abyss, and those powerful arcanists drove the floating space city into the Abyss. It caused the fall of several Abyss demons. It was also in those wars that the gods began to fear the power of the arcanists. As for cultivating large soul crystals, this kind of thing was the devil's forte. They would lure greedy people through contracts, and then use various methods to lure the contractor to fall and set up various traps. It was said that after suffering, there was even a chance to get a legendary soul crystal. Of course, this statement had not been confirmed. However, the devil lured people to fall, let them be immersed in their own desires, and then harvest their souls. The probability of getting a high-quality soul crystal was very high. It was said that the method of cultivating soul crystals during the Witch King era was learned from the devil. There were many materials for the rock golem, from the general granite golem to the top obsidian golem. The difficulty of construction was different, and the price was also very different. An ordinary rock golem cost 50,000 to 60,000 kinner, while an obsidian golem cost almost 100,000 kinner. The obsidian golem's magic resistance and physical resistance were not comparable to the general rock golem. In terms of magic defense, even the steel golem was not as good as it. The rock golem that Hathaway built was an ordinary granite golem, and the soul core only needed a medium-sized soul crystal. Sulen had more than 30 of this level of soul crystals, all of which were contributed by the necromancer. Speaking of which, this necromancer was really a good person. Not only did he give them EXP and equipment, but he also gave them books, knowledge, and materials. He was simply the captain of the transport team. The materials for the rock golem were now available in the northern Battlefront City. The high-quality granite was directly sent to the quarry, and then the carvers would carve it. The process of making a rock golem was not too complicated, and it was not too difficult for the two who already had experience in making clay golems. The creation of the rock golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the body parts. This step could be done by taking them apart. Fortunately, the northern Battlefront City had a large number of carvers, and Sulen was relieved to let them carve it. The second part was the assembly of the body parts. This step was like piecing together a toy model, completely piecing the rock golem together. Of course, when piecing together, they had to pay attention to the runic array inside the rock golem. The third part was the casting and activation. This part required Hathaway to cast the spell. She had to activate the soul center of the rock golem, and, at the same time, she had to activate the life construct. In fact, Sulen had considered whether he could set up a production line for rock golems in the future. As long as the production line was started, he could mass-produce rock golems like an assembly line. He was not the first to have this idea. In the era of the floating city, in addition to a large number of wizards living in each floating city, there were also a large number of rock golem legions. These rock golem legions were produced using the assembly line method. This was also why the arcanists in the era of the Arcane Empire could rely on the rock golem legions to beat the demons who had always relied on the human wave tactic to the ground. After all, the birth rate of demons really could not keep up with the production rate of rock golems. A rock golem was about 3 meters tall and needed about 3,000 pounds of rock. After carving, the weight would be slightly reduced. Of course, there were also some large rock golems that weighed up to several tons. The main craft of making a rock golem was carving, and it required the use of magic essential oils and runic matrices. The carving craftsmen would solve the problem of carving. As for the runic matrices, they needed Hathaway to carve them. After carving the runes, they also needed to use gemstone powder, magic alloy, and other materials to completely integrate them into the body of the rock golem. This step was also very important. Gemstone powder and magic alloy could be said to be the most expensive things in the rock golem, apart from the soul crystals. Sulen optimized and modified some parts of the rock golem according to the principles of mechanical control. Finally, the rock golem was assembled. After the assembly was completed, It needed to be activated with the soul crystals and cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Although all this was very simple, Sulin and Hathaway were busy for 5 days to make a rock golem. The two of them went back and forth between the Lord's castle and the laboratory almost every day. It took 3 days just to carve the runes and improve and optimize the energy transmission system, and 2 days to carve and assemble. The carving of each part of the rock golem was done strictly according to the dimensions given by Sulin. The head, torso, and limbs were all made separately. The advantage of this was that even if the carving was broken, it was easy to replace. All the parts of the rock golem were made into standard parts, and it was more convenient to assemble the rock golem. After the parts were made into standard parts, it was very easy to repair the rock golem. If a part was broken, it could be replaced directly. As long as the soul core was not damaged, the rock golem would not die. This was also the preparation that Sulin made in advance to try to build a rock golem factory in the future. After the final assembly was completed, Hathaway took a medium-sized soul crystal and began to activate the rock golem. She also cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Sulin had not figured out how to replace these steps. If he could not solve this problem, the rock golem factory in Northern Town would need a group of wizards who specialized in activating rock golems. Powerful elemental energy burst out from Hathaway's body, followed by a throbbing of the soul. The soul crystal turned into a purple soul energy and merged with the rock golem's body in an instant, and finally calmed down. At the same time, the rock golem moved in an instant. Ding! The host has participated in the production of rock golems. You have obtained more information on magic technology. Your magic technology experience has increased. Chapter 233. Northern Wasteland. It was already midsummer. Even though Northern Wasteland City was located in the north of the continent, the weather was still very hot. Sulin was lying in his room with 2 small wind elementals acting as electric fans. The wind blew gently, and there was a fruit platter on the table next to him. There were all kinds of fresh and juicy fruits on the fruit platter. Just looking at them was enough to whet one's appetite. Sulin was lying in a rocking chair. The 2 maids, Angela and Annie, were massaging his calves and shoulders. Chris was sitting at the side. She picked up a tender cherry and put it in her mouth before feeding it to Sulin. Sulin opened his mouth and ate the cherry. He hugged Chris and took a bite. This was what life was like. Northern Wasteland City had been developing well recently. It was also because of this that Sulin had the time to enjoy the luxurious life of a feudal noble. My lord, there's an urgent military situation. Just as Sulin was enjoying his luxurious life, a guard reported from outside the door. Come in, Sulin said lazily. Angela and Annie's massage was too comfortable. His entire body felt soft and relaxed. My lord, there's a large-scale battle in the Sierra de Lotus in the north. It's speculated that both sides are powerful magic beasts. Have you confirmed what kind of magic beast it is? Sulin asked. The reconnaissance team has already sent people to investigate. There's no news so far. I see. Sulin waved his hand. There had been a few news reports about high-level magic beasts recently. Sulin was also curious. After this year, the high-level magic beasts in the Northern Wasteland seem to have entered the active period. Under normal circumstances, high-ranked magic beasts had their own territories. They would divide their territories, and under normal circumstances, these high-ranked magic beasts wouldn't easily leave their territories. But now, there were continuous fights between high-ranked magic beasts. Aside from this, when Sulin was building Mirror Lake City, he discovered that it wasn't just magic beasts. Even wild beasts were becoming restless. Winter wolves rarely appeared in the northern city, but there were 5 of them last time. Even the patrolling army often reported that there were wild beasts attacking the territory. This was very unusual in Sulin's eyes. Under normal circumstances, wild beasts would not attack humans, especially human armies. Under normal circumstances, those wild beasts would avoid human armies. Things like this rarely happened unless there was a lack of food in the winter. The starving wild beast had no other choice but to attack the territory to obtain food. It was summer now, the time when the plants in the northern wasteland were the most lush. The water and grass were abundant, and wild beasts were multiplying. It was the time of the year when food was the most abundant. During this time, wild beasts would not provoke humans. But now, there were wild beasts attacking human territory. Sulan thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He was a bit annoyed. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, Sulan went to the lab to find Hathaway. If there was anyone in the territory who had the most knowledge, it would probably be Hathaway. Karina and Grace were a bit behind. When he arrived at the lab, Hathaway was drawing on the lab table. Sulan glanced at the drawings. There were stone golems of different sizes on the drawings. These stone golems had been separated into different parts. At the same time, the composition and runes on them were a bit different. At the same time, there were some golems that Sulan had never seen before. They should be the ones recorded in the book that Sulan obtained from the necromancer. What kind of golems are these? Sulan asked curiously. The golems on the drawings were very different from the stone golems. They didn't have the heavy feeling of the stone golems. On the contrary, they had smooth lines and looked very agile. Their hands were sharp claws, and they also had a pair of wings. These are gargoyle golems, Hathaway explained. This kind of golem is a variant of the rock golem. Unlike ordinary golems, gargoyle golems have the ability to fly and don't have the weakness of ordinary rock golems. Gargoyles move very quickly. They can fly? Sulan asked in surprise. Yes, they're flying golems. Hathaway nodded. And these golems are very different from stone golems. Normal stone golems aren't made as professional combat units. The stone golems made by wizards are multi-purpose golems. They can help their masters with their work, and they can also fight in critical moments. These gargoyle golems are different. They're completely made for combat, so they're called battle golems. Battle golems? How are they fighting? Sulan asked with great interest. Not bad. Their attack power is close to that of the stone golems, but their defense is a little lower. If they fight with the stone golems, they can't do anything to each other. If they fight with the obsidian golems, the gargoyle golems are no match for them. However, these golems were designed to fight against air units. After hearing Hathaway's explanation, Sulan also understood the characteristics of these gargoyle golems. First, they were more expensive than stone golems, but less expensive than obsidian golems. Second, the gargoyle golems had decent attack power and low energy consumption, which was only consumed when they were activated. The dormant gargoyle was like a normal stone golem, so it didn't consume any energy. Third, they could fight against air units, which was the original intention of the gargoyle golems. Ordinary golems, from clay golems to stone golems to steel golems, basically didn't have the ability to fight against air units. They could only do so after special modifications. The gargoyle golems were specifically designed to deal with air units. Most wizard schools had the technology to create ordinary golems, but after the modification of the basic golems, there was a big difference. Each school had their own technology to create golems. For example, the armor golem looked like a knight's plate armor. It was flexible and fast, and its cost was lower than that of the stone golems. There was also the skeleton golem, which cost even less. The gargoyle golem was a special type of golem in the necromancer school. The cost of this golem was only half of the obsidian golem, and it also used some knowledge of the necromancer. Because it used obsidian as its main body, the gargoyle golem had high magic and physical resistance. We have the harpies now, so we don't need the gargoyle golems for the time being, but they can be used as a technical reserve, Sulan said after thinking for a moment. I know. I only plan to make a few and put them on the roof of the castle. Once someone invades from above, they will wake up and attack immediately, Hathaway said with a nod. By the way, why did you come to see me this time? Hathaway asked. Sulan said with dissatisfaction. Can't I just come to see you? Huh. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulan. Okay. I admit that I came to see you about something, but it was just in passing. I came to see you specifically, Sulan emphasized. Hathaway looked at Sulan without saying anything. Her expression was as if to say, "Do you think I'll believe you? Scumbag. Something happened in the territory recently. I want to ask if you know the reason." Sulin pretended not to see her expression and changed the topic. "What's the problem?" Hathaway asked. "There have been a lot of wild beasts attacking the army and slaves in the territory recently. Now is not the winter season when there is a lack of food, so they shouldn't be in such a situation. Also, the soldiers of the reconnaissance camp have reported that they have found several high-grade magical beasts fighting. I feel that something is not right in the wasteland recently," Sulin said with confusion. "Something is not right." Hathaway nodded and said, "Maybe you didn't notice it because you're not a wizard, but I noticed that the concentration of elements in Northgard City is slowly increasing. The elemental energy is also a bit chaotic. I think there's a connection between these things." "What connection? I wonder if you've heard of the elemental tide?" Hathaway asked as she took off her spectacles. Sulin frowned and said, "Elemental tide? What's that?" "The elemental tide is a term for the periodic changes in elemental energy discovered by wizards. It involves a lot of advanced knowledge, and it's hard to understand without systematic study." Hathaway looked at Sulin with an expression that said, "You're stupid. I can't explain it to you." The veins on Sulin's forehead twitched. "Tell me about it." Sulin resisted the urge to spank her and said, "All right." Hathaway shrugged and continued, "You should know that the place we're living in is called a plane in wizard theory. There are many planes like this in the multiverse. Some planes are flat, wrapped in a layer of membrane to protect them. Some planes are planets, and some are half planes, and so on. All of these planes were first born in the origin sea. Some people call it the ether. The origin sea is boundless. It's filled with the most primitive energy. All the energy in the multiverse comes from the origin sea. In other words, the elemental energy around us originated from the origin sea. As for the elemental tide, let's make a simple analogy. Think of the origin sea as a vast ocean. This ocean is constantly moving. You should know that the ocean has its own ebb and flow. These are all natural phenomena. So the origin sea is an ocean of energy. It has its own ebb and flow, and this energy ebb and flow is called the elemental tide by wizards. Normally, the sea level will only rise after the ebb and flood the coast. However, the elemental tide is different. It's energy that rises. The rise of energy in the origin sea will directly lead to the rise of energy in the multiverse. Chapter 234. So, in the multiverse, there will be an increase or decrease in the concentration of elements. At the same time, the distribution of the energy is not uniform. Some planes have high elemental energy, and some planes have low elemental energy. Some planes that are about to reach their end will gradually die. You're saying that our world is experiencing an elemental tide? Sulin asked. Not so stupid, Hathaway praised, looking like a child that could be taught. Sulin looked at the little witch with his spear. The elemental tide cycle is very long. Half of the time, it's 500 to 800 years. Sometimes, it can even last for thousands of years. The time is not fixed. If it lasts for so long, how can you be sure that it's caused by the elemental tide? Sulin was a little curious. And it's only happening to beasts and high-level magical beasts. Why doesn't it happen to humans? Hathaway looked at Sulin with a look of disdain. As early as a few decades ago, the wizards predicted that the elemental tide was about to start. After all, it's been a few hundred years since the last elemental tide. As for the beasts and magical beasts, it's because they are more sensitive to elements than humans. Many beasts may look like normal beasts, but who knows if they have the blood of magical beasts. These beasts can easily mutate during the elemental tide and evolve into magical beasts. Magical beasts are born to control elements. In terms of their sensitivity to elements, even wizards can't compare. Didn't you learn a domain? Open your domain and feel the changes in the elemental energy in your domain. You should find something. Sulin nodded, then slowly closed his eyes and activated his lightning domain. He did not move the elemental energy around him. Instead, Sulin opened up his huge spiritual network and began to feel the elemental energy around him. Soon, he found that the elemental energy around him was a little different. The elemental energy in the outside world was a lot denser today, and it was very active. He could also clearly feel that the consumption of energy when he used his domain had decreased. There are many benefits to the elemental tide. For example, it will make it easier for wizards to cast spells, and the number of ordinary people with the potential to become a wizard will also increase. Other than these benefits, the disadvantage is that the magic beasts will become more powerful, and their numbers will also increase. The elemental tide is fair to everyone, including magical beasts. The requirement to become a wizard was very high. If he wanted to become a wizard, he had to have at least 18 points of spirit. Of course, as a child with the potential to become a wizard, there would need to reach at least 12 points. Then, according to the training method of wizard apprentices, there would reach 18 points when they reached adulthood. Under normal circumstances, the apprentice would be trained between the ages of 8 to 14. Only those who had a will of 12 points would have the opportunity to become a wizard. It was said that during the period of the Arcane Empire, the arcanists had a magical weave. As long as one's mental strength reached 15 points when they reached adulthood, they could become an arcanist. The magic net greatly reduced the threshold for becoming an arcanist, which led to the number of arcanists in the Arcane Empire being 100 times more than the current wizards. The huge number of arcanists created the glorious civilization of the Arcane Empire. Sulin slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he had felt the difference in the world. The elements had become more active, and the difficulty of casting spells had decreased. This meant that more wizards would appear, and, at the same time, the world would change. The most obvious change at the beginning of the elemental tide was the increase in the number of powerful beings. The original old pattern would definitely be broken. Even many powerful creatures active in the last era would awaken. Some powerful creatures would fall into a deep slumber or leave the prime material plane for the astral plane due to the weakening of the elemental concentration. The main material world would make them feel uncomfortable, and the stronger the creature, the more obvious it would be. The increase in strength would definitely breed more ambition. They would be dissatisfied with the old order and want to gain more benefits. Then, the only way was to fight. Sulin could already foresee that there would be endless wars on the continent in the future. Sulin was not worried about the upcoming challenges. The elemental tide gave everyone an experience buff, not just some people. With the system, he was confident that he would become stronger and stronger. In the quiet night, everything returned to normal. In the summer night, there was still a dry heat in the air. There were sounds of insects outside. In the room in the Lord's castle, Sulin did not sleep after the battle. After knowing that the elemental tide was coming, he felt a sense of urgency. In the Sage era, his mind was the clearest. In the end, Sulin gave up. The elemental tide was not something that could be changed by human power. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger. He could not change the changes in the world, so he had to occupy an advantageous position in this change. After thinking it through, Sulin no longer hesitated. He hugged the soft body beside him and found a comfortable position to fall asleep. When he woke up the next day, Sulin felt refreshed. Hathaway and Alex had not woken up yet. The little succubus Chris had already left. Sulin got dressed under the care of Angela and Annie. After getting used to the feudal aristocratic life of being served by others, it felt great. After a simple breakfast, Sulin did some simple exercises. Then, he started his work for the day. During this time, the summer grain had started to mature. The wheat planted in the northern city could be harvested. A portion of the wheat would be sent to the city lord's castle. The other portion would be sold. In addition to purchasing the summer grain, Sulin went to the military camp. During this time, the army in the northern city did not engage in any large-scale battles. However, there were continuous small-scale battles. Some of the spearmen had finally been promoted to the spear guard. Now, there were only 2 formation breaker soldiers in the northern city. If he wanted to obtain more soldiers, he would need a large number of spear guard soldiers to undergo training. The training method of the formation breaker soldiers was crueler than that of the spear guard soldiers. After a period of training, they would be arranged to try to advance. If Sulin could recruit 700 formation breaker soldiers, he could completely rely on the formation breaker to defeat the orc army like the last time he encountered the orc invasion. Now, the strength of the soldiers in the northern city had begun to develop into a high-end combat force. With the beginning of the elemental tide, the enemies they would encounter in the future would become stronger and stronger. In the face of such enemies, the effect of ordinary soldiers was infinitely close to zero. Moreover, the population of a northern city limited Sullen's ability to use the human wave tactic. Since he could not gain an advantage in numbers, he could only crush them in terms of quality. As long as he had enough time, Sulin was confident that he could obtain more spear guard soldiers and formation breaker soldiers. However, while Sulin was training, more and more attacks began to occur in the territory. In order to ensure the safety of the territory, Sulin began to send more people to the territory. At the same time, he took the initiative to eliminate the potential dangers around the territory. In order to let more spear guards become spear guards, Sulin personally led the spear guards to clear out all kinds of monsters. The thorn forest was the name Sulin gave to the area because there were a lot of low shrubs growing in the forest. According to the scouts, there seemed to be magic beasts appearing here. In fact, the stronger a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. On the contrary, the weaker a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. Of course, the potential between the two was different. The soldiers were wearing armor and wielding swords, cutting a path in the thorn forest. The danger level of this area had increased. In fact, even the weakest magic beast was very dangerous. The lowest challenge level of a magic beast was level 9, which was equivalent to the peak of a Grand Knight. It was only one step away from becoming a Knight Commander. The sun was rising, and the weather was getting hotter. The soldiers were wearing heavy armor, and they were all sweating under the sun. The armor was airtight. Sulin looked at the sun and said, "Stop advancing. Set up camp here and rest. Be careful of the danger. Also, make a fire and cook. Continue searching in the afternoon." "Yes, sir." The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and began to find a cool place to rest. Although they were resting, none of the soldiers took off their armor. Even their weapons were placed where they could easily reach. They were ready to fight at any time. On the other side, some of the soldiers began to set up camp. According to the requirements, even if it was a temporary camp, it had to be protected. This was a special requirement in the training of the Northern Town Army. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of tools, so they set up camp quickly. Some of them set up camp, while others began to collect firewood, cut trees, and dig up some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Many of the soldiers in the Northern Town Army had undergone wilderness survival training. After all, the barbarians lived in the wilderness all year round. They had a lot of wilderness survival skills. Although they couldn't read and couldn't even write their own names, they were like fish in water in the wilderness. They didn't have to worry about starving to death. Even in the wilderness, they could identify the size and species of animals based on their footprints. With such ability, Sulin naturally wouldn't let it go. Therefore, the Northern Town Army included wilderness survival training. If someone from the previous world saw this, they would instantly understand that Sulin was planning to train all the soldiers according to the requirements of the Special Forces. The construction of the camp was very fast. At the same time, smoke rose from the kitchen. The soldiers took out the dry food they had prepared and poured it into the pot. Then, they added some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Soon, the aroma of the food filled the air. Just as everyone was about to eat, a scream suddenly came. Sulin didn't even think. His body turned into a shadow and rushed over. Chapter 235. A blood-curdling scream was heard, but it stopped abruptly. Sulin turned into a blur and rushed out. The other soldiers followed closely behind him. Everyone held their weapons. No one dared to be careless. Sulin soon arrived at the scene. However, what he found made Sulin frown. My lord. A new spearman recruit had a frightened expression and his body was trembling. Beside him was the corpse of another spearman. However, only half of this spearman's corpse was left with blood. What happened? Where's the murderer? Sulin looked around and did not find any monsters. Carl was eaten by that flower. The spearman's soldier stammered. Sulin looked at the corpse in front of him. There were some irregular teeth marks on the corpse. The corpse was badly mutilated. It looked like the upper half of the body had been swallowed. Even the iron-plated armor on the body was torn apart. Flower? What flower? The soldier, who had just joined the army not long ago, was so frightened that he stuttered. It took him a while to calm down. Carl and I came here to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. We were going back to cook. Carl saw a patch of mushrooms under the tree and was about to pick them. But as soon as we walked over, a strange flower beside us suddenly opened its big mouth. We didn't even have time to react. Carl was swallowed. I reached out and tried to pull him over, but only his lower half was pulled back. The soldier was nervous. He pointed at a strange plant not far away. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was greatly frightened. Sulin glanced at the plant. It was a plant similar to a sunflower. However, the color of the flower was blood red. The color was unusually bright. The stem of the sunflower looked like a cloth bag. There was also a pool of blood near the plant that had not dried up. Sunwheel flower? Sulin's face darkened when he saw the plant in front of him. Sulin had seen this type of plant in Hathaway's Monster Guide. It was a type of mutated plant. It did not rely on photosynthesis to grow like normal plants. Instead, it devoured all kinds of animals and humans. This type of plant could also move on its own, but at a very slow speed. Sunflower, mutated plant, man-eating flower, grade 3, gregarious, creature level, 13. Challenge rating, level 8. Has spell-like ability. Strength, 16. Agility, 6. Spirit, 23. Vitality, 21. Charm, 15 talents. Camouflage, sneak attack, perception, intermediate regeneration, decoy skills, devouring attack, vine tentacles, hallucinatory fragrance, poison attack difficulty. C+. Sunwheel flower was a type of mutated plant. This type of plant was the most dangerous type of man-eating plant. It could be found all over the continent. There were many types of mutated plants that could attack, such as snake vines, bloody thorns, caraman's trees, and so on. These types of plants would actively attack the animals around them. These types of plants had evolved from normal plants and had all kinds of terrifying spell-like abilities. For example, snake vines could bite and entangle their prey like poisonous snakes and release poison. Sir, at this time, the soldiers of a northern battlefront city arrived. Sulin ordered them. There are man-eating plants here. Don't get close to them. Everyone be alert. Don't be ambushed. Man-eating plants? Hearing Sulin's words, the soldiers immediately became nervous. They looked around the plants and scanned the area. Kate looked at the body on the ground with a grim expression. Sir, what kind of plant is this? It swallowed a person in one bite. As a hero that Sulin had discovered from the army, Kate's strength was not outstanding. However, he had sharp instincts on the battlefield and was very suitable to be a commander. Sunwheel flower. Sulin uttered a name. Sir, how do we deal with these plants? Why don't we just set this place on fire and burn it all down? Kate whispered. We brought some kerosene this time. It shouldn't be a problem to set this forest on fire. The surrounding forest was so quiet that it made people's hearts palpitate. The forest in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sulin shook his head. It's useless. These plants are very resistant to fire. Their roots are underground. If you want to burn them, you'll need a lot of kerosene. Sunwheel flower's ability was not only to ambush and swallow people, but also its fragrance. This kind of plant's fragrance had a very strong hallucinogenic ability. It can make people fall into hallucinations unknowingly and then be controlled by the plant. Sometimes, the number of people was not an advantage for this kind of plant. Sulin flipped his palm, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He then moved his body and rushed toward the sunwheel flower. This kind of man-eating plant had a special characteristic, which was that it would become very lazy when digesting its prey after swallowing. At this time, as long as they didn't attack, they wouldn't attack again under normal circumstances. Moreover, when they were digesting food, the reaction of these man-eating plants would also be reduced. Experienced adventurers would prepare some cattle, sheep, and other animals for them to devour. When they were full, they would suddenly attack. As a grade 3 plant, they were very strong. Although they were only rated C+ in the monster guide, if you were careless, the consequences would be unforgettable. No, there might not be a future. This kind of plant's rating was because they had very obvious weaknesses. As long as you knew their weaknesses and made a corresponding attack plan based on their weaknesses, there were still many ways to deal with them. However, as plants, they had one thing in common. Their most fatal weakness was the underground part. Sulin tiptoed and quickly rose up. The sharp sword in his hand slashed toward the sunwheel flower in front of him. The flower-shaped parts on the surface of the man-eating plant were its feeding and digestive organs. The bulging thing that looked like a bag was the body of the Northtown city soldier. As Sulin expected, when Sulin attacked, the sunwheel flower's reaction was much slower. When Sulin's sword stabbed into the stem, the sunwheel flower suddenly attacked. A large number of vines shot out from the ground. Sulin's sharp sword cut horizontally. It was a plant, but it felt like cutting rubber with a knife. The vines broke, and bright red liquid flowed out of the cracks. It looked like blood. These vines were very strong. Although they had been cut off, they kept twisting after falling to the ground. It felt like the tentacles of an octopus were cut off. Whoosh! At this moment, the huge mouth that looked like a sunflower suddenly opened. The huge mouth opened ferociously. Inside the huge petals of the sunwheel flower, there were densely packed dagger-like teeth. If you were bitten by these teeth, you would immediately be torn into pieces. Inside the petals, there were things like blood vessels. Those were channels used to transport nutrients. At this time, the body of the soldier inside was already beyond recognition. At the same time, a bloody smell came, mixed with the smell of acid. It was the digestive fluid secreted by plants to digest their prey. Sulin stabbed a few times, causing some damage to the petals. However, these were not fatal. At the same time, a large number of root-like things suddenly broke out of the ground and surrounded Sulin. Sword skill. Sweep sword skill. Cut iron 2 streaks of sword light shot out from the sword. The power of the sword light was so great that it directly cut the surrounding plant roots into two. The roots were cut off, causing severe pain to the sunwheel flower. The sunwheel flower's mouth also involuntarily twisted. Then, the huge petals suddenly opened like a bloody mouth and bit Sulin. However, although it was fast, it was far from enough compared to Sulin. I could be bitten. He slid left and twisted his body. Not only did he avoid the sunwheel flower's attack, but he also took the opportunity to backhand the sunwheel flower's roots. The roots, which were as tough as dragon skin, were not cut off. Sulin moved quickly. He did not withdraw the sword in his hand. Instead, he followed the trace and cut directly. Faced with high-speed cutting, the sunwheel flower's tough roots could no longer withstand it. The ferocious mouth was directly cut off. Even so, the sunwheel flower's mouth did not show any signs of death. Instead, it kept twisting and struggling on the ground. Immediately afterward, a large number of roots broke out of the ground and madly besieged Sulin. These roots directly formed a circle, encircling Sulin in the middle, and then wrapped around him in an instant. There are also many barbs on these roots. If one was wrapped around by them, they would definitely be torn into countless pieces. Thunderstorm's spell. Strong lightning burst out from Sulin's body. As the power of lightning was the most likely to trigger negative effects, under such dense lightning, all the sunwheel flower's roots trembled in an instant. Many of the roots were directly electrocuted into charcoal. The strong electric current flowed along the roots into the sunwheel flower's underground part. Even the sunwheel flower's underground part was constantly trembling from the electric current. Not far away, there was a bulge on the ground that was neither big nor small. Seeing this, Su Luan's eyes flashed with lightning. Lightning spear. Powerful lightning gathered in Sulin's hand in an instant, forming a spear completely made of lightning. Then he waved his arm. The lightning spear instantly pierced the air, then pierced the soil, and instantly sank into the bulge. A muffled sound of thunder came from the ground under his feet, like winter thunder. Then the trembling roots on the ground instantly lost their support and fell down one after another. A large amount of lightning jumped back and forth on the ground, and it took a few seconds for it to slowly dissipate. Chapter 236. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have slain a rank 3 mutant sunflower. You have gained 2,350 experience points. Sulin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. The sunflower was not much of a threat to Sulin. What was more troublesome was that its weak point was underground. It would not be easy to kill it. My lord, are you all right? Kite asked when he saw that the battle was over. Sulin shook his head. I'm fine. Take your men and dig out the roots of the sunflower. Yes, my lord. Kite immediately obeyed and led dozens of soldiers to dig along the roots of the sunflower. Apart from some spearmen who were about to be promoted to the Spear Imperial Guard, the rest of the soldiers were elite spearmen. The expansion of the army required them to participate in several battles to be promoted as soon as possible. While the soldiers were digging, Sulin took a knife and began to deal with the sunflower's mouth part. At this time, the ferocious mouth part had lost its vitality and was lying softly on the ground. Although it looked ferocious and horrible, its pollen was a good magic material. Hallucinogenic pollen could be used to make hallucinogenic potions. It was also added to many potions, such as the Azure Potion. It was a potion used to increase the will of the user. After taking it, the user would see a lot of illusions. The user had to get rid of all the illusions in order to increase the will of the user. It would increase the user's will by about 1 or 2 points. Originally, Sulin didn't know much about these materials. It was Hathaway who forced him to write them down so that he wouldn't miss them if he didn't know what they were. Sulin took a small knife and was about to cut the sunflower's mouth part. However, as soon as the knife came close, the sunflower, which had no signs of life, bit at Sulin. However, Sulin was already prepared for this situation. He flipped his palm, and a thunderball instantly appeared in his hand. Then, the thunderball collided with the sunwheel flower's mouth, and a powerful thunder power instantly erupted. The sunflower's mouth part kept trembling and twitching. In the end, it stopped moving. The sunflower's mouth part was similar to that of a poisonous snake. Even if it was dead, its head would still attack people who came close. After the lightning attack, the sunflower's mouth part was completely dead. Sulin then started to collect the pollen. Although the sunflower looked like a flower, it was not. Its pollen was in a pouch above its mouth part. Sulin searched for a while and cut open the sunflower's mouth part. He found a pouch the size of a fist on the wall. It contained the sunflower's hallucinogenic pollen. After finding the pollen, the rest of the mouth part was cut open. The corpse of the Northtown City soldier that had turned into chunks of flesh was taken out too. Even though it was beyond recognition, the Northtown City would cremate the body into ashes and bury it in the cemetery of martyrs, as he had died in the battle. Although it was time-consuming, it was very important for the soldiers. It also gave the Northtown City soldiers a belief that other armies did not have. In this era, the dead soldiers would be buried on the spot. If they were lucky, they would leave a tombstone. If they were unlucky, there would be nothing left. Moreover, the death pensions of the soldiers were often embezzled. Of course, most of the time, there was no pension at all. Only after winning a battle would the nobles be merciful and take out an extremely small portion of the spoils of war as pension. It was different in the North Town city. All the soldiers who died in the battle would receive a pension. If they made contributions, the pension would be more. Normally, the North Town city's pension would be 5 times the annual salary of the soldier, and it would be paid in one lump sum. The payment of the pension was very strict, and Su Luan kept a close eye on it. He didn't want the pension not to fall into the hands of the soldiers' relatives, but to be pocketed by others. Once such a scandal occurred, it would be a great blow to the reputation of Northern Town. Apart from the pension, the North Town city also treated the families of the martyrs well. For example, the families of the martyrs would not have to pay taxes on their land for 10 years. At the same time, the orphans of the martyrs would be accepted into the school under construction in the North Town city. At the same time, the city hall would send officials to the families of the martyrs every year. The North Town City Army was the most loyal army in the world. The soldiers moved quickly. The root of the sunwheel flower was slowly exposed under the digging. Although Su Lin already knew that the sunwheel flower had a large part underground, he was still shocked. The mouth of the sunwheel flower above the ground was only 1/5 of the mouth of the sunwheel flower underground. As the soil was constantly cleaned, the roots of the sunwheel flower were soon exposed. In the center of the roots of the sunwheel flower was a huge sarcoma, which was the vital part of the sunwheel flower. There was a huge hole in the sarcoma-like thing, and the blood inside had already dried up. However, Su Lin did not care about that. Instead, he began to look for something on the sarcoma-like thing. Soon, Su Lin found an egg-sized red gemstone. It was the most valuable part of the sunwheel flower. Wizards called it the blood essence stone. The stone itself was poisonous. It could cause paralysis and hallucinations. As long as the poison was neutralized, it could be used to make a potion that could permanently increase one's lifespan. A single sunwheel flower could increase a person's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. This was why it was so valuable in the black market. As soon as it appeared, it would be snatched up immediately. Although this world was a fantasy world, for those below the legendary level, their lifespan was still an insurmountable problem. As long as they reached the legendary level, even a warrior could live up to 200 to 300 years old. Wizards could even live up to 1,000 years. However, most of the legendary warriors did not live to 300 years old. As warriors who fought on the front lines, every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Injuries were nothing out of the ordinary. However, if they were injured too much when they were young, their lifespan would be affected. The blood essence stone had no effect on legendary wizards. They had better treasures like the fountain of youth, water of life, and other miraculous items that could greatly increase one's lifespan. However, for nobles, this kind of life-extending potion was very tempting. After all, not many nobles would think that their lifespan was too long. This kind of potion was not very useful to Su Lin. Although he was also a warrior, he was also a wizard. When he reached the legendary level, he had awakened his domain power. Even if he lived according to his normal lifespan, he would still live longer than legendary wizards. Su Lin did not plan to use it himself. Instead, he planned to let Hathaway make the potion and sell it. If this thing appeared in the auction house, he was sure that the nobles would give him a satisfactory price. After putting away the blood essence stone, Su Lin ordered the soldiers to burn the roots of the sunwheel flower and then ordered the army to withdraw from the forest. If there were more mutant plants similar to the sunwheel flower in the forest, these soldiers would not be able to do much. Therefore, he planned to explore alone. After ordering Kate to defend the camp, Su Lin entered the forest alone. This forest was very strange. There were not even many insects. Although the plants looked lush, there was a sense of eeriness. At this time, it was already a little dark, and the light in the forest was even worse. Su Lin blessed himself with an invisibility spell, and then went around from the side. As he passed through the thorny forest, there were many strange trees and flowers around him. Their bodies were obviously larger than ordinary plants, a bit like an ancient primitive forest. Su Lun deliberately touched these plants a few times with something, and the whole plant moved a little, but these plants did not attack. Maybe these plants did not need to eat yet. Su Lun even found a plant similar to a willow tree. The plant had many vines that swayed with the wind. It looked normal, but Su Lun, who had read the monster guide, recognized it at a glance. It was a Caroman's tree. When this plant did not attack, it was no different from a normal plant. However, when it attacked, its numerous vines would immediately wrap around the target like snakes. It would also secrete a large amount of hallucinogenic and paralyzing liquid to paralyze the target. At the same time, it would also inject digestive fluid into the target. The organs and even the bones of the target would melt into liquid and be absorbed by the Cromman's tree. Although this plant was ferocious, it was a very good material for wizards. Wizards would often deliberately plant this kind of thing. The Cromman's tree trunk was very magical, and it was a good material for making magic staffs. The hallucinogenic fluid it secreted was also a supplementary material for some magic potions. Sulan looked at the Cromman's tree in front of him and frowned. He muttered, "A Cromman's tree? Is it wild or planted here on purpose?" After hesitating for a while, Sulan did not attack the tree. Instead, he carefully went around it. After going around the Cromman's tree, Sulan continued to go deeper into the forest. Soon, a large field of lavender flowers appeared in front of him. After quietly approaching, Sulan realized that this field of flowers did not seem to grow naturally. Instead, it seemed to be artificially cultivated. Although the flowers were not trimmed, he could still see some traces left behind. After getting closer, Sulan also recognized the flowers planted in this field of flowers. These purple flowers were all datura flowers. Sulan felt that these flowers were alive. Chapter 237. Tulips? That's not right. Why are tulips purple? Seeing such a large sea of flowers, Sullen's brows wrinkled. Who would plant tulips here? Ordinary tulips alone were not fatal, but they emitted a special kind of poison. People who stayed in this sea of flowers for a while would be poisoned. They would feel dizzy and nauseous. If they did not leave in time, they would fall into a coma and become fertilizer for this sea of flowers. The purple tulips in front of him were obviously not ordinary. If Sulin guessed correctly, their poison was stronger and more violent. Although this sea of flowers was luxuriant, it seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Sulen found a lot of things like flower seeds on the ground near the sea of flowers. It should be for some reason that these flower seeds did not take root and germinate. In some places, the growth of the flowers was obviously messy. Sulen also found that behind this sea of flowers, he could vaguely see the outline of some broken buildings. However, it should be because the weathering was too severe. It was impossible to distinguish their original appearance. Sullen's heart became more and more excited. It was obvious that this was a ruin that had not been excavated. Sulen observed for a while and did not find the entrance of the ruin. However, this was a normal phenomenon. Not all ruins had an entrance. Some ruins that were severely damaged only had some broken walls. Many ruins were actually excavated by various adventurer teams. Of course, there were still many dangers in these ruins. Sulen did not act rashly. However, just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw that the weathered wall at the edge of the sea of flowers was a little different. Sulen carefully avoided these plants and observed from the side. Spatial folds. Sullen's expression was a little surprised. The abnormality looked like a piece of paper that had been wrinkled from the side. It looked very strange. Is this the wizard's secret realm? Sulen suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Sulen felt that his guess was correct. However, to be sure, he still needed a professional to take a look. Sulen did not continue to move. The secret realm of sorcerers was a masterpiece of the ancient sorcerers. Those ancient sorcerers were well versed in the knowledge of space, planes, and other things. After some research, they created a kind of magical technology. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the technology of the wizard's secret realm was developed to its peak. Some powerful wizards even opened up a plane as their own territory. There were also wizards who found a half-plane in the astral world and linked it to the main material world. Secret realms also varied in size. The first secret realms used spatial magic to hide some areas of the prime material plane. These kinds of secret realms were the most common, and the space inside was also the smallest. As for secret realms that used semi-planes or entire planes to transform them, they were now very rare. Moreover, it was very likely that there were ancient and dangerous creatures in the secret realm. There might even be all sorts of magical traps. If he wasn't prepared, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Some secret realms even had magical pets or magical beasts left behind by the ancient adepts. It was important to know that some magical beasts had a very long lifespan, and many magical beasts would use a long period of dormancy to delay the aging of life. Who knew if there were such monsters in the secret realms that had been closed for thousands of years or even longer? If they were unlucky, there might be a giant dragon. Even if it was the weakest white dragon among the 5-color dragons, thousands of years was enough for it to grow into an ancient dragon. In the face of a giant dragon of this level, the average legendary strongman would be a piece of cake. After a round of investigation, Sulin returned to the camp outside the forest. At this time, Carter had almost built the camp. When Sulin returned to the camp, he immediately sent someone back to inform Hathaway to come as soon as possible. After suspecting that there was a secret realm here, Sulin began to block the news. Once the news about the appearance of the secret realm of sorcerers spread, all the sorcerers on the continent would come back to explore. At that time, even Sulin would be powerless to stop it. Although he was now a legendary strongman, there were many legendary strongmen on the continent. A secret realm that had never been discovered, the resources in it were enough to make these legendary strongmen excited. In a moment, all the soldiers were sent out to clear the monsters in the wasteland. No monsters or people were allowed to come close to the forest. After waiting in the camp for a day, Sulin saw Hathaway rushing over the next day. "Where is the secret realm? Take me there quickly." Hathaway saw Sulin and did not have time to rest. She immediately asked about the secret realm. "The secret realm will always be there. It won't run away. Calm down first." Seeing Hathaway's state, Sulin had to force her to calm down. She was not suitable to explore the ruins in her current state. After hearing Sulin's advice, Hathaway finally calmed down and began to rest. At the same time, she prepared various items for the exploration. It was not until the third day that Sulin brought Hathaway to the thorn forest. The two quickly arrived at the place where Sulin killed the sunwheel flower. After arriving, Hathaway began to cast various spells on them. Invisibility, hide tracks, eliminate scent, energy shield, elemental resistance, poison resistance, bear's endurance, cat's grace. A series of support spells were released from Hathaway's hands. Sulin could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Hathaway, who was already a third-rank wizard, had no problem casting these spells. The two then followed the path that Sulin took last time and went deep into the forest. As soon as they entered, Hathaway quickly noticed the difference. This is the moon's soul grass. This is the blood-sucking thorn. This is the ghost flower. The plants that Sulin did not recognize last time were easily recognized by Hathaway. She was very excited. "There are so many magical plants here," Hathaway said excitedly. "There was nothing strange about this forest before. I don't know what happened, but there was a sudden change recently," Sulin said as he walked. This place was not too far away from Northgard City. It was about 50 kilometers. In the past, nothing strange had happened here. It had only appeared in the past 1 or 2 months. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, "I think it has something to do with the elemental tide." "This place has something to do with the elemental tide?" Sulin's eyes widened. Hathaway ran her fingers through her hair and said, "Yes, the elemental tide. The eruption of the elemental tide was a bit sudden. According to what you said, This mystery plane has not been repaired for at least 1 or 2,000 years. The sudden surge of elemental energy has caused problems with the operation of the energy nodes in a mystery plane. The energy core might have been damaged due to years of disrepair. The spatial array covering the secret realm also showed some flaws because of this. Then, the demonic plants, flower fields, and other plants that were originally in the secret realm were exposed. You should be able to feel it. The elemental energy in this forest is very dense. It's much denser than the other places outside. I suspect that the mystery plane was exposed because of the sudden increase in elemental energy due to the appearance of the elemental tide. The energy transmission system in the mystery plane could not withstand the sudden increase in elemental energy. Looks like we have the elemental tide to thank, Sulin said with a smile. Don't be happy too early. Although the mystery plane has appeared, it's not easy to go in and get the benefits. None of the ruins left behind by the ancient wizards are easy to deal with. The best equipment for exploring a mystery plane was to have a lucky companion. Under normal circumstances, it would be a halfling rogue. Halfling rogues were very popular in exploration because of their short stature, flexible bodies, keen intuition, and generally better luck than the average person. It would be even better if they had attributes similar to the treasure-hunting mouse. Soon, the two arrived at the sea of flowers that Sulin found last time. The purple sea of flowers swayed with the wind, looking like a purple ocean. So many purple tulips. Hathaway was very surprised when she saw the sea of flowers in front of her. These tulips give me the feeling that they are alive, Sulin said. Hathaway nodded and said, they are indeed alive. These are activated plants. These activated plants are generally the outer layer of the mystery plane, and the fruits they produce after they mature are also materials for refining magic potions. Also, don't you think this sea of flowers is very beautiful? It's like a fish eating 3 fish, Sulin said. Then how do we get in? There's no good way. We can only force our way in. And even if we know the password to pass through here, these magical plants have changed several times. It's a problem whether the password is still valid. After all this time, we still have to force it. Sulin rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. Don't do that. Seeing that Sulin was about to do it, Hathaway immediately pulled him back. I already checked just now. The runic magic circle here has basically lost its effect. These tulips will only attack based on instinct. This way, it'll be much easier. If the original runic magic circle was still there, these tulips would be equivalent to 1. At that time, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. After Sulin and Hathaway cast a defensive spell, they entered the sea of flowers. As soon as they entered, Sulin smelled a strong floral fragrance, and a faint singing sound appeared in his ears. The tulips in the sea of flowers drifted with the wind, and the surrounding branches and leaves were like sharp blades that quickly cut the two of them. The energy shield in front of the two of them frequently collided with each other. The energy shield firmly blocked all these attacks, but the system's prompt kept ringing in his ears. The host is attacked by the knockout fragrance, forcibly conducting a constitution test. Constitution test passed. The host is attacked by the mind, forcibly conducting a spirit test. Spirit test passed. Chapter 238. Sullen's body was already tall, and with Hathaway's support, the attacks launched by the surrounding purple tulips didn't pose too much of a threat to the two. Sulin brandished his sword and kept cutting off the branches and leaves of the purple tulips. After being attacked, the attacks of the purple tulips weakened a lot. Hathaway took out a small pouch and grabbed some powder from it. She chanted some incantation and scattered the powder. The purple tulips that were still attacking the two suddenly slowed down. After a while, the attacks completely disappeared. The surrounding purple tulips were like drunkards, swaying and not moving. What is this? Sullen's eyes lit up. This is hypnotic powder. All right, let's leave quickly. Plants have a high resistance to hypnosis. They will wake up soon, Hathaway urged. Sulin nodded, then pulled Hathaway and quickly walked towards the depths of the sea of flowers. Along the way, Hathaway kept sprinkling hypnotic powder on the surrounding purple tulips. Soon, the two passed through the sea of flowers. Behind the sea of flowers were some buildings that had been severely weathered. These buildings should have been heavily damaged. There were still some traces left on the ruins. Sulen found some wrinkles on the wall nearby. Sulen went over to take a look, but there was nothing special. It should be just an ordinary spatial wrinkle. After arriving here, the two didn't rush forward. Instead, they first searched the ruins. They didn't know if it was because the destruction was too thorough, but there was nothing valuable here. After finding nothing, the two began to enter the depths of the ruins. After arriving here, Sulen clearly felt that the space here was a bit strange. There was a strange membrane separating them from the outside world. After entering the secret realm, there were a lot more buildings inside, and many of them were relatively well preserved. Be careful. Although it seems that no one has been here for a long time, some runic magic circles are still operating normally. Don't touch their defense mechanism, Hathaway said after observing for a while. Sulen nodded gently, then asked, Hathaway, can you tell what period this secret realm is from? Looking at the style of these buildings, some of them seem to be from the later period of the Arcane Kingdom. However, the secret realms of the later period of the Arcane Kingdom are generally based on half-bit walls or artificial bit walls. Secret realms like this that fold space directly are rarely used. The difficulty of building a secret realm that uses this kind of space-folding technology is much lower, and the value inside will be much lower, so you have to be mentally prepared. But it's not without benefits. If the level of the ruins is low, the level of danger inside will naturally be low. Even if we find those secret realms made by semi-planes or even planes, we can only look at them. Sulen inadvertently used too much force and broke the lock directly. After opening the box, Sulen did not open it immediately. This kind of box was generally set with a magic trap. Once it was opened, it would suddenly spray out effects such as strong acid, crossbow arrows, lightning, poisonous smoke, and so on. This kind of trap was impossible to guard against, so it was not wrong to be cautious. He put the box on the ground and carefully opened it. Sulen's body tensed up, and he was ready to dodge at any time without triggering any mechanism. Just as Sulen was about to relax, a flash of light came, followed by an acid arrow that was not as thick as a finger. Sulen's body flashed, and he easily dodged it. The acid arrow flew less than 20 centimeters and fell to the ground weakly. A normal acid arrow was more than 10 times stronger than this one, and it could fly very far. However, considering that this trap had been there for so long, it could still be activated. This in itself showed that the person who set the trap was very skilled. After dodging the acid arrow, Sulen picked up the box. There was not much in the box, only a few colorful gems. There was a ruby and a sapphire that were the size of a pigeon's egg and of good quality. There was also a crystal bottle beside it, but the liquid in the bottle had long dried up, leaving only some brown powder at the bottom. Here you go. Sulen handed the ruby and sapphire to Hathaway. Hathaway reached out and took the gems. Her beautiful big eyes were smiling like crescent moons. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the gems clean, then put them away with a smile. Sure enough, women were like dragons, unable to resist the temptation of these shiny gems. With the first building's facade already having such a harvest, the two's interest in treasure hunting was even higher. Following that, the dozen or so buildings that were still intact were all swept clean. Even the walls and floors were searched, but their harvest was not much. They only found a well-preserved magic scroll in one of the rooms. There were 5 hexagram symbols on the left side of this magic scroll, indicating that this magic scroll recorded a level 5 spell. A level 5 spell was still very valuable. If bought from a wizard, it would cost about 300 to 500 kinar. He handed the magic scroll to Hathaway. Hathaway opened the scroll and looked at it, but after a few glances, Hathaway frowned. There were many runes on this level 5 spell that she had never seen before, and the runes on it were even more complicated than a level 6 spell. Although she did not recognize this magic scroll, it did not mean that she could not learn it. As long as she learned these new runes and released them, she would be able to master this spell. The only problem was that it would be more difficult to learn. After harvesting 2 gems and a level 5 spell scroll, Sulin and Selena left the ruins of the building and continued to go deeper into the secret realm. Soon, the two arrived near farmland. At this time, the farmland had long been deserted, and only some plants grew sporadically in some places. After getting closer, Hathaway's eyes lit up. She immediately recognized that these were all magical plants. However, there was a layer of runic circle outside the farmland. Seeing the situation, Sulin and Hathaway directly used brute force to break it. Fortunately, the runic circle had not been maintained for a long time, and its power had dropped to the extreme. Hathaway hit it with a fireball, and the runic circle kept flickering. After a few consecutive fireballs, finally, with a soft sound, the runic circle flickered a few times and dimmed completely. Without the runic circle, Sulin and Selena entered the farmland. This farmland should have been used to grow all kinds of magical plants. Later, maybe because of war or other reasons, all the magical plants here are harvested. Those magical plants that were still growing now should be the seeds that accidentally fell during the harvest. These seeds later took root and grew in the farmland. The farmland in front of them covered a vast area of hundreds of acres. Some magical plants grew sporadically in it. Sulin and Hathaway did not continue to explore the ruins and left to harvest these magical plants. Although there were not many of these magical plants, their quality was very high. They had been growing for at least a few hundred years. Many of them were even almost extinct now. Chapter 239. Around these farms, Sulin also found some broken crystal pillars with many runes engraved on them. After careful identification, Hathaway found that the runes engraved on them were used for scouting, monitoring, and changing the surrounding environment. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the Arcanist could use spells to monitor the growth of the magic plants at all times and change the surrounding growth environment according to the needs of the magic plants. Sulin even suspected that this work didn't need anyone to intervene. Under these crystal pillars, Sulin also found energy channels used to transmit magical energy. However, many of the channels were broken, and the energy inside was almost dry. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Counterattack triggered. Eliminate the intruders. Body recharging. Insufficient energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating counterattack. Mission instruction. Eliminate the intruders. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. A ray of light swept across a well-preserved crystal pillar next to them, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. In the distance, a faint red light lit up in the gray fog, and some tall black shadows walked out of the fog. It was a few tall, fully constructed puppets. These fully constructed puppets were different from the ones that were popular among the wizards. They were painted in black and had a metallic luster, giving them a heavy feeling. Steel golems? Seeing the fully constructed puppets in front of him, Sulin recognized them at a glance. The leading steel golem gave Sulin a feeling that it was very similar to the original version of Iron Man's armor in his previous life. One or two of the steel golems were damaged, which should be the traces of a battle. Target found. Attack. After finding Sulin and Hathaway, the leading steel golem instantly aimed its arm at the two of them. Then, its palms separated and a black hole appeared in front of them. A burst of energy instantly burst out. Sulin's expression changed. Without thinking, he pulled Hathaway aside and dodged. Boom! Boom! A few consecutive energy blasts hit the place where the two of them were standing just now. A 4 or 5 meter deep crater was blasted out of the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose in the explosion. F*CK. So powerful. Sulin sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the craters on the ground. Then, global warming. Every single one of these magic golems was more powerful than a great fireball. And if they fired continuously, they would be able to bombard the ground. This kind of magic golems could easily wipe out an entire army. Lightning spear. A spear made entirely of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. In the next second, the lightning spear streaked across the sky and instantly hit the steel golem at the front. The powerful lightning energy melted the steel golem's chest into molten iron, and a large amount of lightning energy instantly burst out. The entire steel golem was covered in lightning. The steel golem's red eyes flickered back and forth a few times before slowly extinguishing. The steel golem that weighed several tons crashed to the ground. The other steel golems turned their arms and fired their energy cannons at the two of them. High-risk target detected. Prioritize high-risk target. The remaining steel golems all aimed at Su Lin and fired energy cannons one after another. Seeing this situation, Hathaway's hands flickered and released spells one after another. Slow. Energy shield. Haste. Chain of fireballs. A flash of light enveloped the steel golems, and the already somewhat slow steel golems became even slower. A translucent energy shield rose from Sullen's body, and his already fast speed increased again. 5 fireballs appeared next to Hathaway. In the next second, these fireballs drew an arc and hit 3 steel golems. The flash of light dissipated, and to the two of them's surprise, the golems were actually unharmed, only a little damaged on the surface of their steel. What a high magic defense! Su Lin slid, his figure flashed, and went around the golem from the side. Then, he took a big stride forward and slashed at the golem's leg joint with the sharp sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The steel golem's body shook slightly, and a deep sword mark appeared on its leg joint. Sullen's feet moved quickly, and he dodged the steel golem's sweep. In the next second, his body had already turned to the other side. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand didn't stop at all, and he kept slashing at the steel golem's leg. Sparks flew, and soon, the steel golem's leg joint became scarred. Crack! With a soft sound, the already scarred joint could no longer withstand the attack, and suddenly broke. The steel golem that had lost a leg could no longer maintain its balance, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a bang. Freezing beam. 3 Hathaway took advantage of the moment when Su Lin was fighting with the golem and quickly summoned 3 icy blue rays. The blue rays instantly hit the 3 steel golems, and the steel golems, which had already been slowed down by the slow spell, became even slower. Su Lin didn't let go of the opportunity. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, he cut off the leg joints of the 3 steel golems. After losing the ability to move, these steel golems all became targets. Soon, Su Lin easily cut off their energy centers. After losing the energy centers, the red eyes of the steel golems flickered a few times and slowly extinguished. Su Lin breathed a long sigh of relief and threw away the long sword in his hand that had turned into a sawtooth. Damn, these golems are really hard. Next time, I must change to a better weapon. Without a suitable weapon, this thing is like dismantling a mech with bare hands. Hathaway, can you make these golems? My current alchemy level is not enough, and these steel golems from the Arcane Empire are more difficult to make than the ones that are circulating now. I need to take them back and disassemble them. Hathaway shook her head with a wry smile. The craftsmanship of these golems was much more powerful than the steel golems in her school. Su Lin got up and came near these steel golems. Then, he found the best preserved and lightest damaged steel golems and put them away with the storage parachute. As for the other golems, they could only be left here now. Although Sullen's storage space was large, it was very difficult to fit one in. The steel golems in front of him were basically identical in appearance. They were not the products of handmade workshops at all. Su Lin suspected that these steel golems were like the products of an assembly line. The challenge rating of these steel golems was about level 13. Su Lin could solve them so easily. Part of the reason was his own strength. The other part was that these golems lacked energy. Otherwise, these golems would have been attacking with energy balls. That kind of intensive energy cannon storm. Even Sulin would have to temporarily avoid the spearhead. The two of them simply packed up their spoils of war and continued to walk deeper into the secret territory. After passing through the farmland, they soon saw a lake. The lake water was clear, but it was dead silent inside. After being sealed for such a long time, the ecology of the lake water had long been destroyed. After searching here for a while, Sulin only found a few lotus seeds in the soil. The lotus seeds were well preserved and should be able to germinate. Hathaway was going to go back and try to plant them. Bypassing the lake, a large number of buildings appeared in front of them. However, these buildings were seriously damaged. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the buildings were directly erased, leaving only some large pits on the ground. Sulin picked up a piece of gravel and examined it. The gravel on the ground was all made of obsidian. The obsidian that was blessed with hard transformation was destroyed to this extent. It could be imagined how fierce the battle that took place here was. Although most of the buildings in the ruins were seriously damaged, the castle in the middle was still mostly preserved. After a simple search outside for a while, the two entered the castle. The castle was a mess. Several steel golems were scattered on the ground. These steel golems were seriously damaged. Many of them were rusted. Obviously, they had been scrapped. In addition to the steel golems, there was a large number of skeletons. However, after a long time, except for a few skeletons, most of the skeletons had become broken. In addition to human skeletons, there were many obviously thicker orc skeletons. There are also some skeletons that should be giants. Seeing the skeletons everywhere, Sulin could imagine how fierce the battle had been here. Bypassing these skeletons, Sulin walked into the castle. There were skeletons everywhere along the way. Sulin followed these skeletons. Sulin soon found the control center of this secret realm. In a well-preserved room in this castle, Sulin saw a place that looked like a control room. 6 thick metal pillars were engraved with a large number of runic magic circles. Next to this runic magic circle was a huge crystal curtain wall. However, this crystal curtain wall was now cracked into a spider web. Around this room, the battle was also the most intense. A large number of weapons were discarded on the ground. Sulin picked up a curved sword. The enchantment on the curved sword had lost its effect after thousands of years. Even the material had become rusty. Weapons of this level had lost their repair value. In the end, they could only be reforged. Most of the weapons here were in this state. Only a few high-level enchanted weapons still had some enchantment effect. However, if they wanted to continue using them, they had to find an alchemist master to repair them. Kacha! A noise came from the room, and an undead aura appeared. Skeletons swayed as they stood up. Sulin glanced at them, but didn't pay them any attention. In this secret land that had been closed for thousands of years, and with so many people dead and injured, it was normal for some undead to be born. However, because of the environment, it was very difficult to produce high-level undead. Some low-level ghosts and skeletons were easily dealt with. Chapter 240. Soon, Sulin and Hathaway had searched through the place. In the end, they found 6 enchanted weapons and 3 pieces of magical jewelry that could still be repaired. One of them was a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace. There was not a single space bag. After thousands of years, the enchantments on the space bags would lose their effectiveness. If they were lucky, the items inside would fall out. If they were unlucky, they would be destroyed when the space collapsed. The 3 pieces of magical jewelry were made of good materials. If not, the magical light on them would have dissipated long ago. However, the fact that they could be preserved for so long meant that they were of good quality. Sulin, look what I found. Hathaway shouted in surprise at this moment. Sulin quickly put away the items and looked over. He saw Hathaway waving at Sulin excitedly with a crystal ball in her hand. What is this? Sulin looked at Hathaway strangely. The control center of the arcane realm. This is the control center of this arcane realm. Hathaway said loudly. Sulun was overjoyed. He didn't bother to pick up the scraps anymore and ran over quickly. This is the control center of the arcane realm? Sulun asked as he took the crystal ball from Hathaway. This crystal ball was not much different from an ordinary crystal ball. However, there was some strange energy in it. This is the control center made by the arcanists. After it is activated, it can control the entire arcane realm. However, the energy here has been cut off for a long time. If we want to activate it, we need to reconnect the energy, Hathaway explained. Where is the energy source of the arcane realm? The energy source of this arcane realm should be the elemental pool. Such an important facility should be placed in the safest place. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in this castle. We've already searched the upper floors and did not find the elemental pool. Then it must be in the basement. The two did not waste any more time and immediately started looking for the passage to the basement. After some effort, the two of them finally found a room that led to the basement in an inconspicuous room. Through a long passage, the two of them arrived at the basement of the castle. The basement didn't suffer too much damage, and the crystal magic lamp on the wall was still emitting a faint light. Some damaged golems were lying on the ground. In the middle of the basement, a pool with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of the two. The pool was built with marble, and many complex runic circles were engraved on the marble. The pool was surrounded by energy channels made of magic crystals. These energy channels transmitted the energy in the pool to various parts of the secret realm. However, the energy in this elemental pool was close to drying up. The original marble wall was full of cracks, and several runes were damaged. Overall, this elemental pool was still 70% complete. Some elemental energy also leaked out from the energy pool. Although it was damaged, the elemental pool was still partially functional. It could draw energy from the 4 elemental planes, but the efficiency was very low. This was also why this secret realm could last for thousands of years. Now that the elemental pool's energy was about to run out, Sulun had to repair this elemental pool if he wanted to regain control of this arcane realm. Hathaway, can this elemental pool be repaired? Sulun frowned and asked. I need to check it, Hathaway said with a serious expression. A complete elemental pool required at least a rank 4 wizard to build. Hathaway was only one step away from that. However, the elemental pool in front of them was still 70% complete, so it shouldn't be too difficult to repair it. The elemental pool was also the energy source of a wizard tower. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a true wizard tower. It used the connection between the 4 elemental planes, then drew elemental energy from the 4 elemental planes and gathered it into elemental water. Elemental water was the most peaceful state of elemental energy. It was also used in many alchemy experiments. Building a complete elemental pool required about 500,000 to 1 million kinnar. In addition to the basic marble, it also required 4 high-quality magic gems. 1 ruby, 1 sapphire, 1 emerald, and 1 topaz. These gems were used to connect the 4 elemental planes. If the quality of the gems wasn't high enough, they would explode when they passed through elemental energy. In addition to these, the elemental pool required a large amount of silver and gold, a small amount of mithril, and large high-quality magic crystals. Large pieces of high-quality magic crystals had very good magic conductivity, so there was very little loss in the process of conducting magic energy. At the same time, magic crystals were very abundant in the material world. Wizards had even grasped the technology to make artificial magic crystals. Because magic crystals had the highest cost-performance ratio, they were used in large amounts. The surface of the elemental pool required a large amount of silver coating. Silver, gold, arcane dust, arcane steel, and star iron were used to carve the rune circle. The rune circle in the elemental pool was a large-scale energy-gathering circle. In addition, there were 4 rune circles used to connect the 4 elemental planes. Hathaway didn't have that many materials in her hands. Fortunately, Sulun had a lot in his storage space. Some of the materials she didn't have had to be taken down from the scrap steel puppets. Then she smelted them on the spot. Hathaway was very familiar with refining and fusing materials. She summoned a ball of spirit fire, then controlled the wizard's hand to melt all the metals. Finally, she smelted them together and obtained a ball of silver liquid with golden threads. Sulen repaired the damaged marble, while Hesse didn't smelt the materials. Then Hathaway began to control the wizard's hand and used a carving knife to repair the damaged runes on the elemental pool. Strands of silver wire were extracted from the molten metal and then carefully engraved on the marble wall. The runic array of the elemental pool required a very high degree of precision. According to the saying in his previous life, it was accurate to the micrometer. This level of intelligence relied on mental strength to carry out the operation. Hathaway's movements were very slow. She didn't dare to be careless. Sulen had been holding his breath for a long time. There were more than 300 runes on the elemental pool. There were more than 90 runes that needed to be repaired. All the runes needed to be engraved to the micrometer. Hathaway repaired the runes one by one, and the molten metal continued to fill them up. After a few hours, the sky was already dark, and Hathaway finally repaired the last rune. As the runic circle was repaired, a light flashed, and the elemental pool that was still leaking no longer leaked out. In addition to these, the original 4 magic gems used to connect the 4 elemental planes also needed to be replaced. After thousands of years of operation, these gems had not been maintained. The connecting channel had become very unstable. There was a possibility that it could be interrupted at any time. Hathaway took out 4 red, yellow, blue, and green gems of the same size and quality from her storage bag. She began to carve them with a carving knife. These gems needed to be engraved with symbols that represented the 4 elements. Compared to the elemental pool, the carving of these gems was much simpler. Soon, the 4 magic gems were carved into the shape of a rhombus. Each of the gems was engraved with a rune. Hathaway carefully replaced the original 4 magic gems in the elemental pool. The 4 new magic gems were successfully integrated into the 4 directions of the elemental pool. Buzz! There was a soft sound, and the whole space seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, for large amounts of energy appeared in the basement. Traces of strange energy flowed into the elemental pool. The elemental energy gathered in the elemental pool and formed a light blue elemental water. Soon, a thin layer of spring water appeared in the elemental pool that had almost reached the bottom. With the appearance of the elemental water, the concentration of elemental energy in the basement became very high. The establishment of an elemental pool was not only an important source of energy for the secret plane or the wizard tower, but also a great change to the surrounding environment. The most obvious change was the increase in concentration of elemental energy. The elemental pool could transform the area into an area where elemental energy was active. In this area, the casting speed and mana recovery speed of wizards would be increased. At the same time, the effect of meditation would also be increased. This was very important for wizards. At the same time, a rich elemental energy could also be used to grow all kinds of magical plants. The rich elemental energy here was more suitable for their growth. According to the classification of wizards, the concentration of elemental energy was divided into several levels. The place with the highest concentration of elemental energy was called the elemental land. In this place, the elemental energy was close to liquefaction. Living in this place for a long time would slowly change the body of the person who lived in this place. In the end, it would even evolve some spell-like abilities. The second level was the elemental land. Most of these places were modified by wizards. Basically, an elemental pool could be modified into a whole area. After that, the third level was the elemental land. Most of these places were naturally formed and rich in elemental energy. Usually, many magical plants and magical beasts would grow in these places. The fourth level was the normal concentration of elemental energy. Most material planes were in this state. The fifth level was the elemental land. This kind of environment was not very common in the main material plane. The recovery speed of wizards would be reduced if they meditated here. The 7th level was called the Dead Magic Land. In this kind of area, elemental energy was extremely scarce. It would be very difficult for wizards to cast spells. The difficulty of casting spells would directly increase by 1 circle, and the recovery speed would also be very slow. Most of these areas were caused by serious damage to the material plane or serious experimental accidents. The most famous place was the Desert of Despair. There were also some areas called the Forbidden Magic Land. These places were almost completely devoid of elemental energy. The difficulty of casting spells would be increased by at least 2 circles. Generally, when low-level wizards came here, they would directly lose their ability to cast spells. Chapter 241. The elemental pool has been successfully repaired. Your hero Hathaway has gained 42,000 experience points. Hathaway has leveled up. I found the opportunity to break through, Hathaway said in surprise. Sulin looked around and said, "You can break through here. The elemental pool is full of elemental energy. I'll guard outside for you. Don't worry about your safety." Hathaway hesitated for a moment and nodded. She would not let go of the opportunity to break through. Okay. Since she had decided to break through here, Hathaway did not hesitate and directly entered the elemental pool. Under normal circumstances, wizards would choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. This kind of environment was very beneficial for them, especially for high-grade wizards. They would absorb a large amount of elemental energy when they were breaking through. If there was a lack of elemental energy, it would affect the wizard's ability. To put it bluntly, it was the increase of the power of the will and mana. Some powerful high-grade wizards would even trigger an energy vortex when they were breaking through. Therefore, wizards who had the right conditions would usually choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. Some pragmatic organizations would even use the energy of the elemental pool. However, compared to Hathaway's current conditions, these were nothing. Although the elemental pool was not full yet, it was enough for Hathaway to break through. After the elemental pool was repaired, the elemental energy began to slowly gather. According to the energy levels set by wizards, the elemental pool in front of them was a medium-sized one. It could store up to 200,000 to 300,000 points of energy. It could transform the entire secret plane into a place full of elemental energy. It could support the normal operation of the secret plane. At the same time, it could also support the daily training of 50 wizards, 50 steel golems, and 120 stone golems. Hathaway began to meditate in the elemental pool. Soon, the surrounding elemental energy began to gather around her and formed an elemental vortex. A large amount of elemental energy entered Hathaway's body. Hathaway's breakthrough did not have any setbacks. She had already accumulated a lot of elemental energy, and with the abundant elemental energy provided by the elemental pool, everything went smoothly. When the elemental vortex disappeared, Hathaway's breakthrough also ended. Soon, Hathaway walked out of the elemental pool in high spirits. After completing the advancement, North Garrison City now had 3 4th-level spellcasters. In terms of high-level spellcasters, even Cult City had more than North Garrison City. Although he was happy that Hathaway had successfully advanced, he still had more important things to do. Sulin had to reactivate the control center of the Sorcerer's secret plane and take control of it. This was the only way to control the Sorcerer's secret plane. At the same time, he had to repair the secret plane as soon as possible. After becoming a Grand Wizard, Hathaway's power had greatly increased. Moreover, because she had repaired the elemental pool before, she had a deeper understanding of this place. There were several energy channels outside the elemental pool, and these energy channels were made of pure natural magic crystals. After checking for a while, Hathaway found the energy channel leading to the main control room. However, the energy channel connecting to the main control room had been destroyed. If she wanted to use it, she needed to repair it first. Sulin didn't have any magic crystals with him at the moment. Fortunately, there were many of them in this secret plane. Sulin and Hathaway directly removed a section of the damaged energy channel. Then they used soul fire to melt and mold the channel. Finally, they engraved runes on it, and a section of the energy channel was completed. After replacing the newly created energy channel and checking that there were no problems, Hathaway opened the energy channel to the elemental pool. Light blue elemental energy directly entered the energy channel. The originally dim energy channel quickly emitted a faint blue light. The energy channel connecting to the main control room quickly lit up. Soon, the entire channel was filled with elemental energy. Sulin and Hathaway confirmed that the energy channel was not leaking and that it was working well. Only then did they return to the main control room. At this time, the energy channel connecting to the central console in the main control room also lit up. The console, surrounded by 6 metal pillars, also entered a state of activation. However, it couldn't be activated because it didn't have a control center. Sulin and Hathaway looked at each other. Then, Hathaway picked up the control center in the shape of a crystal ball and came to the console. She gently snapped her fingers and a light flashed. The originally complete console was instantly divided into several pieces. After a dazzling combination, a silver-white circular metal platform slowly rose up. Hathaway gently placed the crystal ball on the metal platform. With a soft sound, the entire console instantly emitted a faint blue light. The light lasted for about a few seconds and quickly disappeared. Then the crystal ball on the console began to slowly light up. Control center beginning to charge. Current progress, 20%, 30%, 80%, 90%, 100% charging complete. Beginning system self-check. System self-check complete. Control center beginning to activate. Activating. Please wait. Hum hum hum. With a low buzzing sound, the control center began to activate. The original crystal ball emitted a dazzling light. The entire control room was shrouded in a blue light. Activation successful. Control center detected damaged. System repair is in progress. Beep beep beep. The damage is too great. Repair failed. Starting backup program. System resetting. Please wait. System resetting successful. Honorable Arcanist, Northern Dawn Outpost Secret Realm. Tower Spirit number 1 at your service. Please set the level of authority. Hathaway set Sulin and her to the highest level of authority. Tower Spirit number 1. Check the environment of the secret realm and display the current state of the secret realm. After setting the level of authority, Sulin directly ordered. Mission accepted. Executing. Please wait. As the mission proceeded, a wave of energy spread from the console and quickly spread throughout the entire secret realm. Sulin looked at the Tower Spirit with some surprise. The appearance of this thing almost destroyed Sulin's worldview. In Sulin's view, this Tower Spirit was completely a high-end artificial intelligence. It was much more powerful than the artificial intelligence in his previous life. After asking Hathaway, Sulin finally had a preliminary understanding of the high-level construct life Tower Spirits. Tower Spirits were artificial life created by Arcanists to help them control wizard towers and floating cities. Yes, life. There are many types of Tower Spirits. The most common type was the support type. Although they were at the legendary level, they basically had no combat ability. They had a huge amount of computing power and could perform all kinds of data analysis. They were not only used to manage wizard towers, assist in experiments, collect data for analysis, optimize and improve templates, and support in combat. Battle Tower Spirits focused on combat. They may have their own exclusive golems or could control a large number of weapons to fight. However, this did not mean that the Battle Tower Spirit was the highest level. On the contrary, the support type was the highest level. A Tower Spirit that could control a floating city was at least at the advanced legendary level. It could even be at the demigod level. Managing a large city, especially a floating city, was difficult. The computing power required was definitely at the astronomical level. Ordinary tower spirits would not be able to support it. The tower spirit in this secret realm was a support-type tower spirit. Its level was also at the legendary level. In other words, to make a legendary tower spirit like this, at least a legendary soul shard and then a grandmaster alchemist would be required to make it successfully. Most of the tower spirits in the wizard tower were auxiliary tower spirits. They could replace the wizard to control the wizard tower when the wizard tower was out. They could also distinguish between friend and foe, and when the enemy attacked, they would directly activate the battle mode. If a wizard tower without a tower spirit had a challenge level of 13 to 15, then a wizard tower with a tower spirit would have a challenge level of 21 legendary. After giving out the mission, Tower Spirit number 1 began to perform a large number of calculations. A large number of data flashed on the crystal display beside it, but the display was full of cracks and could not be seen at all. Beep. Scan complete. The current level of completeness of the secret realm is 76%. The area is 10 square kilometers. Number of puppet golems, 0. Storage of supplies, 0. The level of completeness of the energy channel is 48%. The level of completeness of the space folding formation is 16%. The level of completeness of various facilities is 36%. At the same time, a three-dimensional model of the secret realm they were in appeared in front of them. Sulin pointed with his finger, and the model was enlarged instantly. Soon, Sulin found the area they had entered before. The three-dimensional model had all the areas in the secret realm marked. Tower Spirit number 1. Create a repair plan. Creating a repair plan. A series of data was announced by Tower Spirit number 1. If the secret realm ruins in front of them were to be used again, they would have to undergo a large-scale repair. Looking at the receipt given by the Tower Spirit, Sulin felt his blood pressure rise. According to the materials on the receipt, it would take at least millions of kinner to repair this secret realm. Suggest repairing the space folding circle first. After the repair is done, the secret realm will be hidden again. Organize the materials and plan needed to repair the space rune circle. Then, the three-dimensional model in the secret realm was divided into dozens of small areas. At the same time, the energy nodes of the ley lines in the secret realm were marked one by one. A rune circle appeared in front of them. There were still many incomplete parts on this rune circle. The green parts on the rune circle were normal, the red parts were damaged and needed to be rebuilt, and the yellow parts were damaged and needed to be repaired. Everything was displayed in an orderly manner. P.S. There are 2 more updates. They may be late. Chapter 242. After checking the area that needed to be repaired, it was the area where Sulin and Kate came in. Sulin then checked the map of the entire mysterious realm. Sulin could clearly see all the areas in the mysterious realm through the 3D map. Other than the plantation area, there were also the living area, the warehouse area, the production area, the entertainment area, and the central area. The central area was where Sulin and Hathaway were now. It used to be inhabited by arcanists, and the environment was the best. However, after the war, it was the most damaged area in the entire mysterious realm. Not many buildings were still intact. The warehouse area and the production area were also badly damaged. According to the original plan of the mysterious realm, there should be an alchemy workshop in the production area that could produce many magic items, potions, and so on. There was even a production line for golems here. However, the production area was now in ruins. The production line should have been destroyed a long time ago. As for the warehouse area, which stored a large number of materials and produced items, it was also in a mess. As for the things here, if they were not used up, then they were directly snatched away. Basically, there was nothing left. The entertainment area was not badly damaged, but there was basically nothing valuable here. The arena, the opera house, the health center, and so on were basically worthless. There was also a library here, but unfortunately, it was also destroyed. Although Sulin had gained control of the mysterious realm, it was still in ruins. If he wanted to use it, he would have to repair it bit by bit. The amount of work required to repair the mysterious realm was huge, but there were also many benefits after the repair. The most obvious one was that he could grow a lot of magical plants here. However, the most important thing now was to hide the mysterious realm again. Sulen left the mysterious realm with Hathaway. When they returned to the thorn forest, the camp had been completed. According to Sullen's instructions, the soldiers of Northtown City had sealed off the forest. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the area had all been driven away. "Master, you're back," Kate said respectfully. "Did anyone come close to the forest while I was away?" Sulen asked. "Sir, I haven't noticed anyone approaching this place during this period of time." Sulen nodded and praised. "Well done. Continue to seal this place." After a simple meal, Sulen brought Hathaway back to Northern Citadel. Repairing the mysterious realm required a lot of materials, including silver, gold, copper, iron, magic crystals, mithril, magic gemstones, and so on. Luckily, Northern Citadel was already prosperous enough. It had all kinds of resources. Silver, gold, and other precious metals could be taken out from the castle's warehouse. He had looted the Grey Dwarf's collection for a few hundred years, so he had plenty of them. It was the same for the magic gems. As for the copper and iron, some would be transported from blacksmiths, and some would be purchased directly. The magic crystals were a bit more troublesome since there were no crystal mines in the Sulen territory. There were crystal mines in the underground world, but they were scattered and needed people to mine them. He didn't have a lot of mithril, but the silver mine that the Grey Dwarf Bach was mining did produce mithril. Although it wasn't much, it was more than enough to repair the mysterious realm. After spending 3 days preparing all the materials needed to repair the mysterious realm, Sulen left the matters of Northern Citadel to Chris. He then brought Hathaway to the Northern Citadel again. There were all kinds of mutated plants in the thorn forest. Although the man-eating flowers and trees were dangerous, they also ensured the safety of the mysterious realm. Sulen and Hathaway had already experienced this before, so they easily avoided the man-eating plants. They then used the hypnosis powder to pass through the sea of purple tulips and return to the mysterious realm. "Welcome back, Mr. Sulen and Ms. Hathaway." Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out. "Tower Spirit Number 1, did anyone else enter the mysterious realm when we left?" Sulen asked. "No, that's good. Show me the blueprint." "As you wish." As Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out, a 3D image appeared in front of the two along with the blueprint. Hathaway cast a photographic image spell and stored the information in a magic crystal. Then the two began to repair the mysterious realm according to the blueprint. The first thing to be repaired was the ley line nodes. When the mysterious realm was first built, rune pillars were placed on all the ley line nodes to connect and organize the ley line energy. These rune pillars were the foundation of the mysterious realm's space folding spell. This was the direct reason why the mysterious realm was damaged. According to the red dots on the 3D map, Sulen and Hathaway quickly found a ley line energy node. These locations were originally classified as the mysterious realm's secrets, but they were easily found with the blueprint. Hathaway used her power of the will to search, and soon found something strange. She then used her mana to search for the rune pillars. Found it. It's 30 meters underground. Hathaway soon opened her eyes. "Get up and let me do it." Sulen took out a small flag from his storage space. Then he waved it gently and directly summoned 2 wind elementals. Stone to mud. With a flash of light, the originally hard ground turned into mud. Then the 2 wind elementals entered the mud under Sulen's command. A large amount of mud was pulled out by the wind elementals. After the mud was extracted, Sulen cast stone to mud again and let the 2 wind elementals work. Soon, after repeating a few times, a deep hole was easily dug out. Then they took out the rune pillars buried inside. This step was a bit difficult because the rune pillars were connected to the ley line energy. They had to cut off the connection between the rune pillars and the ground. Originally, there is a rune formation at the ley line energy node to suppress the ley line, but this rune formation had been damaged long ago. Hathaway could only make a rune formation herself. Fortunately, this kind of rune formation was not difficult for Hathaway. After setting up the rune formation, Sulin moved the rune pillars. The ley line energy began to vibrate. Hathaway activated the rune formation. A yellow light flashed, and then the ley line energy calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sulin immediately took out the rune pillars from the ground. This was a rune pillar about 3 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. There were many runes engraved on it, but because of the long time and lack of maintenance, many of the runes on this rune pillar had been blurred. It was the failure of these runes that caused the ley line energy node to lose its original function. After taking out the rune pillars, Hathaway cleaned up the rune pillars and then smelted them again. The rune pillars were made of an alloy called thorium. Thorium was a synthetic metal invented during the Arcane Empire. This metal had high plasticity, good magic conductivity, and stable properties. It was used in many places. The main metal of this alloy was silver. At first, it was to develop a metal that could replace mithril. However, the effect was far from what was expected, but it was still a good magic metal. Hathaway summoned psionic fire, then melted the rune pillars again and added some other materials. Thorium was a magic alloy that had been around for thousands of years. After inheriting part of the Arcanist's knowledge, although the wizards did not restore the original glorious civilization of the Arcanists, they also made breakthroughs in some fields. Thorium was one of them. After the rune pillars were melted, Hathaway operated the wizard's hand to shape the rune pillars. Sulin also summoned the wizard's hand to help. Finally, he released a frost beam to cool down the rune pillars. After the rune pillars were refined, the runes needed to be engraved again. The runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars were backed up by the Tower Spirit number 1. The Tower Spirit number 1 had a lot of knowledge from the Arcane Empire in its database, which was basically about the secret realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as one learned all the knowledge, one could build a new secret realm like this. When the Arcane Empire built the secret realm, they kept a backup of the secret realm's production technology and blueprints. These were originally reserved for the restoration of the secret realm. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Sulin. Hathaway took out several items such as gem powder, gold, silver, grind water, and so on to fuse them. After the materials were fused, she took out a fine gold carving knife and began to engrave the runes on the thorium pillars. The fine gold carving knife was very sharp. Under the operation of the wizard's hand, it began to work quickly. Hathaway had memorized the runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars very clearly. Once she started, it was done smoothly. Soon, the new runes were engraved, and a rune pillar was completed. After a series of tests to meet the requirements, Sulin and Hathaway once again put the rune pillars back to their original place, and then restored the ground to its original state. There was a flash of light, and the space magic circle, which had been somewhat scattered, began to stabilize. After seeing the effect of the repair, the two went to the next damaged earth vein node, according to the repair drawings given by the Tower Spirit. There were more than 100 such earth vein nodes in the entire secret realm. This time, more than 20 of them were damaged. It would take a lot of effort to repair all of them. However, even if these earth vein nodes were all repaired, the space-folding rune array of the secret realm was still not completed. If the secret realm was regarded as a net, the earth vein nodes were the nodes of the net, and the energy channels were the network cables of the fishing net. Only when the fishing net was in a complete state could the entire secret realm be hidden in the space-folding rune array. Chapter 243. The amount of work needed to repair the secret plane was very large, so the two of them had been busy for a while. However, this wasn't without benefits. For example, Sulin's wizard rank had increased. After repairing a large number of rune pillars, Su Luan's wizard knowledge and experience had increased. Although he would no longer be rewarded with attribute points when he leveled up, the number of spells he could cast had increased, and he had also learned some wizard abilities. After spending around a week, the two of them had finally finished repairing all the rune pillars. Next, they needed to repair the energy channel here. Compared to the rune pillars, the energy channel was much simpler. During this time, the Grey Dwarves had also dug out large amounts of magic crystals from the underground world. Actually, magic crystals could be artificially synthesized, but Hathaway didn't have time to make them. Although the crystal veins in the underground world were scattered, there were still plenty of magic crystals. Building the energy channel didn't require high-quality magic crystals. The magic crystals from the underground world had already been sorted out. The high-quality magic crystals were placed separately, while the normal magic crystals were put into special alchemy furnaces to be melted and shaped. The energy channel made by these magic crystals needed to be engraved with runes and then buried back into the energy channel. The secret plane lacked maintenance before, so there were many damaged energy channels. Although the energy channels were damaged more than the rune pillars, the repair speed was much faster than the rune pillars. After repairing all the damaged energy channels, Sulan went to the elemental pool again. He opened the link to the elemental pool, and the blue elemental water began to flow through the energy channel into the secret plane. After the energy channel was repaired, even the original plantation had its energy supply restored. The entire secret plane's energy network was connected. As the elemental pool's energy entered the rune pillars began to flicker with magic light, and the space around them began to wrinkle. If one stood in the air and observed, they would find that the sea of flowers in the forest had suddenly become distorted. Space began to distort and fold before finally disappearing. The large amount of purple tulips in the thorn forest seemed to have never appeared before and disappeared without a trace. As for the sunwheel flowers, caraman's trees, blood brambles, and other mutant plants, a portion of them were still within the boundary of the secret realm and were kept in the thorn forest. Sulan didn't try to catch the mutated plants that had escaped to the outside world. These mutated plants could also grow in the outside world, and although a completely wild environment would prolong their maturation time, the magical materials harvested were slightly better than those cultivated by humans. After the space-folding array in the secret realm was repaired, Sulan heard the sound of the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the restoration of the secret realm. Your control over the secret realm has increased by 30%. Congratulations, host. You have participated in the restoration of the arcane realm and gained a lot of experience in magical technology. Congratulations, host. You have repaired the mystic realm. You are rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Secret realm. Unnamed, a damaged secret realm passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. After the elemental energy shock caused by the elemental tide, it was restored after some repairs. Concealment +10, Elemental Abundance +17, Indestructible +15, Energy Circulation +18, Secret Realm Output +18, Space Barrier. After seeing that the secret realm was recognized by the system, Sulan was also very happy. However, although he had gained control of the secret realm, many facilities in the secret realm had been damaged and needed to be repaired bit by bit. Similarly, the magical plants in the planting area also needed to be planted. Sulan opened the storage space and then opened the golden treasure chest. A flash of light, Sulan heard the sound of the system notification again. Congratulations, host. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the skill teleportation array. Teleportation array. This skill is the product of the integration of the teleportation array skill after the system integrated the rules of the world. It can transfer any creature or item to a designated location. It can transfer up to 50 people at a time, and this skill can be made into a permanent array. After seeing this skill, Sulan's eyes widened. The effect of the teleportation array in the previous game was average, but after integrating the rules of this world, it directly became a teleportation array. This world also had teleportation arrays and teleportation spells. But group teleportation spells like this were generally the technology of large wizard organizations. Ordinary wizards only had teleportation spells, and at most, they could bring a few people. This kind of group teleportation array was completely a strategic spell. It was very convenient to teleport to the enemy's rear or the front line. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not build a space isolation runic array on their territory. The teleportation array came at just the right time. Although the secret realm was completed, this secret realm was a little far from North City. It was more than 50 kilometers away, and it was a little inconvenient to travel between the two places. Now that there was a teleportation array, it was possible to build a teleportation array in the secret realm and then build another one in North City. In this way, North City and the secret realm would be completely connected. Other than the secret realm and North City, the Underworld's Orlando City and North City could also be connected by a runic array. There was also the Harpy's Eagle Nest. With the teleportation array, Sulin did not have to worry about the problem of expanding his territory. At the same time, he did not have to recruit a large number of soldiers in all the cities. As long as North City had enough soldiers, they could directly send reinforcements to other places if they were in danger. They could even launch airborne attacks. However, all of this was based on the teleportation array. Sulin chose to learn the teleportation array right away, but the awkward thing was that he did not have any skill points. Without skill points, he could not learn the skill quickly. However, that did not mean he could not learn it. Sulin could also choose to learn the skill through the skill scroll. The advantage was that he did not need skill points to learn the skill, but the disadvantage was that it would take a long time to learn. Of course, there was another way. The system sold a type of Styx's water in the shop. After using it, he could choose to forget one of his skills. After forgetting the skill, Sulin would regain the skill points that he had used to learn the skill. Sulin spent 50,000 kinner to buy a bottle of Styx's water. He took it out from his storage space. It was a kind of purple, half-transparent liquid. It was stored in a crystal bottle the size of a palm. The liquid shimmered as it swayed. It was said that the potion was created by refining the water from the Styx's river with a few other ingredients. After hesitating for a moment, Sulin twisted the cap open and drank the Styx's water. After drinking it, Sulin smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. It was sweet and orange, and it tasted pretty good. Please choose a skill that you would like to forget. All of Sulin's skills were displayed in front of him for him to choose. I choose to forget Scarlet Flame. Sulin, who had already made up his mind, chose the skill right away. Scarlet Flame was not that useful to him at the moment. To put it bluntly, it was just a skill that could create a large area of fire. However, a fireball skill could be used to set a fire, so it was much more effective than Scarlet Flame. After Sulin learned the fireball skill, Scarlet Flame could be retired. After choosing the skill, the Scarlet Flame skill on Sulin's system panel gradually disappeared. At the same time, the knowledge about the Scarlet Flame skill also disappeared from his mind. At the same time, Sulin gained one more skill point after the Scarlet Flame skill disappeared. After learning some teleportation, the skill point disappeared. Sulin gained a lot of knowledge about teleportation. After learning teleportation, Sulin started to check the things needed to build a teleportation circle. A teleportation circle needed a fixed rune circle and a lot of precious spatial materials. A teleportation circle would cost at least 1 million kinner. Even Sulin was speechless at such a high price. However, it was worth it. With the help of the rune circle, Northtown's control over the other cities would increase exponentially. Other than needing a lot of materials, a teleportation circle would also consume a lot of energy when it was used. Of course, this was not a problem in the secret plane. They could just build an energy channel from the elemental pool. The same was true for the teleportation circle in Northtown. Hathaway was already a rank 4 wizard, so she was qualified to build a wizard tower. With the experience of repairing the elemental pool in the secret plane, Hathaway had already learned how to build an elemental pool. Sulin also planned to build a wizard tower for Hathaway. He also planned to move Hathaway's old lab into the Wizard Tower. With the abundant energy from the elemental pool, he could build a teleportation circle here. Other than using the energy from the elemental pool, there were other ways to activate the teleportation circle. For example, using a few wizards to provide energy or using an energy crystal as a substitute. However, this method was not very cost-effective. An energy crystal was not cheap. Each teleportation would cost at least one energy crystal. If there were a lot of people or a long distance, the cost would be even higher. Building a teleportation circle required a lot of materials. Some of them were very precious and hard to find, so Sulin could only buy some from the system. The most valuable one was the Voidbreak Stone, which cost 100,000 Kinnar each. After spending a lot of Kinnar to buy the materials, Sulin began to build the teleportation circle. With the help of Hathaway, the construction of the teleportation circle was very fast. In just a few hours, a teleportation circle was finally built. An energy channel was built from the elemental pool to the teleportation circle. Sulin chose to start it right away. After giving the teleportation permission, Sulin brought Hathaway to the teleportation platform. These coordinates were left by Hathaway in the lab. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the secret plane. Chapter 244. Sulin's vision blurred, and in the next second, he appeared in the hall. Sulin looked at Hathaway in confusion. What's going on? Didn't they teleport to the lab? Why did they go straight back to the castle? The coordinates were wrong. Just a small error. Hathaway shrunk her neck and said awkwardly. Sulin glared at her and didn't pursue the matter. However, he had already decided that he would confirm the coordinates himself next time. The teleportation spell was very dangerous. It was convenient to teleport successfully, but the consequences would be equally serious if there was a mistake. For example, if they were teleported directly into mud or rocks, they would suffocate if they weren't strong enough, or they would be teleported to dangerous areas. In short, it was very dangerous if the coordinates were wrong. Sensing the spatial ripples in the hall, Chris quickly appeared here. Master, you're back. Chris was wearing a beautiful maid outfit, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. She had a different kind of charm. Although the maid outfit was a bit loose, it was obviously different on Chris. As Sulin's spokesperson, Chris was the highest officer when Sulin wasn't around. Sulin smiled and nodded, then reached out and patted her head. How's the development in the city? Did anything happen? Everything in the city is good. It's been developing according to your requirements. Mirror Lake City reported yesterday that they were a bit short on manpower, so I gave them the refugees we took in this month. Chris shook her head. Sulin smiled. Looks like Mirror Lake City is developing very well. Northtown City is developing well now. You can give them more support. Chris nodded to show that she understood. By the way, I'll take you to a good place in a few days. Sulin winked and smiled. Chris was a bit confused, but she still nodded obediently. By the way, Master, there's a man who says he's a messenger from the Kingdom of Florence who wants to see you. I don't have time to see him now. Let him wait. Sulin waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs. After a few days of high-intensity work, although he didn't feel too tired physically, he was mentally exhausted and needed to rest. After a brief explanation, Sulin yawned and went back to sleep. After resting for a day, Sulin got up in high spirits. Sulin changed his clothes and went to take a look at the city. After a year of development, Northern City now had a population of 25,000. If you counted the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, orcs, and other slaves, the population of Northern City had exceeded 40,000. It was considered a medium-sized city in the northern provinces. After all, there were only 3 large cities like Halt in the entire northern provinces. The streets of the city were straight, and all the roads were paved with a layer of stones or slabs. It would not be muddy when it rained, and there would not be dust when it was sunny. The streets were very clean. Even the horses that passed by had a bag hanging behind them, which was specially used to collect horse dung. Northern Town had very high standards for hygiene. If a horse urinated or defecated in the town, it would be charged to the owner. Not only would the owner be fined, but the owner would also have to do volunteer work. Later on, when a fertilizer factory in Northern Town began to produce, the horse dung would be collected. A bag of horse dung could be sold for 2 copernars. Flower beds were built on both sides of the roads, where all kinds of green plants were planted. Flowers bloomed all year round. At the same time, there were fountains on the streets, gardens, and plazas. The streets were full of people. Although it was busy, everything seemed to be in order. The taverns were buzzing with activity. The vodka produced in Northern Town was very popular in the north. Apart from soldiers on vacation, Grey Dwarves, and guard from other caravans, the Grey Dwarves were also there. The Grey Dwarves loved to drink the most. Vodka was a strong liquor, and ordinary people could not drink much of it. The Grey Dwarves were very satisfied with their current lives. They used to work for the king, but now they worked for Sulin. However, working for Sulin meant that they could get better food and liquor. Their stingy king would not give them vodka. The stubborn, cunning, and tenacious Grey Dwarves were very loyal to Sulin. After strolling around the taverns, Sulin came to the trade market. The trade market was the most prosperous area in Northern Town. More than 100 caravans gathered here. Apart from the caravans from the northern provinces, caravans from the southern provinces had also set up their own chambers of commerce here. Even the Desert Kingdom, the Terrence Kingdom, and the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south had set up offices here. There were dates, carpets, cotton, raisins, dried fruits, and female slaves from the Desert Kingdom, pottery, palm oil, olive oil, wine, and spices from the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south, and gemstones, obsidian, tea leaves from the Lotus Kingdom. There were all kinds of goods here. Apart from sugar and rum, vodka was also very popular in Northern Town. It looked clear and transparent, but it tasted like a ball of fire in the mouth. It was very popular in the north. The paper produced in Northern Town City had become another popular product. At the same time, the quality of weapons in Northern Town City had improved once again due to the presence of a large group of dwarven blacksmiths. Many merchant groups purposely came to Northern Town City to buy the high-quality dwarven equipment. Just last month, the business tax collected in Northern Town had reached over 10,000 kinner. It could be seen how prosperous Northern Town was from this tax. Northern Town had many names in the mouths of these merchants, such as the City of Wealth, the Pearl of the Northern Kingdoms, and so on. They also praised the few magnificent buildings in Northern Town. The most famous ones were the Arc de Triomphe and the Aqueduct System. The Arc de Triomphe was majestic and magnificent, and the Aqueduct System was also called a miracle. The Harvest Altar was mysterious because Sulin did not allow people to get close to it. It was said that after King Henry III of the Kingdom of Florence heard about the Arc de Triomphe, he also announced that such a magnificent building would be built in the central avenue of the city to sing his praises. Sulin walked around the city and went to see the training of the winged dragon knights. After a few months of feeding, these Cryopteris had entered the growth period. Each of them had grown to the size of a bison, and their wingspan was over 5 meters. The nest and training ground they were living in were specially built. Inside, other than the plus 15 comfortable environment, plus 15 training progress, plus 18 energy recovery, plus 17 coordination, there were also the plus 18 accelerated growth, plus 20 sturdiness, and other rare attributes. According to the growth rate of these Cryopteris, they would reach adulthood in less than 4 years. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, Northern Town would have a squad of winged dragon knights. When Sulin returned to the castle, Alex had returned from the Eagle Fortress. She looked like a queen now. With the support of Northern Town's resources, as the Queen of the Harpies, her appearance had skyrocketed. She looked very elegant. Sulin felt a sense of accomplishment every time he discussed the true meaning of life. She and the little succubus were the strongest fighters among Sulin's maids. "Alex, how the Harpies doing lately? Are there any problems?" Sulin asked with a smile. "The children love the nest master built," Alex said excitedly. Also, Another harpy leader has become a harpy recently. Although Su Luan's eagle nest didn't have a high effect of evolution, there were thousands of harpies. It was normal for one or two of them to evolve. During this time, the harpies had also cooperated with the soldiers of Northern Battlefront City to train and fight. They had also gained a lot of combat experience. Master, the eagle nest has consumed a lot of food recently, Alex said. Go find Chris later and ask her to send you some food, Sulin nodded. Oh, right. Go and choose the weapons you want to use. I'll ask the blacksmith to produce them and send them to you. Since the harpies' arms and wings were connected, it was inconvenient for them to use weapons. However, once they evolved into harpies, their arms would be separated from their wings. That way, they could use weapons. Bows, javelins, spears, etc. But they'll be lighter, Alex said after thinking for a moment. As aerial units, these weapons were very suitable for them. All right, I understand. After returning to the castle, Sulin arranged everything. He asked people to collect materials for the teleportation circle. At the same time, the construction of the wizard tower was put on the agenda. The wizard tower required a large amount of obsidian. There were no obsidian mines in the northern citadel. The obsidian mines in the underground world were also poor. If they wanted to obtain a large amount of obsidian, they would have to go to the caravans of the Loftus Kingdom. Sulin asked the city hall to sign a long-term supply contract with the merchants of the Loftus Kingdom. He was ready to buy a large amount of obsidian. It was important to know that not only did the wizard tower need obsidian, but also the restoration of the secret realm in the future. Hathaway was also preparing to build some obsidian stone statues and ghost statues. This would require even more obsidian. The cost of building a wizard tower was at least a few million kinner. Fortunately, Sulin had made a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to support his girlfriend. There was a question in the noble circle. How did it feel to have a witch as a lover or a wife? Thanks for the invitation. She was in the northern citadel. Sulin could tell him that it was best not to look for a witch if they didn't have a net worth of tens of millions. It was too expensive. Also, it was not recommended to try it if their body wasn't strong enough. In other words, witches had to be normal, beautiful, and proficient in all kinds of spells. They always like to add some fun when exploring the mysteries of life. For example, grease, shape-shifting, shadow, tentacles, giant transformation, shrinking, and so on. If you were strong enough, it would definitely be a pleasure. Chapter 245. The basic materials for building the teleportation array were quickly prepared. Sulin finally built the teleportation array in the mayor's mansion. At the same time, Hathaway's wizard tower would also be built next to the Lord's castle. According to Hathaway's blueprint, the height of the wizard tower would eventually reach 120 meters. It would cover an area larger than the Lord's mansion. This wizard tower would be big enough for a legendary wizard. Sulin thought about it and agreed. After all, Hathaway was destined to become a legendary wizard, and the construction speed of the wizard tower was not fast. If he built an ordinary wizard tower, Hathaway might become a legendary wizard in a few years. It would be better to build it directly. In fact, this 120-meter-tall wizard tower was still dwarfed by the wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom. The wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom were basically 300 meters tall. This was because many wizard towers were upgraded to become floating cities. However, most wizard towers did not receive this treatment in the end. To build a floating city, not to mention other costs, the cost of the basic construction and materials was almost 100 million kinner. In addition to the various facilities of the floating city, even in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, after thousands of years of accumulation, the number of floating cities was not more than 100. It was a huge empire that spanned more than a dozen dimensions. In addition to the obsidian, a lot of steel was also needed to build the wizard tower. The current steel production in North City was not bad. Fortunately, the construction of the wizard tower was gradual. Otherwise, steel would also have to be purchased. After preparing the materials, Sulin bought the void break stone from the system shop and then built it with Hathaway. In fact, the cost of a single teleportation array was only 200,000 kinner. The price of a group teleportation array rose to 1 million kinner. As the main city of Sulan, it was necessary to build a group teleportation array. Although a single teleportation array was convenient, cheap, and energy-consuming, it did not make much sense if it could not quickly teleport an army. With the experience in the Secret Realm last time, Sulan and Hathaway quickly built the teleportation array. They linked the teleportation array with the Secret Realm's teleportation array, and they could directly teleport from North City to the Secret Realm. After completing the teleportation portal, Sulan brought Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to the Secret Realm. The concentration of elemental energy here is so high. As soon as he entered, Alex felt something different. Of course, there's an intermediate elemental pool here, Sulan explained. What do you think? This secret realm covers an area of more than 300 square kilometers. Now, it all belongs to us, Sulan said excitedly. Now, you can all choose a piece of land to use. The secret realm was over 300 square kilometers in size and had a diameter of about 20 kilometers. It was about the size of a small city in Feng Lin's previous life. There were mountains, rivers, and forests in this secret realm. The ancient arcanists used their powerful technology to create a perfect ecosystem here. Although most of the ecosystem was destroyed because of the war, there was a backup in Tower Spirit number 1. It just needed to be repaired. Really? I'll have to think about how to use it, Alex said happily. Master, welcome back. Tower Spirit number 1's voice sounded. Hello, Tower Spirit. Set their level of authority to level 5. The highest level of authority in the secret realm was level 6, which was Sulan and Hathaway. Level 1 authority was the lowest, which was only for tourists. Level 2 authority was for ordinary staff here, mostly apprentices. They could only move around in the living and working areas. Level 3 authority was much better, and he could live here. Only official wizards could obtain this authority, but there were still many areas that he could not enter. Level 4 authority was equivalent to the manager of each area. In the secret plane, apart from the most important areas, he could enter the rest. As for level 5 authority, there were basically no restrictions. Yes, Master. Setting authority. Setting complete. A beam of blue light shone on Chrissy and Alex. This light could record their appearance, energy waves, smell, and even their soul imprint. This technique was also a masterpiece of the ancient arcanists. The wizards of today still couldn't do it. Master, the space folding portal of the secret realm has been repaired, but the other functions of the secret realm are still incomplete. Please fix it as soon as possible, Tower Spirit number 1 reminded. Got it. Sulan had a headache. Repairing the secret realm and building wizard towers required a lot of resources and manpower. Sulan could find and buy resources, but he was seriously short of manpower. Master, you could try to repair the golems. There are still 56 steel golems in the secret realm. 33 of them are worth repairing. You can replace the parts from the other damaged golems, Tower Spirit number 1 suggested. There are still so many golems. Sullen's eyes flashed. He knew about the steel golems. A complete steel golem was a level 4 one. Not only did it have energy, but it was also very strong in close combat. It was very good except for the lack of air combat. The last time he encountered a steel golem, it didn't have enough energy, so many of its functions were not activated. But now, with the elemental pool, there was no need to worry about energy. After learning that there were 33 steel golems that could be repaired, Sulan immediately took Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to collect all the remains of the steel golems. Master, the secret realm needs a lot of manpower. I'll ask the harpies to come and help, Alex said. Alex had absolute control over the harpies, so there was no need to worry about them betraying her. Besides, the harpies were quite strong. Sulan thought about it and agreed. I'll build a new eagle nest for them in the secret realm. Thank you, Master. Alex suddenly hugged Sulan and kissed him. She then smiled and left through the teleportation portal. About an hour later, the teleportation portal lit up again. Alex brought 20 harpies to the secret realm. After evolution, the harpies were very similar to humans. Except for the wings and the claws on their feet, they were not much different from humans. However, when they evolved into elite harpies, their claws would become feet. At that time, they would be similar to Alex. However, none of the harpies had reached that level yet. Sulin let the harpies clean up the ruins according to Tower Spirit No. 1's repair plan. He, Hathaway, and Alex worked together to repair the steel golems. As for Chris, she stayed in the secret realm for a while and then returned to Northern Battlefront City. After all, the city needed her now. The first to be repaired were the steel golems that Sulin and Hathaway destroyed last time. Those few steel golems were the least damaged. As long as the energy setters were reconnected and the broken legs were repaired, they would be fine. The control centers of the golems were originally with Tower Spirit No. 1. After Sulin became the master of the secret realm and obtained the highest authority, he also obtained the right to command the golems. Some of the control centers of the golems were damaged. Hathaway had to use large soul crystals to make new ones. Fortunately, only a few of the control centers were damaged. Otherwise, Sulin's few large soul crystals would not be enough. After more than an hour, the first steel golem was finally repaired. Tower Spirit No. 1, open the energy channel and charge this golem. Yes, Master. With Sulin's order, the energy channel in the elemental pool opened. A gust of blue elemental energy was transferred to the steel golem through the energy channel. After receiving the energy, the steel golem's dark eyes slowly lit up. The golem was reactivated. Steel guard number 027 is activated. Charging, activation complete. Master, steel guard number 027 is at your service. Check if there are any problems with the golem, Sulin ordered. Begin self-examination. Self-examination complete. The golem is in good condition. Looks like it's done. Sulin nodded with satisfaction. Tower Spirit No. 1, give a job. Yes, Master. Then, Tower Spirit No. 1 began to assign tasks to the steel golems. The steel golems in the Arcana land were all-purpose golems. They could be used for both fighting and work. As long as there was an energy supply, these steel golems did not need to rest at all and could work continuously. With these steel golems, the repair work in the Arcana land would be much faster. Next, Sulin and the other two continued to repair the golems. With the experience of the first golem, the repair of the next few golems was much faster. These golems were all damaged in the same place, so the repair was not difficult. 3 hours later, the other 3 steel golems were all repaired. After they were reactivated, these golems were assigned to work. While repairing the golems, Sulin once again gained experience in magical craftsmanship. He felt that it would not be long before he could master this craftsmanship. The craftsmanship of the steel golems was still very complicated. Sulin and Hathaway could not understand many parts. It was several times more complicated than the craftsmanship of the stone golems. Although they did not understand some of the craftsmanship, it did not affect the repair. The repair plan given by Tower Spirit No. 1 was very detailed. Most of the time, they would directly remove parts from the scrap steel golems and replace them. The parts in these steel golems were basically universal. According to Tower Spirit No. 1, these steel golems were products produced by the same golem production line. The repaired steel golems began to clean up the ruins in the Arcana land. These ruins needed to be rebuilt. The building materials were not discarded and would be used to repair other buildings. At the same time, a large number of skeletons in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. There were many undead creatures in the Arcana land. These undead creatures also needed to be cleaned up. All the skeletons would be sent out for burial. The undead aura in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, undead creatures would still be born. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.